Student Delegate Nathaniel Brown. Student Delegate Amber Kines Bakari and Shakuda, the Bina says in Habin Zilshviga. Student Vice Chair Smith and Sean.
Oh, I'll be gosh. Here. Jag fint att här då är nog senigi klassen det är nog sagi då staten och senigi då RDC och det är nog så det är actually binska so det be Ashley. Gracious Father, thank you for this wonderful day. We look upon you as our number one leader to help us with things that you know that we're plagued with. Issues regarding water, housing, electricity, infrastructure, jobs, prosperity across the Navajo Nation. And our families, things that we experience, the things that we encounter, things that happen during the ceremonial. We ask for protection for those that will be attending and participating, not only during that time, but also within the time of Navajo Nation Fair coming up and other fairs that may be sponsored by the Navajo Nation or communities. We ask for protection and watch over us, as well as the protection over COVID-19 and the other variant called monkeypox and other things that we've never heard of or never experienced. We come to you this morning to talk about money matters. We know that money matters is important. Things only move if we have the resources to have that funding, that we could get direct services out there, provide that for our constituents throughout the Navajo Nation, whether they're on the Navajo Nation or whether they're off the Navajo Nation, even at the local chapters, even the grazing officials, our leaders that need funding to push these projects and get them completed. Departments and divisions that are asking on both sides, on three sides, executive, judicial, and legislative. We have enough, I understand, and we need to come together with a comprehensive budget at the end of the council session to pass that so that we can have it sent over to the president. President endorses it, so that we can continue with FY 2023, which will be starting here October 1st. And first quarter will begin from there. And we move on into the second, third, and fourth quarter. Things move fast. In God, things move quickly. And we pray upon that 1.8 billion too. We can coordinate with the chapters, our divisions, to get those dollars utilized and the water out there, get electricity, housing, all that funding that was earmarked for projects out there. It's important that we complete that, and thank you for leading us and guiding us to complete that legislation and get it signed into law. And now the work starts. I know that we may have not acted fast enough, but it's always a perfect timing through you, and God. We come to you humbly, asking you to assist us in that. We pray for the three branches too. Keje, Shema Ajit, the Hope Ishigi. Esto, lots of us. Adonan, Ikinat Ani, Lad, das Dagi, do, Oshkijo, das Dagi. Esto, lots of us. And all their workers on both sides. They need prayers and their families. And all the law enforcement officers, all the veterans, so, and our military personnel out there protecting us all day, 24/7. Also pray for the legislative side. Speaker Damon, staff, representing their communities, speaking for them. Ebenina, we get the don't need though. The Hayan kid that don't need, cup of don't need. Even that shit. Speaking of being thankful, we really thank you for the recent rains. And we've been very dry springtime. It's windy. We didn't think we were going to get any moisture or any rain. But now we have rains that are coming down on a daily basis. It's a blessing. We see the territory green. We see puddles of water. We see springs and artesian wells replenishing. That's a wonderful feeling to have that, as we know that water is life. So with that, Shadigan, as we go through today, be with us this week and help us with our meetings and help us with our jobs and help us with our families, even our grandmas and grandpas out there. We pray for them and their safety, and it's going towards fall. We pray that they can get prepared for the winter months. We don't know how the winter is going to be. Gathering wood, fixing their roofs, helping them with that through the funding source, and being prepared for Mother Nature's cold weather during the winter time. That we will be safe. Only you can help us coordinate that and make that an effortless task that we can complete. And even the harvesting, seeing crops out there, seeing folks with cornfields, seeing folks with livestock. Spring crop has now become where they can harvest them and ship them and move them and do what we normally do during the fall. Appreciate that. So with that prayer, Shadi and God, come to you humbly asking for that and knowing that Nodli Koi Wata Sutazan Ishleto. I pray in your son's precious name, Jesus Christ. Amen.
Thank you, Vice Chair Smith, for the Junior Hatsadins in the Pinibia. Junior Co. I've been a check with Nasoya. Now, just a did agenda in the house. I thought Ben DJ Monday at a below seat link. A coin Naso just about Sahigaya. Could Resource Development Committee. Could the hotne inside the notes so but the Shatland could but say ya could this the Budget and Finance Committee staff the Kushido usually could could that is Kohila that in the Budget and Finance she doesn't let under so even that could that deals deep in Vice Chair Smith not Nick Sado.
I appreciate that, Chair Henry, the Budget and Finance Committee members. I thought that's also just classy. Skate on Finnegy, San of Daggy. Yeah, at the end of the sheet, Benno at this thing. Say you have Vice Chair Raymond Smith Jr. That's your Budget and Finance. That's the Dado, Bishop and Shlido. My Todo, just I know that Zido, Kintido, say Tod, he had cut the shadow. Ishinish, Skidor me. The Nenshinig ate the Bettigen, I don't kill the chili, but she's chain, what I ran here. The shit shade out, not cry, the Chanel. The sound of my toy, I don't, add, she has me. Okay, not here.
Kashina Hena, Vice Chair Smith. I don't know, no guess, and they'll get Jimmy Hill here in the shop.
Yate, President to the Chair, the Chairman, Honorable Henny, Yate, been a good morning. Yate to say Yakudo, the Nepana Shai Koron, which is Jim Bagade, Holier, Jim de Aron that Hosahi, Aron that the Bekeba, Hot Sandonda, a story Todo Terrestone, Aron the Broya. Yat edition shouldn't think Lokodo, Budget Finance Committee could we hate Jaggy. Hunsagoya, Nihich, a day of the Saint or the Kodopina committee beneath out on his Nago York car. Once ago, Nihich, yeah, should not cost, that's not only, yeah.
Kashina Hena could only 8,000 additional they'll get Ember in this background.
Chair Henyo, Yate, committee members, and those on the line, Kia Ani Nishla, the Bilagana Viking people, Basis Chin, there's Chini, the Shichedo, Bilagana Irish people, the Shanole, Shay Amber, Kenneth Wakrati, Venecia, Toll, Hot Soy, the Nutshell. I represent Sheep Springs, Tuber Hills, Tolina, Shanasi, Red Valley, Cove, Gadiahi, and Big Habacho. Want to thank Vice Chair for his prayer and acknowledging the moisture that we received. I'd also like, in terms of now this budget, it's, dealing with the oil spill in Red Valley. It really is, there's an emotional toll on where the Navajo Nation receives its revenue, the type of industries we rely on. And in this budget, I want to hear how are we set up then when an oil spill does occur, and what is going to be our response as a nation to make sure our communities are taken care of. And I didn't see that yesterday in Red Valley, and I'll be looking at and having that on my mind with each budget as we move into how the seasons are changing and how that's impacting all of us in our holistic environment, whether it's the air, the earth, the fire, or on Mother Earth. Thank you, Chair.
Kashina Hena, I don't know, they'll get Nathaniel Brown, Nisha. They'll get Nathaniel Brown. It's not so those, they'll get Elmer PBG.
Yeah, it's the Dnr Budget and Finance Committee. I give back echo yate. I don't Bishop and then that is I give out yate. Been I don't it was on the line though. It had yet the bill BJ. Shady I don't understand next is it up and so put it in the basis chain. Sit not in the chain. Oh, she doesn't. Arabana Shage is tortured Delta, don't so for Hartley in the walls and back about located and White Cone and other Jewish toy and Grishwick. And so out there.
We can here national should not get PBK. Could I budget and finance committee? Could only to the house see the Shea Jamie Hinyo is there. Could I the chairman of budget and finance which get the name. Has listening short to the chin, but she's chain. Talk it lineage to say that the collaboration that the Tlachende Nasha. They been at the Tlachendo is sort of Tohile. Have a tradition, Bishwas Anenshaw. So I need to dance to see that. I don't know, but not the Resource Development Committee. Chairman is the committee hitching called the Isagi. Need to at the Dow Singlon, but the shot. Chairman is Shananda.
Okay, Shananda, Honorable Chairman Henyo, other honorable members of the Budget and Finance Committee. Yet, Ben Shananda, she recognizing she was Sananchla or Zertachin in Bashish chain. Chana have been dash chedo, can ani a dashanella hot and then slido San Juan chapter do aged. That's Targo chapters one nashiki, a had sadak on San Juan and Hanza do great East Tosacado, East and Deshkish. But I just an ish edo, I hear Vice Chair Smith Kodo. The two Nahatchapans and Hotar Ebe Hasset Sorzan Bay. So here in the Schneider Delta. Back to you, Honorable Chairman Henyo.
Gushine Hela, Schneider Chairman is. Ado Kudo Shutzele Mark Freeland, Eastern Agency, and Nahaljish.
Budget Finance Committee members, Senigala Shina. Honorable Henya, though, Chairman is and all the colleagues, Nasenigi staff, Nasenigi, good morning. Sister A. Mark Freeland this year, though, Nasenigi Tutsoni, Slow up Kia, Ani, A. Bush's Chin, Sanjay Canada Shichi, Adult Tana Bethany, A. Listenale, these other A. Nashayat, Adult, 8 chapters, Haloya, Kongi Eastern Agency, Crown Point, no, Nahadiski, though, Vicente, El Guido, Lake Valley, Tukai, White Rock, Hanat Legi, A. Herfino, Nayaza. A good morning to one and all, and look forward to the discussion. Thank you, Sina.
We do see here, I hear last it's I don't know, so no, it's a select, but they'll get Herman Daniels Jr.
Good morning, Kodo, Senat Senegi, Kodo, Budget and Finance Committee. My brother, Kodo, Chair, and the Vice Chair, Sinala, and the Kodo members, Kodo, the Budget and Finance Committee, Kodo, Kia, Kodo, Adonana, Kodo, this morning, Kodo, so the Zigi, Sinala, Kodo, Kia, when Kodo, Ado Kodo, Shea, Herman Daniels Jr., A. Suzy, Kodo, Adonana, Senegi, Betani, Ado Kentachini, that's there. Out of toy get bleeding, though now kind of night, I doesn't shake. Out of Haska, so a doesn't matter what I could do. He benefit can he need all this could I don't know, could Panas, Nessige, not on or jet for sample. I don't that he can a Panas. Thank you, Chair.
She here now, Sicily don't need 8,000 CD. I don't know, so a Che. They'll get Keelan Begay Jr. in the shot. Any chance? I don't know, so Sicily.
Good morning, Can you hear me?
Oh, Cheo Ditsa.
Okay, I was muted. Good morning, Shedo, BNF committee members, Senegi, Ado Kodo, REC, and everyone else on the line. Kodo State, Hanogani, National, Kiani, Ada Sijabit, Anida Sichi, Ado Dishi, Nida Shinale. Slasan that lepat Hadashaki, a lama untouchable gap, Solana cut with no in many farms lead I could also on this instance. So I had only last check.
I guess you can't understand that. And then also I should select Delegate Wilson Stewart Jr.
Good morning, Shana, Chairman Hinio, and Vice Chair Smith, and the Budget and Finance Committee members, Shana Ashto, and the Mayaja and the Cornish and Jayaja, and the Shananan, Aro Kuroshimato, Miss Nakaido staff, though, honestly, the one that got Yat Ishima, Aro and the Kuro. I thought Shanai, Ket and Linigi, and the Shajayaja are the members and the Linigi at all. Not a honest social clash like he had Husseins in this morning. I needed Shadej Wilson C. Stewart Jr. A. Shadow Twitsoni A. Shle, Nanish Edgechini, Bashis Chin, Kachini that should shade up between the Chanella, Aro Akolota, so that and Okodo and Hitchhashnet this morning. Aro Batkadashagi A. Tautobic El Cheat, one little Nijid. Okay, I think it's at the Legi from 45th Agency, out of 45th Agency, for Resource Development Committee member without a the hot destiny this morning. Thank you.
I could see here now to the when you get thousands in Ado, been a huddle she could Shana, Vice Chairman Thomas Walker Jr.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Can you hear me?
Oh.
Yeah, that's to Mr. Chairman of the Budget and Finance Committee, the honorable members of Budget Finance Committee, other colleagues that are on the call, and then everyone that's participating in today's meeting here. This is Thomas Walker Jr. They city Twana Hading, Sako Hassan, and that Yato Ado Nana Hassan, the whole Yatas and the Hadavisto, Banasha Koja, this was only a nut chacheko, though Nan should age a but Anashta. I could echo Nanta, Ado and Shingi Hinch. Ado being the Tony, to the Genie, Bashis Chin, to Sotni Asia Cheda, Edo, said the Shkiji Dashinale, Kodo, so there's in the doctor in Chicago, Sheheko, Shinat Annis, Talia, Honorable Smith, Sheheko. Until my introduction. Back to you, Chair.
Kushine here Shana Kudo 2000 Ado Kudo Bishman Sana. 24th Navajo Nation Council / East Santo.
Chair, this is Delegate Brown. I'm online.
Kushin's Shnanta, Delegate Nathaniel Brown. Could I any introduction at Bahadil G's? Because I could not just introduction for.
Okay. Budget and Finance. Shnanta Ado. Mado the two Kwegi Budget and Finance Scheme Date Lishigi Ado Anatho Shidane Shaya Toba Hanslo look at Basis Chain Ki Ani Dasha Chadot as a Shana Dashanala Adon they then hot so they cash Adon they the Nebana Shanige
academic affirmative action.
Sorry. Led Nebana Shanige then hot so to the nation do Chichin be to a coho out of Budget and Finance. They are just touching on this the Sexual Assault Prevention Subcommittee, the Nebazat. A $100 yeah.
Agashini Kela Santa Akadoni 2000 even that Jay Kodoi at the baseball Anisha and that is 24th Navajo Nation Council. Tenoya Naso the agenda does it so I could rules of
Chairman.
Here.
Okay, ja, det finish ko class out arota snedla. Da I see ki den odon in slene ya tochen in slid on the torch in bus chain around the since she that it was going to she has to corruption nagi. Thank you.
Christine says, Shanayu, Bahon Salit, about 1,000 Lenso. It's a lot of 8,000 ZD. But not yet, could the rules of the budget hearing, AI David, that's the clean other oath, administration of the oath, though. So I've been that could the resolution RDC AU-17-22, about Nahalji's Division of Natural Resources. So could the budget Office of Management Budget budget summary report so Peggy, you on the line?
Yes, I am.
Kashina, if you administer the oath for this legislation.
Good morning, everybody. Shay Peggy Nakai and Shia, Legislative Advisor Dashno, Budget and Finance Committee Bislashnesh, the Bethlehem Shlon, Halsoy Bashichin, Twadichini Dashichedo, Tachini Dashanella, Kinhojonde Nasha. Good morning to everybody. All of you that will be speaking to the Division of Natural Resources budget, could you please state your name for the record? And we'll start with the director for the division and then so forth. Go ahead. Rowena? Can you hear me?
No, I can hear you.
I can hear you. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I was muted. Good morning. This is Rowena Jeremiah.
Okay. So we're taking the oath. Raise your right hand, and anyone else that's speaking to this budget, please. Brenda, are you?
Brenda Holgate. Peggy, Brenda Holgate.
Okay, thank you. And anyone else? Okay, do you swear to tell the truth in the testimony you're about to give?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Kashina to Peggy for the administration of the oath. Other legislation resolution getting change cut into the record.
Okay, resolution RDCAU-17-22, resolution of the Resources and Development Committee of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, 4th year 2022. An action relating to the Resources and Development Committee approving and recommending to the Budget and Finance Committee the fiscal year 2023 budget for the Division of Natural Resources and related matters to be included in the Navajo Nation's FY 2023 comprehensive budget. We'll go now to the exhibit. Exhibit A, I believe. I can't really tell this. It's stapled right where I need to read it. Okay, it's Exhibit A. For the FY 2022 totals, $19,958,631. For the proposed 2023 general fund budget is $22,608,631. Personnel lapse, $381,127. Indirect cost fund is $235,938. Proprietary fund, $10,422,000. Special revenue internal, $4,261,309. Special revenue external is $181,525,444 for a total of $219,434,449. Exhibit B shows the branch chief's recommendation is $22,608,631. The Exhibit D remains blank. And then Exhibit E is the recommended unmet needs. And that totals to $5,334,173. And then a summary of the carryover requests is $1,898,817.05. It has the Resources Committee vote tally sheet attached. And there are Exhibit E. Let's see, the Exhibit E has a GWEA for all of the division. And that's in your binders as well. And I'm thinking that the division director will go over that document with an attachment for all of the programs within the division will be, they've got the GWA information that's attached by business unit number and program. That concludes my reading.
Peggy, don't any change, Peggy, the resolution. Even that, before I call for a motion in a second, for the record, Shananta, Delegate Purnell Halona is also on the line. I just received a text from him. So, even that, Shananta Budget and Finance Committee, is there a motion?
Delegate Yellowhair.
Shananta Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair, motion. The second, Sean.
Vice Smith.
No, Vice Chair Smith. So motion by Shananta Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair, second by Shananta Vice Chair Smith. Even that Kodo the resolution ishe bandit indo. Dobnach Sahigi Kodo Office of Management and Budget. Hela budget summary report ile. Office of Management and Budget.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. Can you hear me?
Oh.
Star 6. Okay. This is Darlene Sam from OMB. I will be joined by Rhonda Johnson and then the contracts and grant staff. So I am putting the OMB report on the Zoom. Sharing on Zoom. And I will proceed. The first page is your cover sheet, the Navajo Nation Budget and Finance Committee Fiscal Year 2023 Budget Hearings, Division of Natural Resources, Navajo Nation OMB Report, August 8th through the 19th, 2022. Next is your table of contents, letter A through G. A is your FY 2023 Fund Type Budget Summary. B is your FY 2022 Third Quarter Budget Expenditure Report. C is your FY 2022 Third Quarter Performance Assessment Report. D is your FY 2022 Third Quarter Plans of Operation Status Report. E is your FY 2022 Condition of Appropriation / Legislative Concern Report. F is your FY 2022 External Funds Expenditure Report. G is your FY 2020 Single Audit Report. Next slide is your FY 2023 Fund Type Budget Summary for the Division of Natural Resources, Fiscal Year 2023. You have the business units listed to your left, and then the program titles, and Fiscal Year 2022 Approved Budget. And to your right is your FY 2023 Navajo Nation Funds. So I will go to the next page and read the bottom line, because that includes the non-general funds, your proprietary and special revenue fund. So grand total, all funds, FY22 approved budget, $34,875,909. Proposed general fund budget, $22,608,631. Indirect cost fund, $235,938. Personal lapse fund, $381,127. Proprietary fund, $10,422,000. Fiduciary fund, 0. Special revenue internal, $4,261,309. Special revenue external fund, $181,525,444 for a recommended budget of $219,434,449. Next is B, your FY 2022 third quarter budget status report. This is the first page. This is for the general funds, the budget status report as of third quarter ending June 30th, 2022. Your business units are listed, your program title, original budget, bottom line $22,116,639. Your revised budget, $22,935,316.63. Your actual expenditure, $11,808,114.58. Encumbrance of $655,087.07. Budget available, $10,472,114.98. The last column shows the expenditure rates. 54.34% overall DNR general funds. Note on the bottom, 1 asterisk represents under expenditure by 65% or less, 2 asterisk over expenditure by 85% or more. Next page is the same setup, but for your non-general funds. The top are your special revenue funds, and the bottom are your proprietary funds. Original budget, grand total for the 2 fund types, $15,315,142. Revised budget, $17,034,497.88. Actual, $7,100,989.86. Encumbrance, $1,281,243.68. Budget available, $8,652,264.34. Overall expenditure rate of 49.21%. Next will be covered by Rhonda Johnson.
Good morning, committee members. Under Section C is your FY 2022 third quarter performance assessment report. You will see the business units listed for the 32 programs. First quarter average is 2.18, second quarter average is 2.29, third quarter 2.29. Under Section D is your FY 2022 third quarter plans of operation status report. For the Division of Natural Resources, they all have a plan of operation in place. Your second page is your statutory references. Under tab E is your FY 2022 Condition of Appropriation Legislative Concern Report. There is one COA for Division of Natural Resources, and this COA is in conjunction of Dnr Administration, Navajo Land Department, and Department of Justice. The business units are listed, and this COA was due at the end of second quarter. Third quarter responses, there was no response from the Dnr Administration. We did receive a response on August the 2nd for Navajo Land Department. No response from DOJ, so therefore the status is non-compliant. The memo did indicate that the COA won't be completed by the time FY23 budget is approved. However, they did indicate that the COA will be carried on and it should be done in the fall session. the program can elaborate on that later.
Okay, good morning. Can you hear me?
Excuse me.
Yes, Riley.
Okay.
Excuse me. Have you taken the oath?
No.
Okay, could you state your name, raise your right hand and state your name for the record, please?
Riley Wilson.
Thank you, Riley. Do you swear to tell the truth in the testimony you're about to give?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. You may proceed.
Okay, good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the Budget and Finance Committee. My name is Riley Wilson, Senior Contract Analyst with the Contracts and Grants section within OMB. I will be reading the next two sections. First one is F, FY 2022 External Funds Expenditure Report. So the next page is the Budget Expenditure Report for the Division of Natural Resources as of June 15, 2022. A couple of notes in the upper left-hand corner. May 2022 closing entries are not posted, and IDC in excess is not included. Below that is the legend for the 15 columns. Column A is the index, column B is the company number, column C is the contract ID, column D is the start date, column E is the end date for the contract, column F is the number of business units, column G is the number of company numbers, column H is the business unit number, column I is the description, column J is the revised budget amount, column K is the expenditures amount, column L is the open commitments amount, M is the available balance, N is the percentage spent, and O is the percentage of the remaining balance. So if you go to the end of that report, I'll be reading the totals on index number 158. Under column F, there are 121 business units. Column G, there are 36 company numbers. Column I is the Division of Natural Resources. Column J, the revised budget amount is $262,468,722.64. Column K is the expenditures amount, $75,320,540.27. Column L, open commitments amount, is $11,014,994.90. The available balance under column M is $176,133,187.47. Column N, the percentage is 33% spent, and column O, the budget balance remaining percentage is 67%. Next page, next section is G, FY 2020 Single Audit Report. There is one finding, and the finding number is 2020-008. The federal agency under column C is the Department of Interior, PL 93-638, BIE contract with water resources. The program division responsible is Department of Water Resources under DNR. Okay, under column F, the compliance requirement is special tests and provision prevailing wage rates. The description of the finding is two contracts did not include language requiring compliance with Davis-Bacon Act on workers being paid prevailing wages. There's no evidence the Department of Water Resources adequately reviewed and approved certified payroll submitted by the contractor. It's not a repeat finding. There are no questionable costs or undeterminable, and the status cap is not finalized for FY 2021 audit report. That concludes my report.
Chairman Henyu, members of the B&F committee, that completes OMB's report.
Kushina Hiela, Office of Management and Budget, Ms. Darlene Sam and staff, thank you for being on the call this morning. Even that Jay could on so Budget and Finance Committee should could slash na kid hello for Office of Management and Budget. At the Noya di could Resource Development Committee.
Chairman, this is
Shunanta,
Delegate Crotty with the question.
Shunanta, you have the floor.
Thank you, I appreciate it. Chairman Henio, committee members, thank you, Ms. Sam, and your team for providing the OMB report. I'd like to talk about the condition of appropriation. So it is identified as non-compliant, but you provided additional information to the committee regarding the Navajo Nation Land Acquisition Fund. Do you have any documents that you can forward to the committee that provides that insight? I've looked through my emails and I don't see a response from the division or Department of Justice providing an update in terms of the time frame. And this, because this was approved last fall, so it's been 10 months, and this was supposed to be done by March of 2022. So I'd like some supporting documents in terms of this amendment or provision in the Land Acquisition Trust Fund. Thank you.
Office of Management and Budget. Could I idea condition of appropriations behind the additional sources and a hadlon law? Although even that change could only change delete. Ms. Sam.
Good morning, committee members. Could you repeat the question?
The condition of appropriations. Any budget hot and ADG could a land acquisition fund or department land department. ADG response to change yeah. The not social had documents. AD date AG.
Good morning, committee members. I can forward you the memo that we have received on August the 2nd from the Navajo Land Department from Mr. Mike Halona. I'll forward those to Peggy.
Maybe not Class United Office of Management and Budget. At the Noya Kudoya Chairman Rickness, but it is active legislation again. A need to have all the other Nacha Kudoy, a Heshim by agent than Denigi, by your Dastigi, the budget. You had thought Zigi. Nakigode Othila, Miss Rowena Chermaya, Brenda Holgate, is she have needed the Shunata, Chairmaness, Nahaljish.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairman Henyo, honorable members of the Budget and Finance Committee. Yate Penana, Arodi Koro, Resolution RDCAU-17-22. My agents will be Ms. Rowena Chermaya. She's the delegated DNR's executive director, and also Ms. Brenda Holgate. We have other programs underneath DNR from AML, Department of Agriculture, Fish and Wildlife, Forestry, Journal Land Development Department, Historic Preservation, Land Department, Minerals, Museum, Parks and Rec, Auto Resource Enforcement, as well as Department of Water Resources. I would like to, Honorable Chairman Henyo, give some time over to the Delegated Executive Director, Ms. Chermaya, at this time, sir.
Chairman is could I, Ms. Chermaya?
Good morning. Am I unmuted?
Who did so?
Good morning. Thank you, Chairman Nez, for the introduction. Good morning, everybody. My name is Rowena Chermaya. I am the Department Manager for the Minerals Department. I am the Delegated Director for the Division of Natural Resources. Honorable Chairman Henio, honorable members of the Budget and Finance Committee, honorable members of RDC, thank you for giving me this opportunity to present to you the Division of Natural Resources Budget Overview for FY 2023. Today's overview is in fulfillment of 12 NNC subsection 830I. The Division of Natural Resources is part of the foundation of the Navajo Nation. Its responsibilities are vast and include protecting our natural resources, land, water, animals, forests, vegetation, minerals, protecting them from depletion, contamination, exploitation, and other forms of harm. The Division of Natural Resources Protective History is part of creating history and showcases its culture and beauty to the Navajo people and to the world. We are a steward of the Navajo Nation's great assets. We are 12 departments, unique in our responsibilities, but dependent on each other in achieving the goals of the Navajo Nation. We must continually progress to be effective, progress as our environment changes, as industry changes, and as the world around us changes. This can be very challenging, so we are very proud of the many accomplishments that we are able to achieve, given the limitations we work with. The message I wish to share with you today is this: our accomplishments were achieved through difficult times. We experienced a pandemic with wide-ranging consequences that we still experience today. We continue to struggle with two main things. The first is the ability to timely procure goods and services. The second is the ability to timely hire staff. This is a big problem, and it affects our production levels, the quality of services we provide to our government and to the Navajo people. However, we know that the pandemic is not the only cause of these problems. The pandemic only intensified the problems. The core of the issue lies with the nation's internal processes. Too many unnecessary internal controls are not operating effectively. This, coupled with not enough human resources, have become bottlenecks and choke the government's ability to operate efficiently and productively. This affects hiring personnel, procuring materials and supplies, processing contracts, legal reviews, and much more. The impact on DNR departments and the Navajo Nation at large is detrimental to the quality and quantity of the work that we perform. As the department budgets are presented, I respectfully ask that you keep in mind the obstacles we regularly encounter. Keep in mind our vast responsibilities, our accomplishments thus far, the mission of the Division of Natural Resources, and our desire to serve the Navajo people the best we possibly can. DNR has a proposed comprehensive budget for FY 2023 of $219,434,449. We have a carryover budget of $1,898,817.05. We have an unmet needs budget of $10,648,255. The large carryover request is due to the issues I mentioned above: lack of human resources, difficulty procuring materials, supplies, and services, the length of time for reviews and approvals. The unmet needs budget includes funding requests for department operations and for critical projects. The unmet needs budget also includes 3 recommendations made by Delegate Key Allen Begay. The first for 1, reinstatement of the GWA allocation to all DNR departments that was removed from the FY 2023 base allocation. The second is additional funding to the Department of Agriculture for the District Grazing Committee. And the third is additional funding to the Department of Agriculture for the Major Irrigation Farm Board. We also have a fixed cost budget that we are requesting to remove. This is in the amount of $1,900,100. This budget was prepared for an upcoming annual payment to the U.S. Bureau of Reclamation for capital costs associated with the 500 megawatts that the nation uses under the NGS extension lease. However, it was determined that there is a credit due to the Navajo Nation. Therefore, we wish to remove this budget, use the credit to pay the upcoming December annual payment. Honorable Chairman Henio and honorable members of the Budget and Finance Committee, at this time, I will begin going over the business units budgets, unless you have any questions thus far.
Chairman Henio, this is Delegate Crotty. Ms. Nakai and Chairman Henio on the call.
Okay, I'm here. I'm trying to navigate my. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes,
Okay.
we can.
Okay, I'm trying to navigate back to my window here. Shanada, Delegate Amber Bakrati.
Yes, Chair, I just need a clarifying question regarding the resolution where hearing today, the department or the division mentioned fixed costs. Is the fixed cost resolution a different document, or is that inclusive to the resolution we're hearing today? I need clarification as we move forward, and it helps me as I take notes regarding this budget. Thank you.
The fixed cost is a separate legislation that we heard over in Budget and Finance. This I don't believe it will be part of this budget. Ms. Jeremiah?
Yes. Would you like me to proceed?
No, response regarding the question from Delegate Amber Bakrati regarding your statement about fixed costs.
Thank you, Chairman Henio. Yes, you are correct that the fixed cost budget is separate from this legislation.
Okay.
I just wanted to mention it.
Okay, thank you. Delegate Amber Bakrati, does that help you with your question?
Chairman Henio, it does. Thank you for the clarification.
Kashina, Ms. Jeremiah. Ms. Jeremiah, this is a comprehensive budget hearing. We're here to hear numbers and what the numbers to the budgets are. And so therefore we are limited on time here, as we have many other programs to go over. And therefore we would like to hear your budget numbers. You may proceed.
Chair Henio, this is just on Form 1, right?
It should be on Form 1 and possibly Form 2, the goals. And then if there are any unmet needs and also carryovers. So, Ms. Jeremiah.
Chairman Henio, may I begin?
Yes, please.
The first business unit is 115001. This is for DNR Administration. The current current budget, is $728,358. The proposed budget is $695,895. The difference is minus $32,463. The next budget is business unit 115039 for DNR, the Energy Office. The current budget is $0. The proposed budget is $252,245. The difference is $252,245. I'm now at tab 4. The business unit is 115002. This is for the District Grazing Committee. The current budget is $1,797,726. The proposed budget is $1,797,726. The difference is 0. The next business unit is 115005 for the Eastern Navajo Land Board. The current budget is $448,519. The proposed budget is $448,519. The difference is 0. The next business unit is 115007 for the Major Irrigation Farm Board. The original budget is $816,578. The proposed budget is $816,578. The difference is 0. The next business unit number is 115018 for the Department of Agriculture. The current budget is $966,882. The proposed budget is $966,978 with a difference of $96. The next business unit is 115034 for the Navajo Veterinary and Livestock Program. The current budget is $498,189. The proposed budget is $498,222. The difference is $33. I am now at tab 5. The business unit number is 115025 for Fish and Wildlife. The current budget is $1,251,369. The proposed budget is $1,252,776. The difference is $1,407. The next business unit is 115026 for Animal Control Program. The original budget is, the current budget is $1,571,785. The proposed budget is $1,829,748. The difference is $257,963. The next business unit is 115035 for Fish and Wildlife Zoo Program. The current budget is $555,858.
Chairman.
The proposed budget is $1,206,065. The difference is $650,207.
Chairman, point of order.
Shouldn't that delegate you over here? That point of order? Shouldn't that delegate should be over here? Your point of order.
Okay, point of order. Delegate Yellow here. She's going too fast on this budget. I thought we were going by just a Form 1 to and give information on personal expense on down, all the way down to a indirect cost down to 9,500 series. So we're just going too fast. She's just going through just the total amount of the FY22 and the total amount proposed. That's all she's mentioned. But the This is not a way to review the budget. We need to review by category. 2000 series, 3000 series, and 3005 series on down. What error listen? Or things or then the tab or kizor case, and the tab is not in order to. I got a binder here trying to look for those budget forms. Form 1 takes time to look for it, but she went too fast. Idiot to determine.
Just in this, they'll get Jimmy over here. Mr. Jeremiah, there's a request to go on your Form 1 for each business unit to go by categories, each category, FY 2022, what the allocation was, and what the proposed allocation would be in FY 2023, and what the difference in those amounts are, if there's an increase or decrease, and so forth. That's the request from Delegate Jamil here. So if you could back up and proceed, and he's saying that it's going too fast. He's trying to follow along on the binders. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman Hinio. My apologies, Delegate Yellowhair and everyone else, for me going too quickly. I was under the impression that this was the pace that you wanted it at. I can definitely begin at, for everyone's reference, we're at tab 5. Each of the business units are separated by the blue insert. Some of those budgets are proprietary, so they will be skipped. So we are close to the end of tab 5 after the second blue insert. And I will begin with business unit number 115035, Fish and Wildlife Zoo Program, by object code. Object code 2001, personnel expenses. The current budget is $332,799. The proposed budget is $372,630. The difference is $39,831. Object code 3000, travel expenses. The current budget is $14,533. The proposed budget is $13,567. The difference is minus $966. Object code 3500, meeting expenses, 0. Object code 4000, supplies. The original budget is $171,932. The proposed budget is $139,334. The difference is minus $32,598. Object code 5000, lease and rental. The current budget is $2,000. The proposed budget is $1,000. The difference is minus $1,000. Object code 5500, communications and utilities. The current budget is $2,314. The proposed budget is $2,398. The difference is $84. Object code 6000, repairs and maintenance. The current budget is $8,000. The proposed budget is $155,000. The difference is $147,000. Object code 6500, contractual services. The original budget is $10,000. Proposed budget is $8,000. The difference is minus $2,000. Object code 7000, special transactions. The current budget is $14,280. Proposed budget is $14,135. The difference is minus $145. Object code 9000, capital outlay. The original budget is 0. The proposed budget is $500,000. The difference is $500,000. The total amount of the current budget is $550,858. The proposed budget is $1,206,065. The difference is $650,207. The next business unit, the next general fund business unit is under tab 6. And this is for business unit 115023 for forestry department. Under object code 2001 personnel expenses, the current budget is $165,322. The proposed budget is $178,720. The difference is $13,398. Object code 4000, supplies. The current budget is $17,626. The proposed budget is $10,374. This is a difference of minus $7,252. Object code 5500, communications and utilities. The current budget is $14,000. The proposed budget is $8,000. The difference is minus $6,000. Object code 7000, special transactions. The current budget is $1,739. The proposed budget is $1,639. The difference is minus $100. The total for the current budget is $198,687. The total for the proposed budget is $198,733. The total difference is $46. We are at tab 7. The next business unit is 115038 for the General Land Development Department. Under Object Code 2001 Personnel Expenses, the current budget is $457,520. The proposed budget is $459,422 for a difference of $1,902. Object Code 3000 Travel Expenses. The current budget is $24,466. The proposed budget is $28,470. The difference is $4,004. Object Code 4000 Supplies. The current budget is $11,718. The proposed budget is $8,891. The difference is minus $2,827. Object Code 5000, Lease and Rental. The current budget is $600. The proposed budget is $0. The difference is minus $600. Object Code 5500, Communications and Utilities. The current budget is $15,880. The proposed budget is $15,660. The difference is minus $220. Object Code 7000, Special Transactions. The current budget is $10,807. The proposed budget is $8,470. The difference is minus $2,337. The total current budget is $520,991. The total proposed budget is $520,913. The total difference is minus $78. We are now at tab 8. The next business unit is 115024 for the Navajo Nation Heritage and Historic Preservation Department. Object Code 2001 Personnel Expenses. The current budget, $528,430. Proposed budget, $550,555. The difference is $22,125. Object Code 3000 Travel Expenses. The current budget is $19,793. The proposed budget is $16,578. The difference is minus $215. Object code 3500 meeting expenses. The current budget $2,523. The proposed budget $2,691. The difference $168. Object code 4000 supplies. The current budget $20,149. The proposed budget $13,043. The difference minus $7,106. Object code 5000 lease and rental. Current budget $5,717. Proposed budget $3,680. The difference minus $2,037. Object code 5500 communications and utilities. Current budget $8,040. Proposed budget $8,040. Difference 0. Object code 6000 repairs and maintenance. Current budget $3,521. Proposed budget $1,318. A difference of minus $2,203. Object code 6500 contractual services. Current budget $6,300. Proposed budget $3,100. The difference $3,200. Object code 7000 special transactions. The current budget is $11,387. The proposed budget is $7,532. The difference is minus $3,855. The total current budget is $605,860. The total proposed budget is $606,537. The total difference is $677. We are now at tab 9. This is business unit number 115021 for Navajo Land Department. Object code 2001 personnel expenses. $1,118,864 is the current budget. $1,214,251 is the proposed budget. $95,387 is the difference. Object code 3000 travel expenses. The current budget is $69,227. The proposed budget is $109,242. The difference is $40,015. 4000 supplies. The current budget is $87,196. The proposed budget is $166,340. The difference is $79,144. Object code 5000 lease and rental. The current budget is $17,369. The proposed budget is $8,261. The difference is minus $9,108. Object code 5500 communications and utilities. The original budget is $23,704. The proposed budget is $28,846. The difference is $5,142. Object code 6000 repairs and maintenance. The current budget $73,753. The proposed budget $541,574. The difference is $467,821. Object code 6500 contractual services. The current budget is 0. The proposed budget is $11,100. The difference is minus $11,100. Object code 7000 special transactions. The current budget is $15,519. The proposed budget is $16,063. The difference is $544. The total current budget is $1,405,632. The total proposed budget is $2,095,677. The difference is $690,045. The next budget is behind the blue insert. The business unit number is 115037 for Navajo Land Title Data System. Object code 2001, personnel expenses. The current budget is $275,427. The proposed budget is $300,802. The difference is $25,375. Object code 3000, travel expenses. The current budget is $36,035. The proposed budget is $44,520. The difference is $8,485. Object code 4000, supplies. The current budget, $71,458. Proposed budget, $136,673. The difference, $65,215. Object code 5000, lease and rental. Current budget, $4,000. Proposed budget, $6,500. The difference, $2,500. Object code 5500, communications and utilities. The current budget, $16,180. The proposed budget, $16,180. The difference is $0. Object code 6000, repairs and maintenance. The current budget is $157,350. The proposed budget is $48,000. The difference is minus $109,350. Object code 7000, special transactions. The current budget, $10,171. The proposed budget, $17,980. The difference, $7,809. The total current budget is $570,621. The total proposed budget is $570,655. The total difference is $34. We are now at tab 10. This is for business unit number 115004 for the Minerals Department. Object code 2001, personnel expenses. The current budget is $716,021. The proposed budget is $746,857. The difference is $30,836. Object code 3000, travel expenses. The current budget is $29,562. The proposed budget is $25,564. The difference is minus $998. Object code 4000, supplies. The current budget is $20,550. The proposed budget is $23,550. The difference is $3,000. Object code 5000, lease and rental. The current budget is $3,600. The proposed budget is $1,200. The difference is minus $2,400. Object code 5500, communications and utilities. The current budget is $13,400. The proposed budget is $3,600. The difference is minus $9,800. Object code 6000, repairs and maintenance. The current budget is $26,970. The proposed budget is $15,574. The difference is minus $11,396. Object Code 7000, Special Transactions. The original budget is $10,600. The proposed budget is $5,195. The difference is minus $5,405. The total current budget is $820,703. The total proposed budget is $821,540. The difference is $837. We are now at tab 11. Business unit number 115017, Navajo Nation Museum General Fund. Object Code 2001, Personnel Expenses. The current budget is $263,497. The proposed budget is $289,103. The difference is $25,606. Object Code 3000, Travel Expenses. The current budget is $13,258. The proposed budget is $9,951. The difference is minus $3,307. Object Code 4000, Supplies. The current budget is $16,840. The proposed budget is $3,200. The difference is minus $13,640. Object Code 5500, Communications and Utilities. The current budget is $4,800. The proposed budget is $3,732. The difference is minus $1,068. Object Code 6000, Repairs and Maintenance. The current budget, $5,572. The proposed budget, $3,272. The difference, minus $2,300. Object Code 6500, Contractual Services. The current budget, $8,100. The proposed budget, $4,200. The difference, minus $3,900. Object Code 7000, Special Transactions. The current budget, $8,965. The proposed budget, $7,721. The difference, minus $1,244. The total current budget is $321,032. The total proposed budget is $321,179. The total difference is $147. We are now at tab 12. Behind the blue inserts. This will be a new business unit for the Navajo Parks and Recreation Department. The current budget for Object Code 2001 Personnel Expenses is $0. The proposed budget is $0. The difference is $0. Object Code 3000 Travel Expenses. The current budget is $0. The proposed budget is $5,600. The difference is $5,600. Object Code 4000 Supplies. The current budget is $0. The proposed budget is $170,600. The difference is of $170,600. Object Code 5500 Communications and Utilities. The current budget is $0. The proposed budget is $8,000. The difference is $8,000. Object Code 7000 Special Transactions. The original budget is $0. The proposed budget is $8,000. The difference is $8,000. Object Code 9000 Capital Outlay. The original budget is $0. The proposed budget is $57,800. The difference is $57,800. The total original budget is $0. The total proposed budget is $250,000. The difference is $250,000. We are now at tab 13. Business unit number 115027 for the Department of Resource Enforcement. Object code 2001 personnel expenses. The current budget is $1,170,347. The proposed budget is $1,082,922. The difference is minus $87,425. Object code 3000 travel expenses. The current budget is $398,386. The proposed budget is $599,828. The difference is $201,442. Object code 4000 supplies. The current budget is $88,850. The proposed budget $174,165. The difference is $85,315. Object code 5000 lease and rental. The current budget is $1,646. The proposed budget is $0. The difference is minus $1,646. Object code 5500 communications and utilities. The current budget is $96,880. The proposed budget is $62,120. The difference is minus $34,760. Object code 6000 repairs and maintenance. The current budget is $55,103. Proposed budget $32,000. The difference is minus $23,103. Object code 6500 contractual services. The original budget $42,500. The proposed budget is $0. The difference is minus $42,500. Object code 7000 special transactions. The current budget is $59,277. The proposed budget $36,746. The difference is minus $22,531. Object code 9000 capital outlay. The current budget is $63,500. The proposed budget is $0. The difference is minus $63,500. The total current budget is $1,976,489. The proposed budget is $1,987,780. The total difference is $11,291. We are now at tab 14. Business unit number 115009. Object code 2001 personnel expenses. I'm sorry, did I say that this is for water management branch? Object code 2001 personnel expenses. The current budget is $188,966. Proposed budget $211,106. The difference is $22,140. Object code 3000 travel expenses. Current budget $17,237. Proposed budget $11,892. A difference of minus $5,345. Object code 4000 supplies. The current budget is $9,400. The proposed budget is $3,435, a difference of minus $5,965. Object code 5500 communications and utilities. The current budget $4,655. The proposed budget $4,320. The difference minus $335. Object code 6000 repairs and maintenance. The current budget is $2,000. The proposed budget is $0. The difference is minus $2,000. Object code 6500 contractual services. The current budget is $3,000. The proposed budget is $0. The difference is minus $3,000. Object code 7000, special transactions. The current budget is $7,752. The proposed budget is $2,375. The difference is minus $5,377. The total current budget is $233,010. The proposed budget is $233,128, a difference of $118. We are now the same tab, tab 14, but behind the blue insert. The next business unit is 115011 for DWR Administration. Object code 2001, personnel expenses. The original budget, $285,411. The proposed budget, $302,501. The difference is $17,090. Object code 3000, travel expenses. The current budget is $18,211. The proposed budget is $19,054. The difference is $843. Object code 4000, supplies. The current budget is $6,727. The proposed budget is $776. The difference is minus $5,951. Object code 5000, lease and rental. The current budget is $2,137. Proposed budget is $2,290. The difference is $153. Object code 5500, communications and utilities. The current budget is $13,176. The proposed budget is $3,820. The difference is minus $9,356. Object code 6000, repairs and maintenance. Current budget is $2,003. The proposed budget is $954. The difference is minus $1,049. Object code 7000, special transactions. The current budget is $4,682. The proposed budget is $3,071. The difference is minus $1,611. The total current budget is $332,347. The total proposed budget is $332,466. The difference is $119. We are still at tab 14. It's behind the next blue insert. This is business unit number 115012 for water resources, technical and construction. Object code 2001, personnel expenses. Current budget is $1,361,208. Proposed budget is $1,311,224. The difference is minus $49,984. Object code 3000, travel expenses. The current budget, $195,759. Proposed budget, $197,390. The difference is $1,631. Object code 4000, supplies. The current budget, $165,000. The proposed budget, $326,000. The difference is $161,000. Object code 5500, communications and utilities. The current budget is $18,600. The proposed budget, $18,600. The difference is $0. Object code 6000, repairs and maintenance. The current budget is $155,005. The proposed budget is $535,499, and the difference is $380,494. 6500, contractual services. The current budget, $5,600. The proposed budget, $18,000. The difference, $12,400. Object code 7000, special transactions. Current budget, $54,288. Proposed budget, $52,271. The difference is minus $2,017. The total current budget is $1,955,460. The total proposed budget is $2,458,984. The difference is $503,524. We are now at behind the next blue tab, the blue insert. Business unit number 115013, Water Resources / Operation and Maintenance. Object code 2001, Personnel Expenses, $2,486,066. Proposed budget, $2,442,105. The difference is minus $43,961. Object code 3000, Travel Expenses. The current budget, $257,128. The proposed budget, $328,679. The difference is $71,551. Object code 4000, Supplies. The current budget is $97,954. The proposed budget is $97,954. The difference is $0. Object code 5000, Lease and Rental. The current budget is $2,000. The proposed budget is $2,000. The difference is $0. Object code 5500, Communications and Utilities. The current budget is $51,720. The proposed budget is $39,720. The difference is minus $12,000. Object code 6000, Repairs and Maintenance. The current budget is $107,841. The proposed budget is $83,207. The difference is minus $24,634. Object code 6500, Contractual Services. The current budget is $4,300. The proposed budget is $4,300. The difference is $0. Object code 7000, Special Transactions. The current budget is $55,583. The proposed budget is $65,388. The difference is $9,805. The total for the current budget is $3,062,592. The total for the proposed budget is $3,063,353. The difference is $761. And that concludes the business unit numbers for the general fund account. We have a total of unmet needs of $10,269,373. Hold on one moment, I'm sorry. I misstated. We have an unmet needs budget of $10,648,255. We have a carryover budget of $1,898,817.05. And that concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. budget balance and legi. Is this going to include all the business units for natural resources?
Yes.
Okay, including the contracts?
This includes just the general funds.
Okay, do the contract accounts too.
Chair Henio, do you mean the external funds?
Yes. That's what, because contract accounting went over, because that was part of the budget summary report. So that consists of the whole budget. So the external funds too also.
Okay, we will start with behind tab 3. And this is for Navajo AML Reclamation Department. Do you wish me to go through every line item as I did before? Because it is a lot.
If you could just do the highlights, like that with each business unit, what the FY22 allocation was for the entire business unit, and then what the FY23 allocation would be, and then what's still not yet expended. If the business units are too large, for the sake of time, Ms. Jeremiah.
Okay, give me a moment, please.
Okay, thank you, and just proceed whenever you're ready.
Total C0.
Chairman, this is Delegate Yellow here.
Isn't that Delegate Jimmy Yellow here?
Oh, yeah, it's been announced to the chairman. But under a Division of Natural Resource Budget, General Fund Betrati, a cook out of that business on the general funds, get it all you. They should, under Mr. B.L.'s brother, they should have summary sheet for this type of a just general fund summary should be a front page, so can be easy to review these general funds. I got what they not being put on here, so the vision don't listen that on some answers case either. You should this the debit summary sheet and not the total amount of car by the business unit number. Being so they got $1,000 in it for accountability, especially for us as Budget Finance Committee. We have to understand the total amount. It about distance still. I think right now your request is legitimate, Mr. determine to do a contract. Yeah, contract got to be read to here. On the binding it on not a net or to the here. That is my suggestions and my recommendations. Plus here to the.
For a summary sheet for the business units overall.
This is Rowena.
Ms. Chairman, are you ready to proceed?
Yes, I have a quick question. Would
Yes.
you like us to read just the total for the external funds? Like we can start with the external funds. For example, Minerals Department, the total external fund is $5,289,070. Or do you want us to go to the budget form 6 for each of the external funds that make up that $5,289,070?
Okay, and let's use minerals for example. How many business units are under minerals?
We have the general fund account, and then there would be 4 pay accounts that make up that $5,289,070. But
Okay.
many of the departments have a lot of pay accounts.
Okay, what's for the sake of time, just go over the minerals, just what the allocations are for each, and then what's unexpended if you have that figure available, because that's always the question, is the unexpended funds K accounts.
Chair Henio, the unexpended K accounts are reported out in the OMB report.
Yeah.
That's what I see, but let's just, Mr. Chairman, if you could just go do a high level overview of the K accounts real quickly, and then we can move forward with that. This is how what you suggested.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to use, for everybody's reference, I'm going to use the OMB report, the budget summary by fund type. And I will be reading off the last column before the total column. The column heading is Special Revenue Fund External. So for business unit number 115004, Minerals Department, the proposed budget is $5,289,070. For business unit number 115009, Department of Water Resources, Water Resource Management, the proposed budget totals $105,686,508. Business unit 115011 for Department of Water Resources, the proposed budget is $1,715,325. Business unit 115012 for Department of Water Resources, their technical/construction branch. The proposed budget is $3,132,173. For business unit 115013, Department of Water Resources Operations and Maintenance branch. The proposed budget is $29,149,781. Business unit 115023 for the Forestry Department. The proposed budget is $4,358,235. For business unit 115024 for the Heritage and Historic Preservation Department, the proposed budget is $3,255,973. For business unit 115025 Fish and Wildlife Department. The proposed budget is $14,284,787. For Business Unit 115038, General Land Development Department, the proposed budget is $2,183,797. For the new business unit for Parks and Recreation Department, the proposed budget would be $137,600. For the Navajo AML UMTRA Department, $12,332,195. The total external fund proposed budget is $181,525,444. That concludes the external funds, Chairman Henio.
Thank you, Ms. Chairman. And so with that, let's move forward to Chairman Nez Shenandoah. Does that complete your presentation for the Department Division of Natural Resources budget?
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairman Henio, Ado Budget and Finance Committee, Korodi Program, Division of Natural Resources. Ms. Chairman, for doing the presentation for our programs that we are the oversight over as RDC. Ado Koron Hisnahasna Don Hisashali, Gishin, John Hin Hoholni, and Arno Senegi Budget and Finance, the qui based on that Jodo Kohota Kediki, whatever is in these budgets and what is being requested. Anshin I dos kidoshin his behodosi. So just ask your questions and Ms. Chermai and her staff will respond to some of your questions, and then we can go ahead and pass these legislations that are before us today. So so Honorable Chairman Henio, we would like the support of Budget and Finance Committee to move forward with these legislations, but it would be up to you, sir. And then Chairman Henio and Budget and Finance Committee. Back to you, Chairman Henio. Thank you.
Chairman Nez, the Budget and Finance Committee. Has the Division of Natural Resource budget for FY 2023. So, Kadeya Kudan Idikit, Clash Idolkit.
Hello, Chairman. This is Delegate Yo here.
But Kushin Delegate Jamil here, Ada.
But over now, this can be under a business unit number 115013. That is a water resource, ECOB operation and maintenance. But oh yeah, that's under tab 14. If you talk about any position that's in there, by Navajo Nation Council, Earthen Dam Reservoir by during the time of budgets. But all be in the could all the heavy equipment operator, increasing a vacancy, Latida. Also equipment operator too. I don't know what's between the two. Heavy equipment operator. But the needs of vacancy gives about 10 positions that's our vacancy for those two position titles, job title, equipment operator and also heavy equipment operator. those are vacancy. What are these guys do anyway? Because from Black Mesa, I announced my concerns and my request to have Black Mesa to build a rebuilt reservoir, restore reservoir, or earth and sand reservoir, restore those 8-inch for under 5 chapters. Go. Ila kom peso ntal nasibe peso o using that what ela peso halola. Aro there's one irrigation supervisor too. But lati tator nsontal snego. He not it all and then in kay ha on scale neti under a the Psalm Tinhinas the 110 chapters. Tori gande Nishi not it under natural resource kuran hata nishi even out of kid. There's quite a bit of vacancy when are going to put it to use. But 11 not what sort of issue, what sort of problems can you work out with a human resource to do something about it? Or to hold in position diaphragm. Highlight our human resource, then they cut or with a human resource when it comes to being a committee. We need to bring this to attention to human resource. There's quite a bit. There's about maybe, I don't know how many positions there's vacancy in entire Navajo Nation. Nation Audit Kit out just the first things on this business year number 115013. Thank you, Chairman. Next enough.
Here, National Delegate Jimmy Yola here. Could I defer back to Shanada Chairmaness, your agent, Ms. Jeremiah, for response?
Chairman Henio, this is Rowena Jeremiah. I'm going to defer to the Department Director, Jason John, to answer.
Hold on, please, Ms. Jeremiah, please. Chairmaness.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairman Henio. I will have Ms. Jeremiah respond to these questions, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Sheena. Ms. Jeremiah, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chairman Henio. For the department questions, I'm going to defer to the department directors to answer the questions. And so in this case, Mr. Jason John can answer Delegate Yellowhair's question. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Jeremiah. Mr. Jason John, are you on the call this morning?
Good morning. This is Jason John.
Kashina, Mr. John. Peggy, please, before you proceed, Peggy will administer the oath.
Jason, could you state your name for the record, please?
Jason John.
Okay, raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth in the testimony you're about to give?
I do.
Thank you. Proceed.
Peggy. Welcome, Mr. Jason John. Respond to Shanada Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair.
Good morning, Chair and committee members. The vacancies for the heavy equipment operators and equipment operators has been an ongoing issue this past fiscal year, and we've been communicating with the division and Department of Personnel Management about the problem of underpaid employees in these positions. If you were to compare the wage rates for these positions to other companies or other programs outside of the Navajo Nation, for the most part, you would see a $10 per an hour difference between what the Navajo Nation pays and what everybody else pays these employees of the similar positions. For that reason, it's been very difficult to hire and retain these equipment operators. And it's not something that's going to change very quickly unless we can update the wage scale for these positions. And I don't know how long that will take with the Department of Personnel Management. But it is an ongoing issue that we're hoping to address. For that reason, a lot of the vacant positions that you see in this business unit, they're prorated, not the entire hours for the entire year. They're only allocated a portion of the hours in the budget because we know it can be difficult to hire these staff. If they are filled, then we can do a budget transfer into these positions to make them whole. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. John, for the response to the question. Back to Chairman Nez. Let's go to that. Complete your response. Chairman Nez.
Chair Hinio, they do have a meeting going on at the same time.
Oh, I kind of figured that out here. I was looking at the emails. So let's move forward back to Budget and Finance Committee. Budget and Finance Committee. Any further questions, comments?
Delegate Yellow Hair.
Delegate Jimmy Yellow Hair, you have the floor.
I'm not really satisfied with the answer from Mr. Jason Johns, as he knows that we're talking about water. What can he do about this? Are we going to just talk about it in fiscal year 2023 will be coming up in October 1st and we don't do anything about it? Not work. Like I said, they have to do something to work with the Human Resource Office. They need to start working on it. If they can't work on it, they need to leave the job. I see the whole Navajo Nation. So, but I how hate it on the sheet upon that. So, stood the toba ye t-shirt different team of that. I see with the whole year.
They'll get Yellow Hair. They'll get Yellow Hair.
Yeah.
You can staff up buses the day out here. Job by out here. John and Yegon Hunt they do their best to get everything moving. So, and Haba Hans and this and that. You have the floor.
Rotiba has the need as the chairman. Also, what at 8 or less. But even night or what 8 or less. I has kept at a lot. Hot on the dead net has killed. Shading and Shigi at the dawn, I have right to talk about it. So they're full-time employed. They have to do something about it. Did overnight being a community, Shibana did understand so that on again you get as a councilman. So I think I have right to say what I want to say, brother. But the net of children over 18 to those signs, their mature mind, even not they could open at this construction supervisor, had had yes. Auto and that they have equipment operator, in 3 positions vacant. Auto EQ equipment operator position 5. Even not the skin hospital based on honestly need clinic being a committee. So I have a rightness to the chairman. Out and then need a hot aid. Chairman, here and in my
that Delegate Yellow Hair. Like I said, couldn't you know what's a daisy? You know it on the day no. إيبت كداني الآيات إيبت تسي زدو حتى أكو سبعة نزل شنو أنت أخذه back to Chairman Nez.
الشيء شنان أنا ثانيكي Chairman Henio أدو شنا أشي شنا لا أدو Jimmy Yellow here أخذ أبين عن سيس كيس دو خيت أرن خان سيس كيس دا ألا أنا الشويت إنه بعيد إنتي نيسه even that she could based on that jogi she is a been yen da and the store out ahead of a night the kid go a job a night the kid go out a yacht echo navigiat hit oh big that it he anilcho a coishi that edito to iran and indicate that a caution and not senegi or bahas the ha what is a so even yehodon da ideal kid. I don't see it or later Chairman Henio. We can move ahead and with our budget presentations. I don't see but oh da the kid gishi up in hitting the hadna or later. I see it
Excuse me, Chair Nez, you're breaking up. We can't hear you.
What about now?
We can hear you now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So, Mr. Chairman, your committee is more than welcome to ask questions to our program, the presenters, and we're pretty much transparent about the budgets. And back to you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much.
Chairman Nez. I don't know so the actually not the kid for Division of Natural Resources.
Delegate Chairman, this is Delegate Yell here.
Delegate Jimmy Yell here.
Yeah, no, kudos to the Odin and this not Ani. I respect the prayer, yes, but by that it's a hot and she's my response to you. But a construction supervisor. Is a even on a vacancy. I don't that could at either base art additional senate equipment operator, though heavy equipment operator. A in on the base art or if not this kid straight out of she's not on that Chairman. Yeah.
For your follow-up question. Back to Chairman Nez, response to the agent.
Chairman,
thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chairman Henio. Let me have Mr. Jason John respond to that, sir. Mr. John, thank you.
Yes, thank you. When we are working on projects out in the field, the staff who are doing the work, they have to have a supervisor. And that's what the construction supervisors do. They provide guidance to the equipment operators and the heavy equipment operators as they're doing the work. That's what the construction supervisor does. And they, in turn, report back to the administration at Water Resources on the activity of the work. The heavy equipment operators, they typically drive the large heavy equipment, bulldozers and other heavy equipment that is out there. Regular equipment operators don't necessarily have to operate those large equipment. But there is a need for these guys to work together depending on the activity out in the field. A lot of aspects of work, whether it's on windmills or earthen dams or livestock tanks, they all involve some level of equipment operators or heavy equipment operators to deliver supplies to those sites or move dirt. But it is, right now we currently have about 3 crews working on earthen dams. And of course, the 3 crews that are out there is obviously not enough based on the need across the Navajo Nation. There are approximately 4,000 earthen dams on the Navajo Nation, and we are constantly getting requests to repair earthen dams. And with these 3 crews out there working full time, they just don't have enough resources or additional staff to try to meet that need. So that is an ongoing issue with the department, is trying to get additional staff to assist the existing crews that are out there. And when we could say, well, we could hire new staff who come into these positions at a higher wage scale, other than entry level. At level A, they could be hired at a level C or D or E, but that may cause some issues with the long-term dedicated staff who have not reached those levels. And that is a concern of mine, is to have long-term dedicated staff making less than entry-level new employees. And that's why we prefer to work with the Department of Personnel Management to upgrade the wage scale of all of these positions. Thank you.
Mr. Jason John. The chairman does that complete your response?
Yes, sir. Back to you, sir.
I understand you have a meeting going, so if we'll respect that if you respond to when I call out for you. I understand you're busy, so Shananta. Back to Budget and Finance Committee, Kuda. Any further questions, comments?
This is Vice Chair Smith, Chairman.
Vice Chair Smith, you have the floor.
So I've been diligently listening to the best of my ability on behalf of the budget presentation on the resolution before us, RDCAU-17-22. It was very lengthy, and we'll be moving into the next resolution, which would be under RDC, item I, J, and K, and L, and M, and then N would be executive session. I've been diligently looking through the laptop trying to locate this resolution, but can't find it. And I've been patiently trying to locate it without disrupting the presenter or the meeting. So therefore, I don't have the hard copies with me, and the reason why I don't have the hard copies with me is because I couldn't pick them up based on the fact that I was on a vehicle that couldn't haul additional papers. So Shananda, could we have that emailed to us on the resolutions that are coming up? Because there is questions and there is concerns that come forth, and these are very important to address and to assist in behalf of helping out Division of Natural Resources as a budget hearing we have. Shananda, thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Smith. Peggy?
Chair, I didn't hear everything. I've got all these emails asking me for questions and stuff like that. Can you repeat that for me, please? I'm sorry. Apologies.
Vice Chair Smith is requesting that as we move along the agenda, starting with this legislation, 17-22, and then the next one, and thereafter all the way to the executive session. He's requesting that the legislations be emailed to him so he can follow along, because he does not have the hard copies available to him right now, and at the same time, he's been trying to look through his emails to see if the legislations have been emailed out. So if you would send email the copies of the hard electronic copy, I should say, of the legislations, so we could review them beforehand.
Chair, thank you. Trying to find the document here that was emailed out at 9:35. The RDC resolutions, and I believe I forwarded them before that. I got these on the 8th. And so I did send, I think I sent those twice or something like that, but I can send those out again.
Thank you.
I just did, so 11:04, you should have those copies. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
And then on the DNR budget, we don't have electronic copies. We just have those jump drives, and that's all that was provided to us.
Okay, thank you. I just want our Budget and Finance Committee. If we can't find a legislation, I usually go to the DIBS, and that's where I find a lot of legislations. So I can't find them on my email, just for reference. Yeah, thank you. With that, any further questions, comments on our Budget and Finance Committee?
Chairman Henio, this is Delegate Crotty with the question.
You have the floor.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Appreciate the time. Chairman Nez for sponsoring this legislation. I'd like to ask Department of Land regarding their condition of appropriation and their non-compliance. And looking at the RDC resolution when it comes to land acquisition funds, I'd like to get an update in terms of what is being requested and why that condition of appropriation has not been completed. So it's been nearly 10 months since the budget was passed last year. So that's my first question, Chairman. The second question was, Ms. Jeremiah mentioned the issue regarding procurement, and that seems to be a chronic issue across all Navajo Nation programs. And so what steps are being taken by executive or the program, either division director at these weekly division meetings, to address the procurement issues when there's a statement that there's too much internal oversight? I'm not sure. It wasn't internal oversight. It was like internal mechanisms. We do have to abide by auditing or standard accounting practices, but I would like to know if the programs feel that there's areas that could be modified that would not harm or jeopardize Navajo funding. And I believe in complete transparency. And so my hope is at one point all of us can see this budget online and understand where every dollar goes. The third question is regarding hiring. I didn't hear any solutions or recommendations, or I'm still reviewing I don't see any legislative concerns. Then what are the programs doing to rectify this issue? What meetings are you having with the Department of Human Resources? How are you working with your oversight to address these issues? So, for example, there is the Navajo Behavioral Health did go through the legislative process to allow the program, and if I can remember correctly, if they could identify or if they could demonstrate that they had the funding, then they could increase their pay scale. I'm not sure if any program who's on this call has done that, but I would need to know what solution-based activities the programs are doing to ensure that the hiring process is expedited, so that we don't have these chronic delays of direct services out to our people. The fourth question is regarding the carryover. I did hear that the procurement and the hiring does create this carryover. And so at what time as a nation or as a division going to look at either addressing this carryover when you're requesting additional funding from the Navajo Nation Council, or should there be areas where there's an automatic carryover since there's such chronic internal issues, and that you will not have to depend on the council to take action to carry over that funding if it's important to, life-saving measures, if it's important to conserving and making sure that we're preventing any type of contamination on our land. The fifth question is regarding your unmet need. I'd like to ask the presenter, the agent, to provide a little bit more insight in the unmet need. If the Oversight Committee is recommending to allow the Land Acquisition Trust Fund for additional expenses like operating and supplies, I would think maybe the solution then is this division's unmet need then come out of the Land Acquisition Fund, since that could help support the division meeting its financial needs without trying to tap in to other resources like the permanent trust income, because that's actually the funding that is identified to be used for all of these unmet needs. Thank you, Chair. My hope is that the program was able to hear those questions and respond. Thank you.
For your questions. With this, I defer back to Chairman Nez, to Ms. Chermaya. Chairman Nez.
Okay, thank you, Chairman Henio, for that, as well as Shumaya's Honorable Crowdy, Corona items, Kitiki, She, Corona, on change hot, or I'll have Ms. Chermaya as well as Mr. Halona speak to the Navajo Land Department's condition of appropriations, concerns with the Land Acquisition Trust Fund, the hiring that was mentioned, as well as the contamination of lands and unmet needs. So, Mr. Chairman, let me go to Ms. Chermaya first, and then Mr. Halona. I don't know if Mr. Halona needs to take the oath. Mr. Chairman.
Chairman is Mr. Halona, Navajo Land Department. Mr. Mike Halona.
Good morning, Yate Ben. Can you hear me?
Oh, we can hear you. And before you respond, Peggy, if you would administer the oath.
Yate, can you state your name for the record, please, raising your right hand?
Okay.
You state your name for the record, please.
Mike Halona.
Do you swear to tell the truth in the testimony you're about to give?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Proceed.
Would you like me to proceed, Chair?
Okay, let's change out Mr. Halona, if you would proceed, respond to that question.
Thank you, Chair. Chairman Hino, the Budget and Finance Committee. Based on the Chairman Nez, the Resource Development Committee, Division of Natural Resources, colleagues, staff, Yatepen. We had submitted a draft response to the COA after the conclusion of the budget hearings last year. And then after that point, we refined the COA several times with comments and resubmitted them. And our principal attorney, Division of Natural Resource, has been the one working on that as well, and finalized it and did submit it in the second quarter as required to DOJ. And since then, we've had several different discussions over the COA. There's been different changes made by different individuals within DOJ from the beginning of who we worked with previously as to who had been reviewing the documents towards the end of submittal. And some more changes were made. We did have a meeting. We had also had a meeting with the Office of the President and Vice President over the COA, and that it was still a working document. And since then, we've made the changes and had submitted it over to OMB. That's the last that I know of it. There is that has been submitted, and that's what I know. And if Robert Allen is on the line, he can also add anything that I have left out, if you have.
Thank you, Mr. Halona, for your response. And Mr. Robert Allen, are you on the call?
Yes, sir, I'm on the call.
Okay. Would you be able to provide a response to the question?
Yes, I can.
Okay, if you would, hold on, Peggy. You would administer the oath.
Could you state your name for the record, please?
Robert Allen, A-L-L-A-N.
Okay, raising your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth in the testimony you're about to give?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Allen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the Budget and Finance Committee, members of the council, my colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. We did receive a condition of appropriation to draft amendments to the Land Acquisition Act, as well as the trust fund provisions of the Navajo Nation Code. We did develop that through a work group, and our draft from DNR and the Land Acquisition Work Group went over to DOJ for legal review on March 14th. We recently received the review back, and it was deemed insufficient. The Department of Justice wanted additional changes from what we recommended. And there were some concerns from our departments within DNR and also the Office of the President and Vice President about the markups. The markups incorporated all of the desires that our oversight committee wanted, our departments, the division, and Office of President and Vice President. So we had an initial meeting with the Department of Justice on July 25th to discuss our concerns. There were 5 of them. At that time, one of the concerns was satisfactorily addressed. However, from the Taxation and Finance Unit, one of the attorneys that made some of the markups was not available until Wednesday, August 10th. And we did have a meeting on that afternoon. So based on that meeting, Department of Justice sent me their electronic copy. As of yesterday, I submitted our markups with a view to making that the final document, and that we will resubmit that. I haven't heard back from DOJ yet. I did circulate the amendments, our additional language that would address our concerns to our work group, our department's Office of President, Vice President, and DOJ, and that's where we're at this point. Once we're very close to, I think that we are in substantial compliance with the condition of appropriation. We are on our final markups, and once that's done, the legislation, we will submit the amendments to the legislative process. In order for the amendments to occur, it has to go to our oversight committee, Navajo, and then to Navajo Nation Council, since they're amendments to the Navajo Nation Code. The amendments are fairly, I think, substantial, based on a lot of the problems we had in the past, all of the issues that arose over the Washington building acquisition. We now have a investment policy, a Navajo Nation master investment policy. To many of us here at DNR who actually do the land acquisitions, there were provisions in there that we had not been advised of. And now we are, and we have better understanding, all of us, from NNDOJ, DNR, and OPVP, about the concerns concerning the trust fund use and how it's managed. Many of the changes that Department of Justice wanted focus a lot on the trust fund itself, that language in the code. So we had in-depth discussions about some of our acquisitions, how we do them, what our view in the future is, what we're working on, and how that would apply to their concerns. So we now have a very good understanding. The master investment policy has come about some 20 plus years after the original legislation we put together in 1990s was written. And there's a better understanding, evolution, and management of trust funds generally within the Navajo Nation. And that's my report. Thank you. If there are any other questions, I can answer them.
Chairman Henio, this is Delegate Rick Nez. Ms. Chermaya could and may respond to the other questions that were brought forth by Honorable Crotty, if you will, Chair.
Oh, Shinada, you may proceed.
Okay, Ms. Chermaya.
Thank you, Chairman Nez. To answer Honorable Delegate Crotty's questions about procurement, what's being done? Have any areas been modified? The hiring, the pay scale, all of that is related to the same core problem. And to my knowledge, the Division of Natural Resources, we have not done anything about it to the extent of, how should I say this? We were not in a position to change policy. So we go by what the policy is. We go by what is in the Personnel Policies Manual. We go by what DPM policy is. And so, as I stated before, the core problem are with the internal processes that are policy. So this has to be for, the one thing that we are doing is we are raising our concerns now. We are now stepping up and voicing that this cannot continue when we are expected to fulfill our, the requirements behind the budget. We cannot fulfill those requirements and our obligations when we don't have the resources that are necessary to do so. And it's many things that are the core problem. For example, before anything even gets to the Department of Personnel Management, prospective employees need to go through a background check. And this background check, it's put in place for good reasons. But now, just about every single Navajo Nation employee, prospective employee, has to go through a background check. And these background checks, if you've heard that they can take over 6 months, sometimes 9 months, that is not an exaggeration. So we have potential employees. We interview them, then they say, okay, I'm interested in the position. I want the position. It's like, okay, well, you have to go through a background check because this position has been designated a sensitive position. By the time that they are done going through 6 months, 9 months, the employee has given up, or they've found employment elsewhere. Then we have to start the process over. Another situation, let's say they do go through the background check, they have a favorable background check, and they are now going through DPM policy. Then there's a salary issue. They know what the entry level is, which is very low, and which, by the way, what we have to budget for new vacancies, for new positions in our budget. We have to budget at the A step, which is called entry level. This, a lot of times, is not sufficient for prospective employees, but we may recommend to Department of Personnel, we can recommend that the prospective employee come in at a B step or a C step if they have sufficient experience or education. But that's left up to DPM. That sometimes is approved, but our budgets, especially the general fund budgets, don't allow for it because we had to budget for the new position at a step A. So that becomes an issue, especially when we have dug into our operating budget already for too long and we can't move funds around. So all of these things are intertwined. I propose a reorganization, a group of people, maybe with my auditing experience, I would create a task force using the Auditor General's group to take a look at some of these processes. And these processes can't change immediately. A good reorganization can take over a year, but it needs to start somewhere. And I think with the departments within the Division of Natural Resources, with us expressing our concerns especially to our oversight committees and the oversight committees supporting change, I think we can get loud enough to make this change. But at this point, we are not in the position to do so. This is up to the executive leadership across all three branches. Now, the carryover amounts. The carryover amounts stem from the departments not being able to utilize their full budgets in FY 2022 for good reason. We were allocated the money that we needed so much for our daily operations and for critical projects. It was determined in FY 2022 that yes, you need this, and so our budgets were approved for that amount. For the reasons that I mentioned earlier, the hiring process, the human resources, there's not enough time, there's not enough people to do all of the projects that we need to accomplish. But that doesn't mean that just because you didn't accomplish them in 1 year that they become unimportant. We need the carryover money. The division is the foundation of the Navajo Nation. Everything starts here. Whatever needs to go forward, all these big major projects start here. And when we are held up with not having the amount of resources that we need, everything, it's a snowball effect. Everything will slow down. And when this ties into our unmet needs budget. One of the reasons that we were asking that we have an unmet needs budget is, of course, for operations and for the department's critical projects. But another reason is because we wanted our general wage from FY 22, our general wage adjustment from last year, it was taken away from the base allocation for FY 2023. So that has a detrimental effect to our overall operations. Some people think that the personal lapse fund will cover the general wage adjustment that was taken out of the base allocation, but it doesn't. Personal lapse fund does not cover performance-based step increases. The personal lapse fund does not cover new employee salaries that were approved at above entry level, the B or the C that I mentioned. The personal lapse fund does not include increases in fringe rates. And as you know, almost all of the rates across that affect our budget, they all increased this year. And so we're looking for answers. We're looking to our oversight committees to support us in getting this, our general wage adjustment back for the division. And I really believe that since we are voicing our concerns more so now than ever, that it will result in some changes. But we need to we need everybody's support. We cannot do it on our own as department managers. Delegate Crotty, I hope I answered your question. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jeremiah, for the response. Also, Mr. Halona. And Chairman Nez, does that complete the response to the question?
Yes, sir. Henyo. So back to you, sir.
With that, back to the Budget and Finance Committee. Any further questions, comments? If there are no.
Hello, Yate. Chairman, this is Delegate Yellow here. Yate.
Delegate Yellow here. You have the floor.
Okay, here, Nan, Dia. Kudos Mayazina, the kitty, Madam Chair. Sorry, thank you for your concerns too. Kroya, over here, not this kitty, Kudo, water resources, Kudo, a 20 by minimal water line project, but it is not of course, here, Kudos and the eyes to the Nepal team in about here, out of his chapter A. The Halit the vacancy this is the same problem with human resource. They need to probably upgrade a great step. They make great step. We get down one step down at least human resource abundant, Mr. Just bit abundant a vacancy or vacancy. It's time to turn around. Maybe we need to do something. Maybe to direct or to upgrade these great steps to so it can be an individual, can be hired, can will be higher. Because our environment is changed. This is all high inflation that they gotten in the whole United States of America. That we on some it on the it for a change for that even in this had to be changed on the human resource. It that a but they the great step he change upgrade that only what are the vacancy in filling that only the in it or unit could a state or the loan the Ilya but in the law evening. Evan seek is a councilman, so we can cure this to fill these vacancies. The all not under human resources. The vacancy, decreasing the vacant report, the it only Navajo Council. I job, but the snow, the Shinda, she tell it. So she is a country chat by Yastida. This is for chat by Yasti. Go today. They're having a meeting in Black Mesa about a American Rescue Plan Act funds. Today, we're under 7 chapters on the knowledge of today. They are decided to stick with this being a committee, which is number one, being a committee, because it allows the budget so the current nature 400,000 plus Navajos, the population said this is a real impact or effect to say our committee needs to work together to complete this budget for Navajo Nation. And I decided to stay being up to date. As it Operation LDA, please help me out and attend the meeting. Just fill me with a updated meeting and provide documents holding me. Also, I apologize to a Jason Johnson here at the end. I don't know about him. Honorable Rick Nash and here for the legislation. I need a human resource person to here out on the stage when Jeremiah. Thank you for this budget bring forth to the Navajo Nation being a committee out of water resource nature Terrence though out on the Bahins and Dr. Riddell Ray Chapala too. Once of it, I know I should have said thank you. We'll have to do our best to complete this budget and balance out the money. God bless. I'm so silly. No, this kid, what do we got? This kid, yeah, thank you. Yeah.
Nagashina, Kianashnanta, Adashana, they'll get Jamila her and John Haninzi, Kodoba Kiliko. Jonah, I've been at Kodoshi, the Human Resources, Health and Human Services Committee, Masala Koipe, Shahatis Zilshim, Akihila Ado Pernell, Halona, Kodoshna, and out, they'll get Pernell Halona do East Sam. I'm hoping that he takes this message back to the Health, Education, Human Services Committee. The issues that we are hearing right now regarding the vacant positions and the hiring processes. I hope that so back to the committee, Budget and Finance Committee, tonight on legislation 17-22. Then I call for the question to accept the resolution. Kashina Ramona, if you would roll call vote.
Yes, Chairman, roll call vote on the resolution. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Thank you. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
Delegate Yellowhair votes green. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Amber Kenneth-Watt Crotty, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Kenneth Bacardi, how do you vote? Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes green.
Thank you, Shache. Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote?
Ramona, he's attending RDC.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. Honorable Amber Kenneth Bacardi, how do you vote? Chairman, we have 3 members voting in the affirmative, chairman not voting, 1 member excused, and 1 member not voting. Chairman?
Kashina Kiana for the roll call vote for legislation RDC AU-17-22. 3 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting. With that, we move forward to the next legislation. Kiana, thank you. Our next legislation that we have is RDC AU-15-22, the Environmental Protection Agency. And with that, before we call for the reading, who will be speaking to the resolution? Miss Shirley, are you on the line? Miss Shirley?
Yeah, I have been in chair. I hope you can hear me. Valinda Shirley's here out.
Kashina, and along with you, who else will be providing testimony to the committee on your budget?
Yat and Nana. In addition to myself, I do have Mr. Warren Rowan, and then Miss Eugenia Quintana, Ado Yolanda Barney. So all of them are department managers within Navajo EPA. Thank you.
Kashina, Peggy?
Would you please raise your right hand and state your name for the record? Go ahead, Miss Shirley.
Thank you, Ms. Nakai. Valinda Shirley.
Thank you. The other 2 managers.
Yolanda Barney.
Thank you. And
Warren Rowan.
Thank you, Warren. And anyone else? Do you swear to tell the truth in the testimony you're about to give?
Yes, I do.
Yolanda
Yes,
Barney.
I do.
Yes.
Okay, and thank you. Before we go to the resolution, Chair, this is regarding the vacancy list that was sent out at 11:38 for positions.
Kashina, thank you. So with that, Peggy, if you would read the legislation to the record.
Thank you. RDC AU 15-22, resolution of the Resources and Development Committee of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, 4th year 2022, and action relating to the Resources and Development Committee, approving and recommending to the Budget and Finance Committee the fiscal year 2023 budget for the Navajo, Environmental Protection Agency, and related matters to be included in the Navajo Nation's FY 2023 budget, comprehensive budget. Okay, I think for the sake of the committee, I'll read section 4, says recommending to the Budget and Finance Committee carryovers for the Navajo Environmental Protection Agency. A, the Resources and Development Committee recommends the carryover of $295,000 or unexpended balance for the Criminal Enforcement Department, Business Unit 111014. B, the Resources and Development Committee recommends a carryover of $71,200 or unexpended balance for the Resources Conservation Recovery Program, Business Unit 111011. So then we're going to and this was passed on the third day of August with 5 in favor, 0 opposed. You have exhibits A, FY22 general fund budget summary is $5,479,982. The proposed for 2023 is $1,312,945. Indirect cost is $106,728. The personnel lapse fund, $29,502. External funds cash match is $394,154. The special revenue fund internal is $4,296,028, and the special revenue fund external is $11,115,519 for a total of $17,254,876. Exhibit B shows the recommended budget amount is $1,312,945. Exhibit C is the recommended changes. There are none shown. Exhibit D are the COAs and legislative concerns, which is blank. Exhibit E is the unmet needs budget. There is an unmet need of $220,976. There's a memo regarding the carryover funds, and then the Resources and Development Committee vote tally sheet is attached. That concludes the reading.
Thank you, Peggy, for the reading this resolution into the record. So now Budget and Finance Committee, is there a motion?
Your Vice Chair.
Okay, Vice Chair Smith, motion, is there a second?
Yellow here.
Kushina, Delegate Jimmy Yell here. Second, so we do have a motion and a second on the floor. With that, Office of Management Budget, Vice Chair Smith?
Once again, I'm still waiting. Did you say go into DIBS and see if you can find that stuff? On DIBS.
If you go to DIBS, Vice Chair, and then you go to the sponsor section and find Chairman Nez on there. Click on Chairman Nez's name, and then you'll find all his legislations, and that's how you easily find legislations.
Goshi, thank you.
With that, Office of Management and Budget.
Good morning, Chair and Budget and Finance Committee. This is Nanette with OMB. I'll be reading in the Nomination Budget and Finance Committee Fiscal Year 2023 budget hearing for the Navajo Environmental Protection Agency. Okay, you go to the table of contents. You have items A, B, C, D, E, F, and G. We'll go through each one of those. Tab A is
Chairman.
your FY.
Chairman. This is Delegate Yell here.
FY 2023 fund type budget summary. You go to the next page, you have your worksheet, it has Environmental Protection Agency Fiscal Year 2023 budget summary by fund type. You have business unit column. The first one is the business unit column. The second one is your program title. The next column is your FY 2022 budget. The bottom line total is $5,479,982. Your proposed general fund budget for fiscal year 2023. Bottom line total is $1,312,945. Indirect costs, bottom line total $106,728. Personal lapse fund, bottom line total is $29,502. cash match, 394,154, proprietary 0, fiduciary 0, special revenue internal bottom line, $4,296,028. Special revenue external bottom line total is $11,115,519. Your total of all funds is $17,254,876. Going on to tab B, you have your FY 2022 third quarter budget status report. This is as of June 30th, 2022. Again, you have your business unit, your program titles. You have a general fund total, bottom line total, and a special revenue bottom line total. I'll read the grand total. 5 million, original budget is 5,195,849. Revised bottom line total is 6,259,711.46. Your actual bottom line total is 2,028,404.70. Encumbrance is 880,220.54. Budget available 3,351,800. Or excuse me, let me start over. $3,351,086.22. Percent expended is 46.47. And there's two notes at the bottom. Double asterisk programs are overspending by 85% or more. Single means they're under expending by 65% or less. And then CETA will go over the next tab C.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. This is Anne-Cita Largo with OMB MPS section. Tab C is the FY22 third quarter performance assessment report for an Environmental Protection Agency.
Excuse me.
There are 14.
Anne-Cita, excuse me, did you take the oath?
No.
Could you raise your right hand and state your name for the record, please?
Anne-Cita Largo.
Do you swear to tell the truth in the testimony you're about to give?
Yes.
Thank you. And anyone else from OMB that needs to take the oath? Okay, proceed. Thank you.
There are 14
Oh, Jermaine, can you state your name for the record, please?
Jermaine Jones.
Raising your right hand, do you swear to tell the truth in the testimony you're about to give?
Yes.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Going on to tab C, fiscal year 2022 third quarter performance assessment report for Environmental Protection Agency. There are 14 business units, and the average for first quarter is 2.10, second quarter 2.24, third quarter 2.34. Going on to D, the fiscal year 22 third quarter plans of operation status report. The plan of operations are all up to date. Going on to E is the 22 condition of appropriation legislative concerns report. For the Environmental Protection Agency, they have 2 legislative concerns. The number 1 was due on the end of second quarter. They had reported on third quarter, and then the status is non-compliant. The number 2 legislative concern was due the end of third quarter. They did respond, and that's complied. And that completes MPS report. Thank you.
Good afternoon. This is Jermaine Jones, Deputy Contracting Officer. I'll go ahead and read in Section F and Section G. Starting with Section F, FY 2022 External Funds Expenditure Report for Navajo Environmental Protection Agency. I'll go ahead and start with the legend. Column A is the index, column B is the company number, column C is the contract ID, column D is the start date, column E is the end date, column F is the number of business units, column G is the number of company numbers, column H is the business unit number, column I is the description, column J is the revised budget, column K is the expenditures, column L is open commitments, column M is the available balance, column N is the percent spent, column O is the percent balance. Moving on to the next page, 15, I'll go ahead and read the bottom numbers for the budget expenditure report. Under column A for the indexed, row 25, we have column F, there's 22 business units. Under column G, there's 16 company numbers. Column I for the description for Navajo Navajo Environment Protection Agency. Column J, revised budget, $24,619,996. Column K, expenditures, $10,114,090.28. Column L, open commitments, $2,280,841.04. Column M, available balance, $12,225,064.68. Column M, percent spent is 50%. Column O, the percent balance is 50%. Moving on to section G, FY 2020 single audit report. There are none. And that completes my report. Thank you.
Mr. Chair,
Chairman, Chairman,
that completes OMB's report.
So now, Ms. Francisco, does that complete your report?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. So with that, on the OMB report, Digi, are there any questions on the Office of Management and Budget report?
This is Delegate Yellowhair, again, Chairman.
Delegate Yellowhair, you have the floor.
Yeah, Nana, thank you very much. Do we have the copies that what was read by OMB? Also, do we have the budget to the environmental protections? Do we have the budget to, looking through in the computer and I can't see anything for Navajo Environmental Protection Agency. That's my question, Senator Chairman. Yeah.
Committee members, look at their email today at 11:05 a.m. 11:05 a.m. Peggy Nakai sent RDC oversight resolutions, and in there it has RDC AU 17-22, 16-22, 15-22, 14-22. 13-22 and 12-22. There are 6 resolutions in that email. Delegate Yellowhair, were you able to? Did you find that email at 11:05 a.m.?
Chair Hinio, I also sent out the budget at 11:55.
Okay.
Okay, Chairman, I got a excuse me, I got OMB report. It just came out 11:47. I didn't need it. One should be coming out now for the one that just sent by our advisory. Taking out the yes.
With that said, moving forward to questions for OMB. Any questions for OMB? Let's move to the actual presentation on the legislation. Chairman Nez,
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairman Henio, as well as the honorable members of the Budget and Finance Committee. Aro Koron Hilnahas from OMB, thank you as well. Aron the programs that we're the oversight over Navajo Nation Environmental Protection Agency, because Aja Kodo Besa work annually Kodo fiscal year 2023 Kohabikena on Nishto Lake what they will be operating on and the requests that they have. Kodoshi, I'll give the floor over to the Executive Director of Navajo EPA, Ms. Belinda Shirley, as well as Mr. Warren Rowan, Eugenia Quintana, and Yolanda Barney, who have all taken the oath this morning. Thank you, Chairman Henio. If you would, I will have Executive Director Shirley do the presentation at this time, sir. Thank you.
Kashigan, Chairman Ness, for the introduction. With this, I'll defer to Ms. Belinda Shirley. You have the floor.
Yaat Ebene, Anosco, Shanand, Delegate Henyo, Ado Delegate Smith, Ado Delegate Begay, Ado Delegate Brando, Shade Delegate Crotty, Ado Shite, Delegate Yellow Hair, Yaat Ebene, Ado Shanand Ani, Nashini, RDC members, our oversight, Yaat Nihidini, Les, thank you, Chairness. She Belinda Shirley and she Ado Twitchy need an and Schligot is a shan bashin, but Aneda Shite or Cutness Aneda Chanela. She Equaja Navajo Nation Environmental Protection Agency, a Katanashwa. Ado Hashin Sagodi Resolution Nilenigi Nihida Nil Sols 15-22 Igishin Hashin Sago Bahadeshne. Ado Beso. It's a proposed budget that we provided for you. A call. Thank you, and then let me go ahead and dive into the summary here. A call the Navajo Nation Environmental Protection Agency, a Kwaigi Audit Beso, edit Aho Hotel Bandanish. Di Sahas Anigi a Beso Baja Dalyagi a General Fund a Shinta Bahodishne. Di fiscal year 2023 Hahigi a Ashade the Mil Sohigi Ado Tadenes Nadine Doba Ana Kit Ada the Mil Yaje Ado Ba Nast Adin Doba Bizdin Doba Ashla 1,312,945 a without general fund zigi allocate ni hijent holiado halit al benda doshnishin hit no without beson hijent holia accordi binder ni hijent hodeliana al tahigi budget summary akune auto general fund auto akune a business unit 111001 go without the Akwati business unit 11001 Dishnigi a Navajo Nation EPA administration a Kwaigi Bandanish. Akwati administration a Sheikh Kwaigi decree not to the Kwaigi Bandanish a the administration a Aja. Akwati personnel expenses a 314,997 go without Baja Delia. Auto travel expenses a $11,766. Auto lease and rental a $1,526. Communication the Beshbahan Edat and a $3,628. Auto repairs and maintenance a $5,720. Auto contractual services a Kunagi a 10,511. Special transaction debit Nenigi a 2,946. Auto art a $351,124 a without administration without Baja Adelia. And the only difference to note here from last year is that we had to increase our travel expenses by $6,000, and then lease and rental we had to decrease that along with special transactions. The fiscal year 2023, the employee benefits a lot a the critical in the personnel expenses a 21,000 that Delia. The next business unit on Nahonishna a D 111,002. The Air and Toxics Department agenda Nishigi a $115,284 go hotel baja adelia. Ako D personnel expenses igi a 83,216. Travel expenses igi a 16,950. Supplies 9,501. Lease and rental 900. Communications and utilities a 302. Auto repairs and maintenance $800. Special transaction a $3,615. What to note here is that due to the general wage adjustment, or not the general wage adjustment, but due to the increase in employee fringe benefits, some of the positions are being cost shared for this business unit, just to note that. Auto Akunagi AD Business Unit 111004, DA Surface and Groundwater Protection Department, Dabaditna, and Kojigi A $199,207 go Hotel Baja Aliyah. Personnel expenses DA $144,982, $1,169. Lease and rental $500. Communications and utilities $2,200. Auto repairs and maintenance DA $500. Auto Kwaegi contractual services DA Laada go Hotel Baja Aliyah $33,760. And the reason for this increase in contractual services for the Surface and Groundwater Protection Department is to look at additional funding and to help with to do some of the heavy lifting here within Navajo EPA. Auto account the AD special transaction gave $1,816. Auto Okuna Business Unit, Vanahodeshin Higi AD Business Unit 111010. DA Waste Regulatory Compliance Department. These is they or you abat at Haloni DA Aje Hotel that is a code DA 1,000 $110,108 go Hotel budget Beso Holyala. Auto personnel expenses DA it's 83,354. Travel expenses 2,736. Supplies DA 11,378. Communication and utilities 900. Contractual services is $600. Special transaction is 11,141. Auto Nas Nanashi Akunaigi AD 111011. DA Resource Conservation and Recovery Program, Dabaditna. This program is the program that responds to illegal dumping. So these is the Behani Gay Ajiyanda Nashigi. And there is no outside source in the Washington do I had it a beso fail what the general fund they yanda nashti. Akodi Kojiki a $338,915 go Hotel Babaja Adelia. Personnel expenses a $246,377. Travel expenses at $18,100. Supplies a $1,011. Communication and utilities a $2,286. Contractual services a $66,462. Special transaction a $4,679. A Juanana Tela. Auto Akune DA Business Unit 111014. DA Navajo EPA Criminal Enforcement Department a Aje Hotel Besogi Bandit Akodi $295,620 a Koho Babaja. Personnel expenses a DA $222,410. Travel expenses a $43,946. Supplies a DA $10,796. Lease and Rental, $801. Communication and Utilities, $5,000. Repairs and Maintenance, $4,750. Auto Special Communications or Special Transaction, $7,916. Ako Special Revenue, the leaking underground storage tank, underground injection control, air quality operating permit, public water system supervision, clean water, and hazardous substance account, or hazardous substance fund, that's the next tab, and that's labeled Special Revenue. DA, for FY 2023, we are estimating $4,296,028 for these different programs operating under special revenue. Although I won't go through each of the business units for the special revenue, and then matching funds, $394,154 go without Adelia. Although I do have unmet needs, the ostars that's all, yeah, or Besabo ostars AD without the minor source permit program, $142,063. Resources and Recovery Program. This is the program again that responds to illegal dumping. We're asking for $11,614. Navajo EPA Administration, $50,000 without Criminal Enforcement Department, AD $17,299 without AD unmet needs, based on the nast put that the a natigo without section 4 without resolution without baka the resource RCRP. This is the illegal dumping business unit. Is we're asking for $71,200 to be carried over. Out of the criminal enforcement, it's for $295,000. And I know that I've exhausted like 10 minutes or so. So OMB and others, legislative staff, thank you so much for your assistance as well too. So Chair Henyo, I stand for questions. Thank you.
Chairman Henyo, I believe we are done. Back to you, sir.
Chairman Nez and Ms. Shirley for the presentation. With this, Budget and Finance Committee, any questions, comments on this legislation?
Delegate Henyo, got this.
Go ahead, you have the floor.
Thank you very much again. Honorable Rick Nance, bring this legislation for a environmental department by unequal of legislation penalty I never created kudo. Ato by Henson Sherry kudo in an EPA executive director. Vacancy do something about your vacancy. Maybe we'll need to work for all departments as a Dnr committee. We need to do something about it to turn this around and maybe upgrade one step great increase for all vacancy. Do something about it is what we need to do. Chairman, thank you.
They'll get Jimmy Yellow here. That Any further questions, comments for nomination EPA?
Chairman, Delegate Yellowhair again.
Chantal Delgado here.
This is a request for budget binders. It's like an holidays in the legislative office. These are done in the late detail of order. It has to determine ADA or not to request get a budget binder 80-inch cable. I see any the BNA committee, but by the BNA committee so with the yes.
This the hard copy binders they gave Peggy.
Mr. Chair and members of the committee, all of the binders are here for all of the oversight divisions and programs under RDC. So, Mr. Yellowhair, you need to come back and pick up the rest of the binders. A lot of them were arriving late yesterday afternoon and they're all out this morning. And there are some exhibits that are missing from some. So make sure you check with the steno office to get all of the documents that you need, and they may be placed in your box. So please check there too. Thank you.
Thank you, Peggy, for that. So Shanada Delegate Yellowhair, you might have to go back to the steno office and to pick up the binder.
What is it down at ending yesterday evening? This morning, the phone noon, maybe this afternoon, I'll come around and pick up the rest. Thank you. Yes. Yeah, Peggy.
Delegate Yellowhair. With that, Shananda Budget and Finance Committee, any further questions, comments? Shananda Delegate Amber Kanesma-Crowdy, we could barely hear you, but you have the floor.
Okay, let me any better?
You're still breaking up real bad.
This better? Okay. Thank you for the budget.
You're still really breaking up real bad. You're cutting in and out.
Okay, I'm going to try to call back in.
Katrina.
Be back. Okay.
Any further questions, comments? Shanada Budget and Finance Committee.
Chair Henio.
I have the floor.
Okay, Chair Henio and Budget Finance Committee members and EPA for the presentation and should shape for the resolution in front of us and those that are listening on board. Under business unit number 111014, you have Criminal Enforcement Department. It's budgeted at $289,514. And looking at the vacancies under the Department of Management, it says there's 2 positions that's vacant. I was trying to follow along, and I found there's no Forms 1 and Forms 2 to really follow along on behalf of this. Because Form 1 would tell you how many positions are available and how many vacancies and thus forth. And I don't know if that's in the binder. So but my question is, under the Criminal Investigation Department, is that covering all the officers? As you well know, that And you know that when you came down to Flagato, I appreciate that. Basically, speaking on behalf of a dump site that had to close down a water source over there, and the heavy metals had settled in the well or the aquifer, things of that nature. And also, too, chapters are really experiencing high levels of people making their own dump yards and driving off the main road, and one dumps there and another sees it, and then it's just a chain reaction. Pretty soon it becomes the landfill. They're trying to combat that. Even we're told to go out there and create temporary dikes, I guess you could say, with their heavy equipment. But that doesn't deter them. They just end up making roads around it. We talk about walking in beauty and beauty around us, beauty above us, beauty surrounds us, but they know. And then you look in the backyard and you walk down the beautiful terrain and you see dump yards and you smell it, and it's just an unsightly, hazardous, and it gets into the clean water reservoirs, and that's why it was shut down in Keitoda because of that. And I'm sure it's happening as we speak. So probably hauling their trash over to the nearest local facility rather than having the proper waste management. So is the criminal investigation and enforcement department fully staffed right now? I see the budget for that, but I don't see, all I see is a resolution, then I see Exhibit A, I see Exhibit B, and Exhibit C, and Exhibit D, A and E. I don't see Forms 1, 2, and thus forth, and like we had with the LOC resolutions that were provided. Chair, those are my concerns. Thank you.
Vice Chair Smith, for your questions and for the Environmental Protection Office. Shanada, Delegate Amber Knaswa Karate, are you back on? I see you there. You have the floor.
Thank you, Chairman. Are you able to hear me?
Oh, yes, we can hear you loud and clear.
Oh, perfect. Apologize for that. Thank you. So to the question to the agent, thank you, Shadeja, for your report. In reading the documents in your budget summary, could you provide some insight? What I'm reading from the email that was received was that it looks like there's significant reduction in some of your projects. So, for example, Surface and Groundwater Protection Department. On the document that was sent to our office, I would need you to explain why there's a reduction of $24,843. I'm also looking at your Resource Conservation and Recovery Program. There's another deduction here of $17,090, and your Criminal Enforcement Department of $10,783. If you could provide some insight in terms of why we're seeing those deductions. I also see some deductions in your Pesticide Enforcement Air Quality Program, and it looks like the New Mexico RAID RAID program. If you could give insight in terms of how we could understand why those programs are seeing a deduction. I do see there's minimal expenditure for your enforcement program, but that's critical. That is critical. So I'd like to know in terms of how this is being addressed at the program level and what recommendations are needed so that we can maximize your criminal enforcement department that serves in terms of making sure that our communities not have the contamination, or individuals are not that are not abiding by our laws be those laws be enforced. So if I could get to the question, thank you, Chair.
Thank you for your question, Shananta Akudo. So with this, I'll defer back to the sponsor, Shananta. Chairman Rick Nez, back then through your agent.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairman Henyo, as well as honorable members of the Budget and Finance Committee. I don't Ms. Shirley Shinkoro not Hidden Hitchenhado, Zekoro Jimmy Harrison on identity vacancies. He's asking and concerned about the vacancies and if there's something going to be done about it. Vice Chair Smith, the Horon identity criminal investigations on identity chapters are experiencing a lot of illegal dumping. And what is being done to combat that? No, in Honorable Chair Crotty, so in budget summary, the reductions again, surface and groundwater protection has on resource conservation program, criminal enforcement as well as air quality. Ms. Shirley, if you would respond to these questions and concerns, would very much appreciate it. Thank you. Ms. Shirley?
Honorable Delegate Nez, thank you, Mr. And I will start with Delegate Yellow Hair. Should say not being shitty. So is anigi do hashing to go bayan pigi a bahiet anisen. Accord the vacancies a ahut an hitch at Nahil Glosha stock. I was listening to Division of Natural Resources, and then even from Monday and Tuesday's calls, it's vacancies tends to be an ongoing issue. And here within Navajo EPA, last year, it was a legislative concern for us. So one of the things that we did last year is to evaluate some of the vacancies that we have. So for instance, when we have a position classified as an environmental specialist, that person requires a degree in some kind of a science, and reclassifying to an associate environmental specialist and allowing a larger applicant pool to apply. Those are some of the things that we do look at. With general funds, it tends to be a little bit easier to look at positions and to, in a way, shift them around. But when it comes to our external funding, we have to work very closely with our fund source to request for those reclassifications. At a reclassification or looking at even the cost of or the cost to that there's something that is escaping me right now, but looking at, for instance, the qualifications and equivalency and so forth, it does take some time also to work with DPM to look at ways in which we could help ourselves get more people to work at Navajo EPA. So, Shanat Ani, Delegate Yellow Hair, Ahut al Hashim Toga up in Dejanish Ahut Ani as far as vacancies are concerned. And then one of the other things to add is that within Navajo EPA, we do ask for a lot of, like for instance, engineers and again, environmental specialists, they do require advanced degrees. Out of the lot, we do have a lengthy background check that we also have as well too. So, and Shanat Ani, Delegate Yellow Hair, if I did not answer your question or let me know too, so I can elaborate on what I'm sharing. Ado kone Delegate Smith, Yate, Nana, Ado, the Criminal Enforcement Department. At the time that these forms were prepared, we currently don't have anybody working in that department. However, we do have individuals that have accepted the positions. Well, not all of the positions. We advertised for a sergeant, so we do have a sergeant that's going through his background check and will be starting real soon. And then we also have the other positions advertised, and we hope that we'll have applicants, and we can go ahead and start on that. So, and I do acknowledge that illegal dumping and ilse asi so, and we do have the Resource Conservation Recovery Program responding to those complaints that do come in. And then the Criminal Enforcement Department would also be responding to those complaints as they come in. But in addition to the Criminal and Enforcement Department and also the Resource Conservation Recovery Program, we also have the air quality folks that do respond to illegal burning. And we do find that both of those kind of go hand in hand. So if somebody is dumping trash illegally, sometimes or most likely they tend to burn the trash as well too. So we do have our air quality folks as well that kind of help us with response to complaints coming into the Navajo Nation EPA office. And that's also one of the reasons why we're asking for that the carryover funds, specifically for criminal enforcement and resource conservation recovery. The intent behind that is to allow us to contract and maybe help some of these communities respond to illegal dumping. So that would be my response, and I do apologize. It is illegal dumping requires a lengthy discussion, and then to look at different ways to combat and to assist communities and chapters. It does require a lengthy response. And then I would also look to Shade from Division of Community Development, Dr. Yellowman, because she's also working on a solid waste program too. So, and then I believe Delegate Smith, you also asked about the vacancies that we have within, vacancies within some of our other programs. Under general funds, I do have altogether 5 vacancies. We have an environmental specialist that we're asking for with the Resource Conservation Recovery Program. We also have 1 vacant position under radon. And then, of course, the sergeant and the 2 officers are listed as vacant. But again, just want to say that the sergeant has accepted, and again, just waiting on the background check to be completed to bring him aboard. And I am excited to have this individual join us as well too. He comes with a great deal of experience. So, and then within the other programs, there are some vacancies. Geologists, we're looking for 2 geologists, and again, that is these are external funded positions. So we would, in order to do anything with these 2 positions, for instance, we would have to work with US EPA to make it, like, for instance, an associate geologist or something. But we do ask for advanced degrees, and that tends to be a problem when we're looking at applicants. We might have a good pool of applicants, but when it comes to that degree in geology or in earth science of some sort, we tend to lose a lot of applicants. And then, and again, Delegate Smith, please let me know if I need to elaborate on anything else. Please let me know. Ado Shade Delegate Crotty, for your question, and thank you for taking a look at I believe you're looking at the general fund comparative summary, Surface and Groundwater Protection Department, and then also the Resource Conservation Recovery Program and the Criminal Enforcement Department. We did have to, we did decrease their allocation from last year, but the reason why we did a lot of shifting this year was due to the fringe benefits. The increase in the fringe benefits, it really did, it did cause us to kind of scratch our heads and figure out where we're going to get that extra money from. So with the Surface and Groundwater Protection Agents, or with the Surface and Groundwater Protection Department, that's 004. So if we go to 004, the place where we are decreasing the most is in personal expenses. So Ms. Barney's on the line as well too, and she can help me explain this. But what we had to do in that instance is we had to shift Ms. Barney and the other individual working within the surface and groundwater protection to be cost shared with other within other source. So Ms. Barney, for instance, is not just paid for under the Surface and Groundwater Protection General Fund, she's also cost sharing her position with public waters as well too. So that's one of the ways in which we had to shift around monies. And then, and that is actually the same reason we had to look at decreasing the Resource Conservation Recovery and the Criminal Enforcement Department. There was a large chunk that was used up for personnel, but with the Resource Conservation and Criminal Enforcement Department, we could not cost share those positions. So that's where that decrease is coming from as well too. So, and again, I can have Ms. Barney help me with the surface and groundwater protection question as well too. So, Delegate Crotty, again, the other question or the other concern that you had was the reduction in program. And I know that, for instance, with the RAY program, and this is under matching, I think this is where you're getting those figures from, pesticides enforcement. I do have Ms. Eugenia Quintana on the line to help me with responding to the pesticides enforcement. And then this New Mexico RAID grant, and the reason this is not here this year is because that was a grant, and that grant is no longer, we completed that grant as of April. So that's the reason why you won't see it here in the FY23. Chair Henyo and Chair Nez, I wonder if I could ask Ms. Yolanda to help me with the the surface and groundwater enforcement question. And then I want to also ask Ms. Eugenia Quintana to help me with the pesticides and the air quality program reduction, if that's possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Shirley. Mr. Chairman, Henyo had given us time to present and respond to some of these questions. So if Ms. Barney and Ms. Quintana could respond to the questions that were raised, would most certainly appreciate it. Thank you.
Good afternoon. This is Yolanda Barney. I am with the Surface and Groundwater Department, and I really struggled with developing this budget because of the tax and fringe benefits and other issues this year with fiscal year 23. But that was okay. We were able to cost share positions between different programs, and we're going to be able to do the work even though the money's not there. And it's a little bit of a challenge, but we're still going to get it done. We also are looking into the ARPA funding for some of the positions as well. Thank you.
Chair Henio, I think they're done. Chair Henio or Vice Chair Smith? I believe that the questions have been responded to.
Okay, there you go. I'm unmuted. Can you hear me, Peggy?
Yes, I can. Thank you.
Okay, Shana, with that response, thank you for that response to the questions. And with that, therefore, go to refer back to the Budget and Finance Committee. Shenandoah, Budget and Finance Committee, any further questions, comments?
Chairman.
Delegate Yellow here, you have the floor.
Aro Sheha Teleton da Sheha Ito Valencia Series Lahadnagi part of budget. Also Teleto, Honorable Rick Nance, thank you for bringing this very important legislation come before being a committee. Dear Tahuis Ago Nabi Hopikeya, I don't see environmental employees or anyone comes around to check the Navajo Nation reservations. Shinle Jimbagati Nashao Tachi Holieki. It's Watigo white uphill white valley Holia. A cradle Tachi Holieki. You are the illegal dumping at Diego. Treasure or that I illegal yet. Just not I don't see environmental comes around, checks on the Navajo Nation, and then don't let on our Oban's case, Oba Yilti, walking beauty, and need us to need out on this case. Let the Navajo Nation, I don't offload that ever comes around and check the Navajo Nation and did out in the heart rush, with the internet. It's like I ask Kilo. Illegal dumping, oh, you left Korea, that's my concern. When I talk about Navajo Nation, what anybody comes around and check out our Navajo land up there in the reservation from the Kudon Hills Auto, by Kudon, Navajo Environmental Protection Agency employs on that. That's my my concern and about these things. So thank you, Chairman.
Kushina here, here. The Budget and Finance Committee, any further questions, comments? Defer back to
Chairman
Chairman
Henry, this is Delegate Crotty.
Delegate, anything else about Crotty up before?
Yes, the answers from Shadeja Ms. Shirley regarding some of the chronic issues when it comes to personnel. Chairman, in terms of looking at the discussion we had with the Office of the Controller and expanding FMIS capabilities, I'd asked our Legislative Council if we could create a legislative concern that the FMIS be fully used to incorporate modernizing the DPM process. It sounded like from office, so who's involved is the Office of the Controller and the Department of Human Resources, so that it would hopefully develop an efficient process for hiring, is my understanding. Chair, I'd also like to get some recommendations from the division director when it comes to the pay scale. I know that there was, I'm looking for the resolution right now because in prior councils, the Navajo Department of Behavioral Health was able to pass or legislate that if they could verify that they had the federal federal funding that they could increase their pay scale. And this is where we need the existing programs or Navajo Nation programs to have a conversation about how are they going to address the pay scale. Or is that an action that this committee can take? We talked about it.
Excuse me, Shadeja, you're cutting in and out.
Oh, okay. So, okay, well, that was my question.
Okay, thank you, Shannon. I could hear you clearly for a little while. Then after I start cutting in and out. But since the Budget and Finance Committee, when it comes to Department of Personnel Management and all the concerns we have regarding that, what we're hearing from the department's divisions and the hiring and the processes and the delays and the pay scale and the classification. We have Health, Education, Human Services Committee coming up before the committee next week. And so therefore, when we do have that particular legislation for human resources for us, that's where we should really ask them these important questions when they come before the Budget and Finance Committee. And so if there are legislative concerns that need to be made, we could get them drafted. And then therefore, and when it comes to that particular legislation by Chairman Daniel So, and therefore we can present that to that legislation if that will work in the Budget and Finance Committee. But with the time being right now, defer this back to Chairman Nez for response.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairman Henyo, honorable members of the Budget and Finance Committee, as well as Honorable Chair Crowdy for your concerns and questions. I'm going to give some time back over to Ms. Shirley and her staff to respond. So at this time, Ms. Shirley, you may respond, please.
Thank you, Chair Ness. Yat Ehnana, and to Shinat Ani, Delegate Yellowhair, Yat Ado, the behind the a so Ade Ndakida but what are you what the wheel zashi what on this out behind the ako kodo not hanas the igi ad they kind it Shanat Ani slash you go Nisha now Danil Ani it out what out Nisha Tahande Kaigot Ado lay blue gap jigota lay twanda naha gota oh hayugo what out the il zehigi yadahi geho what out bahil out what out this is Bahoten Ado Balachin lay Disijin Iki Sto Ado Chanela so out of Disijin Deco Chanela Dahalo Ako Betras Lanestaho so AD Ani Hohot slash you got il say oh yadahi geho what out ban alde Ado what I can provide to you is the report in daily the report the how many sites we responded to within certain agencies without go the agencies the different agency council when they Shanat Ani Yellowhair, I can share one of those reports with you to show you that there are areas within Central and Western Agency and within your area that we do respond to, and we do have complaints that are received from within your chapter region. In Ahut Ela, Shinat Ani, Delegate Yellow Hair, and then Ahut Elda, please let me know. Though the report the Shiniki so Ahut Edoles Ado Shinat Ani Shade Amber Crotty so Yad Nana Ado di Quagi Nahabanant Enigi in Tagabahit to expedite and to relook at some of these processes. There's no harm in having to look at things again and so we would certainly be interested in the legislation that you're looking for, and I will also reach out to my colleague Deanna to see if there's if the legislation is on hand for her to share with us as well too. So, and then whatever we can do to support the discussion with HESI and DPM and so forth, we certainly would be open to that. With Edoles, Chair Nance, thank you, and then Delegate Henyo, thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Shirley, for your response. Honorable Chairman Henyo, back to you, sir.
Thank you, Ms. Shirley, for the response back to the Budget and Finance Committee. So with this, moving back to the committee for any further questions, comments?
Delegate Yellowhair, this is to the chairman.
Delegate Yellowhair, you have the floor.
I want to say thanks to you, Chairman Silla, for a good recommendations to when the Health Committee comes before us. We need to do maybe a directive or legislation process and request through a human resource Health Committee. Honorable Rick Nance, thank you very much, and also Ms. Shirley, thank you.
Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair. Back to Budget and Finance Committee. Any further questions, comments? I'll move forward to call for the question. Ramona, a roll call vote.
Sure, Chairman, roll call vote on the approving the resolution. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Thank you. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
Delegate Yellowhair votes green. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Amber Kenneth-Carty, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Kenneth-Carty, how do you vote? Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes green.
Thank you. Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Kenneth-Carty, how do you vote? Chairman, we have 3 members voting in the affirmative, chairman not voting, 1 member not voting, and 1 member excused. Chairman?
Thank you for the roll call vote. Resolution RDC AU-15-22 receives a due pass, and therefore we will be moving it forward. And with a vote of 3 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting. Was it 3 in favor, Ramona?
Yes, Chairman, 3 in favor and 0 opposed.
Okay, 3 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting. This again, Ms. Linda Shirley and your staff for providing the presentation.
Thank you, Chair.
Let's move forward to RDC AU 13-22, Division of Economic Development. Do we have Mr. JT Willie on the call?
Oh, Yat Eshanant. Hi, this is JT.
Kushina, before I call to have the legislation read into the record, Mr. Willie, and who else will be on the line to provide testimony with you?
Oh, yeah, Eshanant.
Chairman Henyo?
Yes.
I apologize. This is Delegate Crotty. I apologize. Before we make a motion, if I could have my vote recognized in favor for the EPA budget. Thank you, Chairman.
With that, Ramona?
Yes, Chairman Henyo. So the roll call vote for the resolution is 4 in the affirmatives or opposing, and Chairman not voting, 1 member excused.
So 4 in favor, 0 opposed, Chair not voting. With that, on resolution RDC AU 15-22. We're moving on to the next one. Mr. Willie, who will be presenting with you?
Oh, yeah, Mr. Chair, it would be myself, Mr. Douglas Capitan, who is the Director for Support Services. Also, Mr. Patrick Yazi, who's also an administrator within the Division of Economic Development.
Kushina, Mr. Willie. So with that, Peggy, you have the floor to administer the oath.
Okay, all those who will be speaking to the Division of Economic Development budget, please state your name for the record, and we'll start with you, JT.
Yeah, it's my JT Willie.
Thank you. Who else?
Douglas Capitan.
Thank you.
Patrick Yazi.
Okay, thank you. Raising your right hand, do you swear to tell the truth in the testimony you're about to give? Start with JT.
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Douglas?
I do.
Thank you. And Patrick?
I do.
Thank you. You may proceed. Chair, can I go ahead and do the resolution now?
Yes, please, Peggy, go ahead.
Okay. This is RDCAU 1322, Resolution of the Resources and Development Committee of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, 4th year 2022, and action relating to the Resources and Development Committee, approving and recommending to the Budget and Finance Committee the fiscal year 2023 budget for the Division of Economic Development and related matters to be included in the Navajo Nation's FY 2023 comprehensive budget. So going to Section 3, approving and recommending to the Budget and Finance Committee the fiscal year 2023 budget for the Division of Economic Development and related matters. A, the Resources and Development Committee hereby approves the FY 2023 budget for the Division of Economic Development as detailed in the fund type budget summary attached hereto as Exhibit A. B, the RDC hereby approves certain revisions to the branch chief's proposed FY 2023 budget amount for DCDC. Or DED, I'm sorry, as shown in columns D and E in the general fund comparative summary attached hereto as Exhibit B. C, the RDC recommends the changes to the general fund budget described in Exhibit C. D, the RDC recommends certain conditions of appropriations and legislative concerns as listed in Exhibit D. E, the RDC recommends that certain unmet needs for DED be included in the FY 2023 comprehensive budget as explained in Exhibit E. F, the RDC hereby recommends that the Budget and Finance Committee approve DED's FY 2023 budget and all committee recommendations as set forth in Exhibits A through E. G, as necessary and appropriately, RDC hereby authorizes the RDC chair and vice chair to negotiate the RDC's recommendations herein with the Budget and Finance Committee. And so Exhibits A, FY 2022 general fund budget is $5,065,311. Proposed for FY 2023 general funds, $6,065,311. Indirect costs, $455,477. Personnel lapse fund, $115,301. The proprietary fund, $300,000. Special revenue internal, $400,000. Special revenue and external, $5,422,217 for a total of $12,758,306. Exhibit B shows a total of $6,065,311. Exhibit C, there are no recommended changes, no recommended COAs or legislative concerns on Exhibit D. Exhibit E, recommended unmet needs budgets. There's a total of $27,215,066. And then you have the RDC committee report.
Thank you, Peggy, for the reading of the legislation into the record. Committee members, is there a motion?
Delegate Yellowhair.
Motion, Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair, second.
Second, Delegate Crotty.
Delegate Amber Knaswakari, second. So we do have a motion, second on the floor. With this, we'll defer to Office of Management and Budget first. Office of Management and Budget.
Good afternoon, Chairman Henyu and members of the Budget and Finance Committee. This is Darlene Sam, Senior Budget Analyst with OMB. Going to the OMB report, the cover sheet, the Navajo Nation Budget and Finance Committee Fiscal Year 2023 Budget Hearings, Division of Economic Development, Navajo Nation OMB report, August 8th through the 19th, 2022. Next page is your table of contents, letter A through G. So going directly to A, the FY 2023 Fund Type Budget Summary for Division of Economic Development, Fiscal Year 2023 Budget Summary by Fund Type. You see the business units listed and the programs and the FY 2022 approved budget. Bottom line grand total, $5,493,887. Fiscal year 2023 Navajo Nation funds, proposed general fund, $6,065,311. Indirect costs, $455,477. Personal lapse, $115,301. Proprietary fund, $300,000. Fiduciary fund, 0. Special revenue internal, $400,000. Special revenue external, $5,422,217. Grand total, $12,758,306. Next is B, your FY 2022 third quarter budget status report. This is the budget status report as of third quarter ending June 30th, 2022 for Division of Economic Development. The general fund total is shown, also the two non-general fund business unit numbers. Together you have your original budget grand total of $6,100,025. Revised budget $7,349,918.04. Actual expenditure $3,919,571.07. Encumbrance $650,991.25. Budget available $2,779,355.72. And expenditure rate is at 62.19%. Note, 1 asterisk represents under expenditure by 65% or less, 2 asterisk over expenditure by 85% or more. Next will be covered by Ms. Janet McCabe. Moving on to tab C, FY22 third quarter performance assessment report. There are 13 business units, and I will read the average quarterly scores. First quarter 2.26, second quarter 2.32, third quarter 2.35. The scoring is listed below, and the program is meeting their goal statements. Moving on to tab D, the FY22 third quarter plans of operation status report. Again, there are 13 business units, and the legislation has been adopted in 2019, and listed below is the legislative plan of operation resolution numbers, and they are up to date and current. Tab E is the condition of appropriation and legislative concern report. There is none. And the contracts and grants section will read tab E. I'm sorry, tab F.
Good afternoon. This is Jermaine Jones, Deputy Contracting Officer with OMB Contracts Grant Section. I'll go ahead and read in tab F and tab G. Tab F is FY 2022 External Funds Expenditure Report. The Budget Expenditure Report for Division of Economic Development is up through June 15, 2022. Go ahead and start off with the legends. Column A is index number for row identification. Column B is a company number. Column C is a contract ID. Column D is the start date. Column E is the end date. Column F is the number of business units. Column G is the number of company numbers. Column H is the business units. Column I is the description. Column J is revised budget. Column K is the expenditures. Column L is the open commitments. Column M is the available balance. Column N is the percent spent. Column O is a percent of the balance. So column A for index, row 4. Under column F, there's 3 business units. Column G, there's a company number. Column H, again, is a business unit numbers. Column I for the description is Division of Economic Development. Column J, revised budget, is $34,586,948. Column K, expenditures, $29,153,123.59. Column L, $11,606.56. Column M, available balance is $5,422,217.85. Column N, percent spent is 84%. Column O, percent balance is 16%. Tab G is the FY 2020 single audit report, and there is none. That concludes my report. Thank you.
Chair Hinio, are you still on the call?
I was waiting for OMB to indicate if they were done. Office of Management and Budget, does that complete your report?
Chairman Henyung and members of the committee, yes, we are.
Thank you. So Budget and Finance Committee, any questions for OMB?
Chairman Pena,
Shananda, you have the floor for a question to OMB.
Yes, thank you. If I could, or maybe it's more to staff, if you could, what time this was sent out to the committee, and I do want to recognize and make this Navajo for keeping or forwarding this information. A lot of information. And at one time I had requested if we could get links. So in the agenda, we have documents that are linked to the document so we could keep track as I wish he doesn't know when this was emailed out so that I could review and follow along with the OMB report. Thank you, Chairman.
Kashina, thank you. I am Peggy. I did see a notification come across my screen here. What time did you send the OMB report out for economic development?
At 1:01 p.m.
Yes, I see it. It's 1:01 p.m. OMB report sent out to the Navajo Budget and Finance Committee, and so therefore you should be able to open that up. I opened mine up already, and it's on the screen here too. So with that, any further questions, comments for Office of Management and Budget? Okay, with that, then I'll move forward to Chairman Nez to speak to the legislation that's before the Budget and Finance Committee.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairman Henio, honorable members of the Budget and Finance Committee. RDCAU 13-22 it is our duty as legislators to ask questions in reference to the proposed budgets for FY 2023. At this time, I will allow my agent, Mr. J.T. Willie, Executive Director for Department of Economic Development, Division of Economic Development, to present that. Chairman Henio, at this time, I'll give him the floor, sir.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Willie, go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you for that, Shanantai, Honorable Chair Ricky Nez. Good afternoon to the honorable members of the Budget and Finance Committee, Honorable Chair Henio. In the packet that's been provided to honorable members, we submitted the binders as requested, as well as electronic copies to honorable members and to Shema Ms. Nakai, and also thank you to Mr. Rodney Tahi for also forwarding the necessary information for today's presentation. Going to the binder, it is numbered tab number 1 through tab number 13. Each one of the sections is specific to the Division of Economic Development's proposed 2023 fiscal year budget. At the beginning of the meeting today, I'm taking reference to Shanella Honorable Karadi's statement about the impacts of oil spills and how divisions are going to be moving forward and affected environmental issues regarding these monies that we have received from decades of royalties, as well as also maneuvering through conversations moving forward if we are faced with such situations. That is my opening statement, is that the Division of Economic Development has prepared this presentation and proposed budget in line with what we see to bring forward operational support for the Navajo Nation's economic sector through the Division of Economic Development. In speaking to the recent situation taking place in Red Valley Cove area with the oil spills and the question proposed by Shanella Honorable Karadi, the division takes into perspective all sorts of proposals. And I'm glad that she had proposed that question to all of us as divisions. How do we maneuver through this, and how do we look to different alternative resources of funding and energy? The division receives numerous proposals on the daily, and we are very cautious of how we maneuver those conversations through, because we know that monies that do come in through the division for allotment of funding, we have to be very transparent in how we use these funds to the benefit of the Navajo sector. So each one of these areas that I'll be speaking to impacts the operational and employment as well as services to be provided to our end users of the Navajo community, as well as also to each one of our offices throughout the Navajo Nation that are part of these conversations. We report them in a holistic manner so that we're able to provide advisement to the Navajo Nation Council, honorable members of the 24th Council. Now with the addition of additional staff such as our economists is able to drive that conversation to the benefit to look at all alternative areas for resources and also for funding opportunities so that we can be prepared in such manners, as well as also have vetted much of these conversations within the Division of Economic Development. If honorable members can take to the binder that we provided, there is a tab, number 1, but just above number 1, there is the budget summary that I will go through. From there, I will go through Form 1 and Form 2 as instructed and requested by Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. And as we go to the budget summary, you will see that the division, and as Ms. Shema Misnakai had read into record, there is a total request of $7,336.89. And each one of these areas, the division has funding opportunities for its administrative department, where the division director sits, as well as all the additional staff, such as the public information officer, our economists, as well as other project oversight supervisors sit within the division. And the business unit number assigned to the administration is 11001. And in this area, we had a proposed budget which totals at $1,282,578. And as proposed, as you see here, I'll go into detail when we go into our Form 1s. The Business Regulatory Department, business unit number 11003, is also a department overseen by Mr. Nota Silversmith. Mr. Silversmith has a proposed budget at about $636,052. Moving on to the next one, and I'm going through the summary page before I go into the detailed Form 1s. Item 3 is the Project Development Department. Their business unit numbers 110004, and this department's overseen by Mr. Anthony Perry. Mr. Perry's proposed budget is at $917,813. Going down to our regional offices, our Chinle RBDO, business unit number 110005, overseen by Ms. Martina Yazi. The total proposed is $364,227. Our Eastern RBDO, business unit number 110006, is overseen by Mr. Jeremy Buckinghorse, and his proposed budget is at $370,412. Our Shiprock RBDO, business unit number 110009, is overseen by Ms. Margie D, and her proposed budget too is at $455,953. Our Western RBDO, business unit number 110010, overseen by Mr. Edward Little, has a proposed budget of $415,290. Our Fort Defiance RBDO, business unit number 110011, overseen by Ms. Libby Valteau, has a total proposed budget of $345,965. Our Support Services Department, business unit number 110012, has a proposed budget of $626,107, overseen by Mr. Douglas Capitan. Our Small Business Development Department, business unit number 110013, has a proposed budget of $722,039. This office is overseen by Ms. Elaine Young. Our Navajo Real Estate Department, business unit number 110015, has a proposed budget of $499,853, is overseen by Ms. Brenda Jesus. Our Tourism Department, business unit numbers 510003, has a proposed budget of $400,000, overseen by Mr. Arvel McCabe. And the last unit is our Kerrigan Professional Office Complex, business unit number 910005, with a proposed budget of $300,000, which is which sits under the Office of Support Services, Mr. Douglas Capitan. Moving into the tab 1, we have the budget form 1, and this highlights the DED Administrative Department, business unit number 110001. This is where the division director sits, as well as with support staff. Going to part 3 of the budget summary, we have personal expenses 2001 at a total proposed budget of $772,245. This has a difference of $361,876. Our travel expenses for this department, 3000, has a proposed budget of $19,200, has a difference of $2,020. We do not have a line item for 3500 meeting expenses at this time. There is supplies for 4,000, line item number 4,000. Proposed budget is at $10,500. There is a different shortage of 6,000. Our lease and rental, business unit number 5,000, has a $15,000 hold, $1,500 hold. This is a account that's satisfied by fixed costs. We also have our communication utilities, 5500, has a proposed budget of $13,640. There is no difference in this line item. Line item number 6000, repairs and maintenance, has a proposed budget of $3,500. There is a shortfall of $1,000 proposed in this budget. 6500, contractual services, has a proposed budget of $448,393. There is a difference of $279,605. Lastly, 7000, special transactions, has a proposed budget of $13,600 with a increase of $2,059. To highlight for honorable members, personal expenses in the administrative budget has an increase of $361,876 due to the shortfall that we are facing in our tourism department. Because that account is funded from external funds from the revenue received from the hotel occupancy tax, the administrative budget will be picking up staffing for that office to keep it functioning and to also not entertain any layoffs or entertain any shortage of staff. It's in our intent to continue to support our tourism department into this next fiscal year as we have faced the shortfall within this past 2022 fiscal year, and the administrative budget is currently still picking up those costs for our tourism department. Also to highlight for honorable members, contractual services, account 6500 has an increase of $279,605. This is due to the requests from the division for needed comprehensive studies for the Navajo economy, the need for feasibility studies, market studies, traffic studies, as well as an overall comprehensive plan for the Navajo economy. Now that the division sees the nation moving forward with the public health orders, as well as also for the benefit for leadership's guidance, the economists will be looking to use that fund account for those necessary comprehensive economic development strategies. And that is the reason for the change in this particular business unit number for the administrative department. Going on to form number 2 for the administrative department, we have goal statements outlined 1 through 5. Each one of these areas have been modified to meet the current evaluation for the administrative department. Each one of the goals outlined for each quarter also highlight the benefits, such as the goals met or consultations that are given division-wide, numerous proposals reviewed, consultations, trainings, and workshop outreach. Also to provide statuses for the economic review and economic base analysis to stakeholders. And lastly, to promote community resources engagement partnerships. Moving on to tab number 2. Tab 2 Business unit number 110003 is our business regulatory department. In this particular department, overseen by Mr. Noto Silversmith, has a total proposal at $636,052. As outlined in Part 3 of Budget Form 1, going and starting with 2001 personnel expenses, there is a proposed budget of $577,423. That is an increase of $38,710. Travel expenses, line item 3000, has a proposed budget of $19,030, a decrease of $5,947. Supplies proposed is at $5,500. That is a decrease of $23,126. Lease and rental has a holding of $1,500. Similar to, it's also a fixed cost proposal. 5500, communication utilities, has a proposed budget of $7,555. That is a decrease of $1,674. Repairs and maintenance has $1,000, decrease of $3,200. Contractual services has a proposed budget of $16,388. That is also a decrease of $23,101. Contract special services, special transactions, 7000, $7,607, has a decrease of $6,450. Honorable members, the Business Regulatory Department, or otherly known as BRD, has an invested interest for personnel expenses. Mr. Silversmith has provided all necessary input for the proposed budget that you have before you. Paying attention to part number 2, I want to also highlight that we do have ARPA funding for regulatory services for an amount of $313,106. Mr. Silversmith Department also has received a decrease of IDC for this upcoming fiscal year. And so therefore there has been a fluctuation in numbers as we see, but of course will be taken into consideration as we move into the next fiscal year. Budget Form 2 highlights the performance criteria as defined by Mr. Silversmith. Part 3 outlines the first, second, and third quarter goals. Mr. Silversmith's department is more based off of regulation through the Navajo Business Opportunity Act, as well as weights and measures for compliance, bid opening processes, contractual processes, and the number of inspections that take place throughout Navajo. Goal statements 1 through 5 highlight each one of these areas, and well as is including also registration and record of corporation financial statements that report to the Division of Economic Development. Honorable members, moving on to tab number 3. Tab 3, business unit number 110004, Project Development Department. Mr. Anthony Perry is the oversight supervisor. Mr. Perry has in part 3 a proposed budget of $917,813. Starting with the first item, 2001 personnel expenses. The proposed budget is at $547,436. There is an increase of $55,588. Travel expenses, 3000, $18,050. There is a minimal increase of $1,435. Supplies, $9,563, a decrease of $1,837. Lease and rental, $1,872. Again, this is also a proposed fixed cost for this year. Communications and utilities, 5500, $32,872. There is a decrease of $6,732. Repairs and maintenance at $1,500. There is no difference. Contractual services, $108,800, a decrease of $26,880. Special transactions, $7,000. $9,676. There is a decrease of $1,555. Capital outlay is requested at $188,044. There is an increase of $6,975. Mr. Perry's again is overseeing the project development, which oversees commercial development as well as industrial development throughout the Navajo Nation. Going on to budget form 2 for the project development department, their goal statements 1 through 5 under part 3 highlight the number of proposals, qualifications, as well as also those regarding commercial industrial projects. They also go through to promote and initiate contractual services for some of these commercial industrial sites. There's also highlights to the application funding per each one of these projects that take place per quarter. And lastly, they go through overviews per task per quarter based off of business site leasing transactions, MOAs, MOUs, A&E, AIA projects, as well as also providing additional services to our division, RBDOs, entities, or other side entities for the division. Honorable members, moving on to tab number 4. Tab 4 is our Chinle Regional Business Development Office, business unit number 110005. The Chinle RBDO, overseen by Ms. Martina Yazzie, has a total proposed budget at $364,027. That is an increase of $12,075. Starting with the first line item, 2001 personnel expenses. The proposed budget is at $311,024. That is an increase of $11,226. Travel expenses, minimal at $14,192. That is a minimum increase of $641. Supplies, $1,450, minimal increase of $300. Lease and rental, $2,070, no change. Communication and utilities, $10,840, there's no change. Repairs and maintenance, $6,071, there is also no change. Contractual services, $13,500, there is a difference of $8. And special transactions, $4,880, there's a difference of a minus of $100. And as you can see in the proposed budget, the RBDO, again, will be looking to provide operational services for our Chinle regional area. In the Form 2, the budget Form 2, this also is highlighting the goal statements for the Chinle RBDO 1 through 5, and looks again to provide workshops, trainings, as well as also evaluation of business site leasing, which also includes land withdrawal, land use agreements, and to package up those to get processed through the 164. They also involve the assistance to clients per quarter for business plan purposes, business certification, corporation packages, and as well as also the statistics for job creation. Tab number 5, business unit number 110006, the Eastern Regional Business Development Office, which is overseen by Mr. Jeremy Buckinghorse. This is the particular line item, our budget, which is located out in Church Rock, New Mexico. They have a total proposed budget of $370,412. Starting with the first line item, 2001 personnel expenses. They have a proposed budget of $316,708. There is an increase of $26,761. Travel expenses, $14,309. There's an increase of $2,519. Supplies, $10,384. There is no difference. Lease and rentals, $500. There is no difference. Communication utilities, $14,500. There is no difference. Repairs and maintenance, $4,000. There is no difference. Contractual services, $584. There is a decrease of $58,036. Special transactions, $4,127. There's a difference of $192. Honorable members, I just want to highlight that our regional offices will be coordinating efforts with our Small Business Development Department to conduct cleanup as well as land surveying and land preparation, and I will go into that when I get to the Small Business Development Department's budget. Moving on to Form 2, Budget Form 2 for the Eastern Regional Business Development Office. They are also outlined per quarter, 1 through 5. Similar, again, have the conduction of workshops and programs, business site leasing transactions, land withdrawals, number of business site leases, assistance to clients, as well as also providing funding resources applied for clients, and most importantly, job creation statistics. Moving on to tab number 6 is our Shiprock Regional Business Development Office. This office is also located under the Small Business Development Department, business unit number 110009, overseen by Ms. Margie D. They have a total proposed budget, $455,953. Starting off with 2001 personal expenses, proposed budget $3,021 or $321,661. There is an increase of $17,337. Travel expenses $15,177. There is no change. Supplies $17,701. There is a difference of $15,504 minus from last year. Communication utilities, $8,260, $8,600. There is no change. $11,400. Repairs and maintenance, there is a decrease of $2,300. Contractual services, $74,360. There is a decrease of $340. Special transactions, $7,054. There is a decrease of $219. Ms. Margie D's, again, focus has been based off of operational support for the Shiprock region. We will go into conversation regarding site cleanup as well as preparation when I get to the small business development budget. Moving on to form number 2 for the Shiprock RBDO. They are also outlined for goal statements 1 through 5. Each one of these areas focus on workshop and training, business site leasing and management, client support, as well as also business plans per quarter, and also funding resources for our entities located here on Navajo, and lastly, job creation. Moving on to tab number 7, we have the Western Regional Business Development Office, business unit number 110010. This particular office is overseen by Mr. Edward Little. The Part 3 budget summary, they have a total proposed of $415,290. Starting with the first line item, 2001 personnel expenses, $324,105. There's a difference of $17,304. Travel expenses, $16,240. There's an increase of $2,861. Supplies, $3,108. There is no difference. Lease and rental, $4,400. There is no difference. Communication utilities, $3,470. There is no difference. Repairs and maintenance, $1,980. There is no difference. Contractual services, $58,807. There's an increase of $15,144. Special transactions, $3,180. There is a difference in the negative of $532. Mr. Little, again, will be highlighting in support for operational services for this department. The conversation regarding cleanup and remediation of business sites will be communicated when we get to the small business development's budget. Moving on to the Form 2 for our Western Regional Office. Mr. Little, again, has proposed goal statements 1 through 5. Each one of these areas highlight workshop training, business site leasing and transactions, clientele support, as well as funding resources for applicants, and lastly, job creation. Moving on to tab number 8, our Fort Defiance Regional Business Development Office, overseen by Ms. Libby Valteau. Part 3 has a proposed budget of $345,965. Ms. Valteau, for the business expenses, line item number 2001, has a proposed budget of $288,576. That is an increase of $24,434. Travel expenses, $10,436. That's a decrease of $1,599. Supplies, $4,316. That's a decrease of $4,556. Lease and rentals, 0. Communications and utilities, $6,119. That's a decrease of $2,877. Repairs and maintenance, $300. There is no change. Contractual services, $33,821. That's a decrease of $7,710. Special transactions, $2,397. That's a decrease of $6,440. Ms. Balto's proposed budget again highlights operational support. We will discuss the land cleanup and remediation for the Fort Defiance region under our small business development department. Form 2 for the Fort Defiance Regional Office highlights goal statements 1 through 5. Each one of these areas highlight again workshop and training, business site leasing and packaging, as well as land withdrawal, land use agreements, clientele support for business plans and planning, financial support, completing corporation certificates, as well as business certifications, and lastly, job creation. Tab number 9, support services, business unit number 110012, overseen by Mr. Douglas Capitan. Starting with the first line item, 2001, personnel expenses. There is a proposed budget of $505,382. There's an increase of $118,874. This is in regards to the CFO that the division looks to move forward within this next fiscal year. It also provides additional support services for our Navajo Nation Division Economic Development. Next line item, travel expenses, $15,650. There's an increase of $1,190. Supplies, $10,500. There's a decrease of $4,190. Lease and rental, $1,000. There's no change. Communication utilities, $13,140. No change. Repairs and maintenance, $4,000. There's a decrease of $2,000. Contractual services, $69,670. There is a decrease, $61,629. Special transactions, $6,765. There's a decrease of $728. Moving on to budget form number 2 for support services. The support services has goal statements 1 through 5 outlined under part 3. These highlight financial budgetary reports for the division. They also highlight support services, training schedules for policies and procedures to the division. They include IT support for the hardware, software of the division. They also provide data, statistical information for loan, as well as economic development activities in coordination with our economists. They also analyze the financial evaluation of loan and investment proposals through the BIDF that we will be moving forward with this upcoming fiscal year. Tab number 10, Small Business Development Department, business unit number 110013, overseen by Ms. Elaine Young. There's a total proposed budget of $722,039. This is an increase of $300,039. Starting off with the first line item, personnel expenses, $291,815, increase of $24,681. Travel expenses, $22,221, an increase of $1,968. Supplies, $15,500, there's no change. Lease and rental, $1,575, there is no change. Communication utilities, $15,853. There is a decrease of $4,359. Repairs and maintenance, $1,095. There is no change. Contractual services, $360,294. There is an increase of $280,576. Honorable members, this is due to the support for cleanups at various business site locations that we currently have to upgrade infrastructure, as well as also start some of the contractual processes identified through each one of our regional offices. In coordinating with the Small Business Development Department, we have invested these funds for that exact purpose that will be coordinating with the Oversight Department with each respective RBDO. Lastly, line item number 7,000, special transactions, $13,686. There is a decrease of $2,827. Going to the Form 2 of the Small Business Development Department, have goal statements highlighted 1 through 5, which are based off of coordination with our regional offices. work sessions, as well as also highlighting opportunities to support best practices and networking for the RBDOs. They also include those receiving of documents that come from the regional offices to conclude and process and finalize them, to evaluate compliance for the 164 process, to also initiate construction activities for the 164 process, and also scheduling the proposed resolutions to be approved by the committee that approves the business site leasing through the Division of Economic Development. Tab number 12 is our real estate department, overseen by Ms. Brenda Jesus, business unit number 110015. They have a proposed budget of $499,853. Starting off with the first line item, personal expenses, $444,376. There's an increase of $37,567. Travel expenses, $18,422. There's a decrease of $356. Supplies, $6,822, decrease of $10,428. Lease and rental, $560. There's no change. Communication utilities, $10,224, no change. Repairs and maintenance, $500, decrease of $300. Contractual services, $13,000, a decrease of $12,492. Special transactions, $5,949, difference of $899. Ms. Jesus with the real estate department has been changing the initiatives to provide post-leasing support for our Navajo businesses and has provided the proposed outline budget. In the budget form 2, Ms. Jesus has outlined goal statements 1 through 5 in coordination with our office based off of reviewing legal descriptions based off of the land mapping system database per quarter. They also include environmental assessments. They also include development standard MDR for the Navajo Nation, distribution of the business site leasing documents once they have been signed and put into place. They also include completing business site leasing permits as well as reviews inspections per quarter. Moving on to tab number 12. This is our tourism department, business unit number 510003, overseen by Mr. Arvel McCabe. The respective office has a $4,000 proposed budget that was given through the allotment of this year. As I mentioned earlier, the personnel department, personnel expenses, majority of it has been picked up by the administrative department. What you see in the budget number for line item 2001, $126,079 covers only 2 designated staff within this department. The remaining staff have been covered by the administrative budget. There is a difference of $10,668. Travel expenses, $11,426. That's an increase of $11,426. Supplies, $33,542. That's an increase of $33,542. Lease and rental, $10,000. That's an increase of $10,000. Communications utilities, $8,711. That's an increase of $8,711. Repairs and maintenance, $5,500. That's an increase of $5,500. Contractual services, $88,840. That's an increase of $75,675. Special transactions, $115,303.903. That's an increase of $115,903. As I mentioned, honorable members, the tourism department was affected due to the closure of hotels throughout Navajo, which reduced the revenue coming into this fund source for the hotel occupancy tax. The administrative department has had to continue to provide funding for this office in this current fiscal year. We have been gathering resources from budgets that are currently still in the process or have not been identified to be used by any sort of funding to continue to support the tourism office. Moving on to the budget form 2 for tourism, they have highlighted goal statements 1 through 5, which include development of tourism related projects. They also include application for tourism development projects. Mr. McCabe and his team has done very well to source outside funding for grant funding for development for certain visits throughout Navajo. Goal 3 include the community-based tourism planning with local chapters, development of a partnership for sustainable tourism, as well as to promote and market Navajo Nation and tourism industry locally and worldwide. Moving on to tab number 13, Carrigan Professional Complex. The Carrigan Professional Complex is what houses majority of the Division of Economic Development located here in St. Michael's, Arizona. Mr. Tyrone Chi and Mr. Douglas Capitan are the oversight for this particular office, business unit number 910005. And as you can see, has a stagnant budget of $300,000. This is majority of the revenue collected from the lease and rental from the various offices that occupy this building. Personal expenses, $103,252. That's an increase of $3,260. Travel expenses, $3,045. That's an increase of $245. Supplies, $18,500. That's an increase of $4,500. Lease and rental, $1,000. There's no change. Communication utilities, $2,800. There is no change. Repairs and maintenance, $131,000. That's an increase of $21,000. Contractual services, $38,552. That's an increase of $20,496. Special transactions, $1,851. That's an increase of $499. Capital outlay, 0. That's a decrease of $50,000. This particular budget also takes care of the maintenance as well as also security of the building and the contracts that go through to provide those services. Moving on to budget form 2 for this office, goal statements 1 through 5 highlight certain measures such as preventative maintenance for HVAC systems, fire systems, the elevator, lights, and equipment. They include building safety inspections for life, health, and property. They include monitoring maintenance and service contracts, general building maintenance and repairs, and lastly, have changed within the past couple of years to provide COVID-19 sanitation services for the Carrigan Professional Complex. And moving on to tab number 14 is the office rental for DED. This is a business unit number 118031. I don't believe this is part of the overall hearing for today, but we did provide this for honorable members through the fixed costs discussion that took place last week. That concludes my reading of the proposed budget for FY 2023. Honorable Chair Henyo, members of the Budget and Finance Committee, and Honorable Chair Nez, I turn it back over to you. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Willie, for that. Honorable Chairman Henyo, back to you, sir.
Chairman Nez, Mr. J.T. Willie, for providing us a presentation. The Budget and Finance Committee, questions on Division Economic Development budget. Are there any questions for Mr. J.T. Willie? Danita, there are no questions. I'll call for the question to accept the resolution. Let's move forward to roll call vote. Ramona?
Vote green.
Ramona?
She's going back to her desk. Can you give
Okay.
Delegate Yellow Hair, I got a question.
Okay, Delegate Yellow Hair, while Ramona's making her way back. Delegate Yellow Hair,
Yeah, this is J.T. Willie. Your budget is very excellent and very good justifications. General Orders to the chairman. Big Nance, thank you very much for bringing this legislation for the economic development. Oh, yeah, I think if I'm referring the right orders to the Chairman. The way rough lot trading posts. In Zunico, yat ekin, in Zunia, stone building Belia. There was only issue they had was roofing repair that needs to be repaired. Nice building. My understanding, somebody moving there. I thought, he doesn't trading post, huh? That's my question to JT Willie. If somebody went move to rough lot trading post, all it needed was just a repair, maintenance repair on roofing. But now just get Shitada JT Willie. That's my questions. And then what it was actually Chairman.
Kushina, Kela, Snanda Del Yale here, Night Kitty. Back to Snanda Chairman Nez to JT Willie.
Thank you, Chairman Henyo, Aroshana, Honorable Jimmy Yola here. Horonadin Kirigishi, Horonadin Kirigi Koro, Mr. JT Willie, not on Jahado. Mr. Willie, could you respond, sir?
Oh, yeah, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair Henyo, Shadai, Honorable Yellow Hair. In response to the Rough Rock trading, we are in coordination to finalize a project with Honorable Slater in the particular region to provide opportunities to remediate as well as also renovate the Rough Rock trading. I'm not too sure that it's currently occupied, but we do have that on our priority listing here moving forward. We were in coordination with the local Dnr College on building out opportunities for some of the regions, leasing for the business site leases for some of these areas. And we are going to be continuing that conversation with the development committee that's been recommended by Honorable Slater. And we will provide some updates as we move forward. The proposed Rough Rock trading is also part of our 5-year plan that the division has been proposing and will look to finalize within the next few months. Honorable Yellow Hair. Menez, turning it back over to you.
Chairman, Honorable Henio.
Hold on, please hold on. Shnanda, Chairman Nez.
I think he's in RDC meeting, Chair.
I believe so. I already told him.
Chairman Henyo, I'm here, sir.
Okay, does that complete your response?
Yes, sir. Back to you. They're done with the RDC meeting, so I'm good. Thank you.
Thank you. Deacon Sena, Elmer PB gave back to us. We appreciate it too. So this back to Budget and Finance Committee. Delegate Jimmy Yell here. Follow up. Delegate Jimmy Yell here. Follow up.
Yes, I'm new. Luckily, the phone. Anyway, yes, to the chairman, thank you very much, and appreciate response on JT Willie. Yes, that's my old trading post. Used to pick up my mail there. Rough Up trading post. Yeah, in Johnny trading post. I seen Johnny. Analia etolet napa gas station to open Dalia Biga. That's my my Henson queries to the chairman.
Delegate Yell here. With that, if there are no more questions, I had called for the question for a roll call vote.
Chair Henyo, this is Delegate Crowdy with the question.
You have the floor.
Yes, thank you. I appreciate the resolution being presented by Chairman Naz and for Division Director J.T. Willie to present to the committee. In the discussion, I did not hear
Shananta, Delegate Ember Canasta, we cannot hear you at all. You're breaking up real bad.
Chairman Henyo, am I still breaking up?
No, it's really way, way better.
Sorry.
Shadeja, we can't hear you. Chair Henio, I think her call dropped.
I do believe so, Peggy, because I don't see her on the screen here. With this one, well, Delegate Karate coming back on the line. Are there any further questions, comments, Shananta, Budget and Finance Committee?
Chair Henio, this is Vice Chair Smith. I have a question.
Vice Chair Smith, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair Henio and Budget Finance Committee members. Appreciate the time, and I appreciate the report from the Economic Development Division of Economic Development. My question is, dated Adzil Fashes do Ajita Nadieba Hovan Nita Ehehe Navajo Nation Nanishidayitra Ahele. My question is, Quad Kushina Hai did not plan to chaos, so though Sandia oil, but I know that Sandia oil is not going to move in there. So don't need to elaborate on that. So my question is, who's going to take over? Because they were planning to have a gas station and a Dairy Queen and a convenience store for those that are traveling east and westbound on I-40 and heading south on 191 and heading north on 191. That would be a ideal place to have jobs. That would be an ideal place to have a gas station. Anol Tagi won't be going down to the state of Arizona. It'll be coming back to the Navajo Nation because it's on Navajo Nation land. Across the street, Rio Perco, that store that's selling gas over there, their taxes go directly to the state. We don't benefit from that. So what is the plan on that? And do I need to make a condition of appropriation or a condition of, regarding that? Because it just seems like opaos. And then we need help too. Red Barn, Navajo Land Commission Office is the owner of that land, that property. We want a feed store. I think Division of Economic Development should be able to help in addressing that, being able to advertise or make it known that there is business sites available, and working with the Navajo Land Commission Office and Navajo Land Commission committees. The other one is up on top, south of 191, south of Mahatatzil. It's called the Old Hooches. That could be a warehouse store too. It's an Ishchito, that materials that Egi. That would be a good place to sell and have maybe even a
True Value or Ace Hardware or something of that nature. Because it is far for folks within that Udseel area and Sanders and Burntwater, Carino, Allentown, to name a few, Lupton and Wide Ruins area and Chambers and new lands that would utilize those two facilities because they are livestock owners. Not only them, but the surrounding, the communities that I mentioned, they are livestock owners and they are homeowners too. Some are building their homes. Got a neighbor here that's constantly having his house being built, and every morning I wake up to hearing hammering, which is good. And every now and then he says, if there was a place that we could get lumber, it would be quicker. We have to go back and forth. And gas, it'd be just down the street from us. So those are those two. And then down at Old Lee's Liquor, 191, just north of Chambers. Those are prime areas for economic development. And I don't know if you're even involved in the planning stages of Pinta Exit. It was really being highly talked about, saying, yeah, we're going to put a manufacturing of houses. Next thing I know, I heard that happened. So Ada, just get hopes up all high and everything starts to sound like it's all going to take place. We need help down there to develop these exits, because that's going to bring in a lot of revenue and taxes and provide jobs. And those are the things that Division of Economic Development should be really, those are what they call opportunity zone areas. So it's from the communities. They just don't work courage. That's the whole purpose of having a Division of Economic Development at I-40. I know when Nez was running for president, him and Lizer were saying, mom and pop shops. They're the ones that built America. We need to start doing that with Navajo Nation, buy local. But then, nothing's happened. So those are the concerns that I want to bring forth, and I see that the opportunity is there, but there's no vision, there's no plan, there's no anybody really saying, let's move and see what we can do a feasibility study, and Batiti Kato working together to get these businesses up. You see the way the border towns are. They pop up a convenience store, they pop up a hotel, they pop up a restaurant, they pop up a warehouse, you name it. They're moving, and then they draw us into the border towns, and we're spending our dollars over there. How come we're not focusing on that? Not only in my community, but the whole Navajo Nation, I'm sure, way out there. Nala, he's always talking about Shanto, Kayenta, Tuba City, Crown Point, Eastern Agency, Northern, Chair Henya, Cochin, Sahajale, not to forget Alamo. Those are the places that could really be bringing in the revenues from locals, because right now COVID-19 was a big hindrance, but now you see people traveling, people going here and there, and whether they wear their mask or whether they not wear their mask. So what is the plans on those? I don't hear any development or any kind of plans to do that, to push those along. Chair Henio, those are my concerns, my questions, and I sit on the Navajo Land Commission, and I know that our constituents are asking what's going on with those. You guys bought the properties, it's just sitting there. And now they're just turning into a makeshift flea market, free of charge. Good for those folks that are selling and making, but we need to put in development for those places. So Chair, I turn the floor back over to you. Thank you.
Vice Chair Smith. With that, defer back to Chairman Nez.
Thank you. Yeah, Honorable Chairman Henyo, hello, honorable members of the Budget and Finance Committee, hello, Shatsui, hello, Vice Chair Smith, hello, Bahain Zito, the Tis Ahakito, Kodo Hot Out, and Niniki, Asian Kodo, Sadanat Anj, and Hato. So, Nathan Natit and Neban Hastop Cargo, Ohot Egon Hilkas, economic development, Chehas Ajiki, Arotinas Ni, the Corson Sagi, Benina, Aro Asi Johat, Aron, the Ashnestalako, Arat El Kaligishim, Bena, the Hot Eden, the Benhat Ago, Korobi Hati, Sorzan Behain, Zigit, Ashatsui. Krobe hati kape hada ini nedon hita naye kita last penniya. Konahun adi kaha neta nashit suido ahya hut on daidos kidiki pest. Aroshin krok ashitsela. Mr. Willie, could you respond, sir? Ashwanda.
Oh, yes, Honorable Chair, honorable members of the Budget and Finance Committee, Honorable Smith, for your questions. To answer the first portion for the Nahat Atzil location, as you're aware, the division was moving forward to provide additional build-out master planning, which included Sandia Oil, but that conversation has since changed. We are now in the process of working out new lease agreements for construction and operation with our partners at Navajo Nation Hospitality Enterprise, NNHE. Mr. Stan Sapp, as you're aware, also is the managing entity for the location located within the area at Navajo, Arizona, and will also be working with us in coordination to continue moving forward with those plans that we have had for the Nahat Atzil New Land Shopping Center located there in Sanders. We have been in conversation since June. I know the priorities over the past few months have been looking at ARPA funding. They've also have been based off of the transitioning of the hotel over in Shiprocks, management and operations from the gaming to Navajo Nation Hospitality Enterprise. That conversation has finally been complete with the approval of the legislation by President Nez. And now moving forward, we will continue the dialogue for the location located there at Nahat Atzil with Navajo Nation Hospitality Enterprise and Mr. Sapp, who has been working with our Project Development Department Office, Mr. Tony Perry, on coordinating these efforts moving forward. I know we have to also satisfy the requirements for the lease for bashes, and also involves legal satisfaction that we have to work with the commission as well as the legal leadership there over at Navajo Land Commission. And we will also need to start our conversations to move forward with this particular development for that location. I will also provide some updates regarding the sites that's been mentioned, Honorable Smith, and what we have been coordinating our efforts towards into these past few years and what we have moving forward. As you know, we have also prepared some of these projects for eligibility through the American Rescue Plan. However, that conversation did change with the approval and amendments that took place. So therefore, we still have these projects identified under the division, which also include Pinta Exit, Fort Courage, the developments located in the South region, and as well as also the former Red Barn location located out there. And working with our efforts with our team here, I am glad that we did all the evaluations necessary for identifying these projects, as well as projected estimated costs for construction, and also working with the particular land statuses so that we can move them forward. That is one of our hindrances that we do face, that and funding opportunities on how we can move them forward. We do have the proposed 5-year plan that has been prepared and also drafted by the division with the support of our regional offices, as well as our small business and project development. There have been some support for infrastructure that were identified on the American Rescue Plan that were identified eligible, but were not included in the final conversations by leadership. So therefore, we have those also ready to move forward and advance. 5-year plan and proposals do allow allotments from funds that take place from sales tax. As I mentioned in my budget presentation, under our support services, there is a request for one of the needed components of staffing, which is the chief financial officer, that will help in administering the BIDF, which is a untapped resource that has been put in place for a number of years. And now under the leadership, we have removed any sort of self-imposed holding on that particular or moratorium that was put on place by previous directors, but now moving forward. And also the third opportunity that we also have that we'll be finalizing here pretty soon is what is known as the State Small Business Credit Initiative. And from there, I do request at some point the division get put on the BNF agenda to present the SSBCI Update State Small Business Credit Initiative, which is another resource that the division had applied and received funding for from the Treasury Department, in coordinating our efforts with such entities as the Navajo CDFI and Change Labs. And as we move forward in that conversation, allowing Dnr Chamber to also be part of our initiatives as technical support for us, that will be another area of funding resources that we can advance some of these projects towards, because that's been the bottom line that we've been facing with a lot of our external partners, is the fact of outside funding opportunities to build out some of these projects. And of course, through our regional offices coordinating cleanup, as well as the preparation of infrastructure support necessary to provide for these build out of projects located here on Navajo. I'm very thankful that we are able to work with our hospitality enterprise on moving forward with our plans, and as well as also with Mr. Robert Black over at Navajo Hopi Land Commission on their proposed projects for Pinta build out. We do still have them on our radar, and we will need to provide some updates for funding, possible funding opportunities here moving forward. And so that would be my request, is that we be able to provide an update regarding the SSBCI to honorable members of the Budget and Finance Committee. I hope that does answer majority of the concerns and questions brought up by Shiche Honorable Smith. And I will also provide some documentation which kind of show where we have been as far as infrastructure and build out support, as well as some proposals that were put together for 5-year planning for our regional business offices, particular to this location, as well as for other members of the committee. Yeah, Honorable Chair, turning the time back over to you.
Mr. Willie, could you respond to Honorable Vice Chair's concern on the area along I-40 at Hot, Arizona, Fort Courage, Navajo,
Oh, yeah, Shania, Honorable Chair. Yes, and that also does include that particular location as far as funding opportunity that will be part of the proposed 5-year plan. And also, again, the necessary needs for the finalizing our conversations to talk about the price of land located over at Fort Courage. We have not gone to a point where we talked about cleanup from not the developer, but the landholder, as well as also moving forward for procurement. And that's something that we have to work with the state with, because the land status is different from trust land, and it is a privately owned property. When we were in conversations prior to the pandemic, we did come to some sort of terms as far as pricing, but it was way overpriced because the Navajo Nation was going to do their own evaluation, and that did not include cleanup of the site before we did any particular procurement or authorized or even decided to move forward with that. However, that is still on our radar, and we can still carry out those conversations with landowners. A team was assigned to do such and have been working on that. We did kind of held off on moving forward with EPA because we needed the official response, but we never had received that from the landowner. And also, again, coordinating with the Arizona State with our own EPA departments. Mr. Chair, yeah.
Thank you very much, Mr. Woolley, for your response. Honorable Chairman Henyo, back to you, sir.
Good seeing you here, Chairman Nez. For that response.
Chair, this is Delegate Brown with questions.
Back to Budget and Finance Committee. Any further questions, comments, Delegate Nathaniel Brown?
Chair Henio, this is Peggy. Do you want me to ask Amber's question too?
Delegate Nathaniel Brown, you have the floor.
Yes. Yeah, thank you. Shema, I'm sure we'll get to you after my questions. Yeah, thank you, Quaggy, the report, Mr. Willie, for your report. I have a number of questions, comments, and concerns regarding the decommissioning of the Kayenta Peabody mine. And then also I see that the conveyor belt is now being taken apart, and also the decommissioning of Navajo Generating Station. My first question would be if you can please give me any type of documentation on the funding that has come in from the multiple companies, SRP and others, on the decommissioning for both of them. How much funding and where are the fundings located within the Navajo Nation government? And I know that in Western Agency, we did request for we are working on creating a trust fund for Arizona chapters. Right now, I know with the state of New Mexico, they're able to only New Mexico chapters, they get their TTIP funding, and it's only on New Mexico chapter side that they can use those funding. So, and then also Utah has the Utah Trust Fund, but Arizona, historically, there's no set aside funding. So I'm really interested in using some of those funds to put them into an Arizona Trust Fund. Again, we did pass a Western Agency resolution requesting for this. So the majority of the chapters in Arizona do agree with that. So if you can, if I know that, and I'm also want to express my disappointment in your leadership as far as taking care of the Kayenta Peabody mine, and then also Navajo Generating Station. I'm hearing these concerns now with the lack of involving the Western, pretty much all of leadership, which is the 24th Navajo Nation Council. I know that a lot of these metals, the machines, even down to the mop bucket, they're just being taken out by non-Navajo companies. I'm saying this because I did a site visit. You weren't there at the last site visit when we were there. And the mayor of Page was just took a painting off the wall. while our own people were discouraged from taking anything. So I'm really disappointed as the director for Navajo Nation Economic Development in the lack of your leadership and being transparent. We have lost out on millions and millions of dollars. And I think that we're still hurting. The people there are still expressing their concern. And but that's done, right? And I hope that how is that laying on your conscience and as a director for economic development? And my next question would be for the I know this body, the 24th Navajo Nation Council Budget and Finance Committee, we allocated funds to hire an economist, and also and I'm really interested from the economist. And when you read out your budget, I've requested at the last summit, I did have a long conversation with the Navajo Nation's economist. I requested some data and information specifically in tourism, and she told me, "Oh, I don't know." And I was really surprised because I thought, as a trained economist, she would be like, "Hey, let's go to state of Arizona tourism. Let's do this. Let's get some of these numbers. I'm working on this." No, it was just point blank. You know what? I don't know. I'm busy with some other stuff. Well, we're trying to build our Navajo Nation tourism, and where the chapters, not just the chapters that I represent, but majority of the chapters going into Utah, we have a very active tourism industry. And I think this is where I also need to know your stance on, during the pandemic, we still have visitors and their frustration as far as, and not just them, but one of the gas station manager texted me and was asking, can you as leadership please do away with the mask mandate? It's hurting business. So a segue into the next thought would be, if you can provide, since the pandemic, please provide this. I know you have these numbers in how many businesses, not just Navajo businesses, all businesses since the executive order, how many businesses close on the Navajo Nation? For myself, myself and many others in Kayenta, we would seek services for the chiropractic there, from the chiropractor, and she employed Navajo individuals, Navajo people. But when I visited him when he was moving, he was really upset. He was really upset that these mandates really hurt him to the point where he had to tap into his savings. And also, a lot of tourists. I'm interested to know also how many Navajo-owned tourist businesses, companies have suffered. And when I listen to our constituents, they have addressed that they have sold their last vehicle, and the little amount of money that it's great that your concentration was on the artisans, as you are an artisan yourself, but it's the other companies who are in the tourism industry suffered. And when I talked to them, they said, we tried to get help. It was such a frustrating process. We gave up. How is your department? I know that you're relying on Change Lab, but how are you using your leadership to think outside the box to help our people? With the closure of Navajo Generating Station and Kayenta Peabody Mine, we're already suffering as far as revenue generating. and we are scrambling. And I know that in Western Agency, specifically my chapters, we are, the lowest hanging fruit is tourism. But I have repeatedly asked Mr. McCabe from Navajo Tourism Office for the studies and some of these business opportunities, and also and the numbers. Where do the visitors flow throughout Navajo Nation? I had to go outside and seek some of these numbers, but I'm really interested. Again, I don't know how many, I've been saying this the past over 3 years, asking for this data. I'm asking for this data because we are still working on our tourism, but I have not received anything from Navajo Nation Economic Development. So if your team is not doing their job, should we pull their funding and just completely go with an outside company, maybe a consulting company that can produce numbers for us, that can crunch numbers immediately? Do you want these fundings if you're not producing? So that's, if you can understand my frustration, and I'm saying this because we are actively working on our tourism. We're with the 3 chapters, with Kayenta Township, with Shanto chapter, with Tuba City. They're doing some very creative, innovative things, to the point where, my chapters had to think outside the box and create a nonprofit, because everything with Navajo Nation, it's such a slow process, and the pandemic has made it even more difficult. I've mentioned this to Navajo Arts and Craft and others. And as economic development, I know that you hear from our people that during the pandemic, our people and our elders are told, I'm sorry, the bathrooms are closed. I'm sorry, I can't do this. I don't know if it's, if our Navajo Nation employees are using that as an excuse. I was just in the Tuba City elections office, and the same thing, the first sign that says, do not enter. And so some of these policies, I think, are just creating more barriers. They're slowing the process even more, slowing even slower when during the pandemic. So I hope that your team is dealing with this, and also as as an appointment from President Nez, I hope that you are coming up with solutions. Ultimately, of course, we want, the number one priority is always our people's safety. At the same time, we still have work to do for our Navajo people and others, since the pandemic has really slowed down in the business sector. So those are some of my questions. I have a few more, but I'm just really frustrated that and what our people are going through, as far as the closure of these, and as far as I know, with Delegate Smith brought up a really good point. I'm really interested to see in a big, not just a 5-year plan, but there should be, since this is the last year in this the 24th Council in this administration, I'm really interested. Can you email us the whole nation plan? I want to see how it is separated, like the energy section. And this Budget and Finance Committee also set aside funding for an energy consultant over 3 years ago. And that was to help your office since the closure of Kayenta Mine and Navajo Generating Station, to help plan. But I understand that Ms. Pilar Thomas, that your department is working really closely with, but she has been very outright not supporting Navajo businesses. Instead, she's telling our people, with the SSBC and other business opportunities, not really forthcoming with information, and just slowing down the whole process also. So I just want to air my frustration, and I'm really, if you can email me the report, one for the closure of the Kayenta Peabody mine, and list all the companies. And then please list all the funding that has been given to the nation, and where are they? Where are they at right now? And then the other would be the closure of Navajo Generating Station and the decommissioning funding that has been set to us. And then back to Kayan to mind, there is funding and there are plans and really slow plans on the reclamation on the Kayan to Peabody mine also. So these are brought to our attention consistently. The frustration, I was just in the Kansas chapter meeting 2 days ago, and that was, again, the same frustration. So I've been requesting information, any and all information. I do need it in your response, and I'll follow up with more questions on the lecture.
Kashina Kela, Shananta, for your questions and comments for Division Committee. With that,
Mr. Chair, this is Robert Willie.
Hold on, please. With that, Mr. Willie, please hold. Peggy, there was another question from that you have the floor for.
Okay, thank you. This was a question that Delegate Crotty was trying to ask. She said, what is DED's plan to engage with New Mexico Energy Transition Act? That's the question.
Kashina Kela, thank you, Peggy, for that. With that, Mr. Willie, are you going to provide a response, or what's your intent?
Mr. Chair, sorry for interrupting. I was on another meeting, and then I got text about NGS and the decommissioning and amounts that needed to be known. I had information on that. I don't know if you still want to hear that.
Okay, what we'll do is I'll defer the floor back to Mr. Chairman Nez, and then what he can do is he'll call upon his agents for any type of response, and he may call upon you. So just stand by. Chairman Nez, response back to the Budget Finance Committee.
Thank you very much, Chairman Henyo, honorable members of the Budget and Finance Committee. Aro Shitsila, Naiden, Kitiki, Koto, Honorable Nate Brown. Alago Naiden, Kit, Nzago Naiden, Kid, the Ahuta Naiden, Kid Bahan, Neton, Tisha, Khalad Nebnant, I'm the Nibinina Aja, Nashahot Zoja, Todna Shape and Has Akit the Nashia, and then this kiddo Shimpinina, Hot Akoro, Shispehados and Stosh, the Nebis Nahadation and Okoshin Koro, Shitsilibahidesh, Asto, Hande Upton, Jahadot, not the Pay Naidens, Kidiki, Aron, the Tasto Naida, Kidiki. Mr. Willie, I would like for you to also respond to Honorable Chair Crotty's question that was read by Ms. Nakai. Mr. Willie, you have the floor, sir.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, Honorable Nez, Otto, members of the Budget and Finance Committee. Otto, Shania, Honorable Brown, thank you for your feedback as well as your statements. And going in the order that they've been asked, I'm going to defer the first ones to Mr. Robert Willie, who I reached out to assist in answering the question regarding the decommissioning of funds related to the decommissioning for both Peabody and NGS. And I'm pretty sure he can provide that. But I do also want to highlight the closure and the decommissioning that took place in conversations leading up to 2018. So the year 2018, it is defined, and I can forward that legislation CD 86-18, which speaks to some of those acts of decommissioning, which also includes waiver of responsibility that was approved by Navajo Council to the Salt River Project and the owners of those particular industrial sites outside of the Navajo Nation. And it's very hard as a director to maneuver through what's been approved by council and working with some of these entities, because this has been brought to the attention of myself before, and you're limited to that approval that took place when it comes to the management of decommissioning, because big concerns that came up were that these entities were not Navajo owned, and they are hiring non-Navajo individuals to assist in decommissioning. And therefore they referenced that waiver that happened on behalf of the Navajo Nation's leadership at the time. And so therefore we were not able to retract those conversations with SRP, but also again, through the administration, current administration, we filed concerns in regards to this. And the response has always been that we are coordinating our best efforts to assist in these concerns with the Navajo Nation for the benefit of Navajo entities or Navajo-owned businesses. One of the responses that happened at the time was the production of the workforce training agreement that took place between Navajo, the City of Page, and the SRP. And that was a assistance to coordinate efforts with Change Labs on developing resources and funding for training for this workforce. It also provided assistance for some of the maneuvering of the workforce to relocate to other job opportunities within SRP. That was prior to the pandemic. And then from there, maneuvering forward with some of the responsibilities for handing over the decommissioning. The decommissioning management for both Peabody and SRP's asset retainment lies within the responsibility of the Division of Economic Development. And under the guidance of our internal team, we've been able to maneuver through to receive some of these assets for future benefit for our Navajo entities, such as the current one that's currently in conversations with the Chi chapter to do a technical school with Coconino County. And also, but that building has not been surrendered back over to Navajo yet, but that's on the timeline. The other building that came over to Navajo includes the latest warehouse that's currently been occupied by a new business site lease, which is Zenny Homes, which is a home manufacturing company. Outside entity came in to build out this manufacturing site. And that's an example of using these assets after decommissioning has happened and they have been handed over to the Navajo Nation. There is also the Peabody conversation that the division is part of just the asset retainment portion of it. Particular conversation, timeline for asset retainment or surrender to the nation is on a projected timeline that's not within the next 5 years because of decommissioning taking place. And also, again, we coordinate those efforts with a designated team that's been put in place when these conversations first started back in 2016, 17, 2018. Mr. Jason John sits on that committee. There is weekly or probably bi-weekly or monthly meetings that take place to discuss decommissioning. And I'll be sure to forward that information to you. And also some of the information that I do have in particular to regarding asset retainment and management for both the facilities at NGS and Peabody. The Navajo Nation has a streamlined conversation with SRP in regards to the NGS site more than the Peabody location at this time. We have been in reintroductory conversations with that particular management Peabody to discuss the asset retainments and scheduling out for the mine located up there in Black Mesa. And also we received insight from local leadership at the chapter regarding some of the retainment of assets for the buildings. The conversations when it comes to water and road management kind of lie within Division of Natural Resources. Ms. Jeremiah has been instrumental in working with us on those conversations when it comes to the Peabody mine side of the decommissioning processes. In line to the mass mandate, the division is part of a strategic planning within the Department of Health that assists with the opening of the Navajo Nation. We have been part of the conversations that get guidance as well as make recommendations with this committee that is spearheaded under the Department of Health and the experts from all of our regional hospitals and epidemiologists that provide us guidance in regards to recommendations for the maneuvering of the Navajo businesses and where we are at with capacity limits, as well as where we are at with management to prevent COVID throughout Navajo. We have been instrumental in now guiding the nation forward through processes for holding and hosting public events that have been taking place, such as the fairs. The first one that was of review for us was the 4th of July festivities that took place here in Window Rock. All the other big events will also be under conversation with the division and are going to again be providing maneuvers forward with the assistance of being part of this medical based committee on guiding us forward on where we see the nation as far as its requirements for providing and guiding COVID-19 preventions for our Navajo businesses and its communities. And I'm very glad to say that the lessening of restrictions have increased some of the numbers. There's also have been some of the areas where the restrictions were high in place and also provided a safe place for shopping opportunities for our Navajo people throughout Navajo. A perfect example of that is Bashas'. Bashas' used to do the temperature checks, and you did have to answer self-evaluation questions before entering these facilities. That did allow for lower numbers and for the safety of elders and the safety of our children who were consumers at these locations. And now again, moving forward, we are again looking to this group to provide us guidance on those particular mandates. So therefore, the mask mandate is still one of the requirements that are put in place. Of course, as you have probably seen in these updates that come from the health department, that it does highlight the area of opportunity for an example, dine-in facilities are now allowed, but they do allow you to remove masks when you do are consuming food or beverages. And then when you do mitigate through the restaurants or buildings, the mask mandate's required. I'm very thankful that our gaming facilities are enforcers of that as well, because they're one of the most visited locations here on Navajo outside of the Navajo population. And as we move forward, again, I do have a study that was conducted. We coordinated that effort with Change Labs. It was the COVID-19 impact of the Navajo Nation. We did send that out in the early 2021, and I'll have my staff will be forwarding that report for review so you can take a look at that. And also in line with the budget, working with our economists, we have been, again, coordinating some of the efforts when it comes to the evaluation of the Navajo economy now moving forward. Based off of the advisement, it wouldn't have been very wise of us to implement a comprehensive study at the time we were moving forward from a pandemic. So therefore, now that we are at a comfortable stage where with the advisement of our health experts in this conversation will allow us to now move forward on some of those opportunities to provide an overall comprehensive plan. We still do have previous documentation that was done by one of our Navajo-owned entities. Fourth World Productions did provide us a guidance for a comprehensive plan back in 2017-18. Now with the team on board now, working with them and plus our Navajo-owned businesses, coordinate some further studies and necessaries needed that I was speaking to in the budget earlier in regards to how we can maneuver through some of these projected studies for the Navajo leadership to take into place as we move forward. As we do see now, post-pandemic activities are a lot more different, and the mind thinking is a lot different for development here. It's particularly in a rural area in the United States, and here on a tribal reservation, our conversations are a little bit different. So then therefore, now that we are going to start preparing that plan with the next few months coming upon us, that document will be ready for us here moving forward by early 2023. because of the necessary details needed for us to put all those necessary formulas together, including gross domestic products, as well as the true evaluation of the unemployment rate here on Navajo, the impact of Navajo-owned businesses located within a household, because we were able to capture that data during the 2020 funding that we provided to Navajo-owned businesses, as well as artisans. And I'm very glad that we included artisans part of that conversation, because many times a lot of these home-owned businesses or small businesses, as well as artisans here on Navajo, are left out of the conversation many times. And we made those a priority, including our well-structured Navajo-owned businesses that we offered in the fall of 2020. And I'm glad that you brought up that we did fall short of providing additional support to some of these entities. On October 30th of 2020, the division presented an amendment needed to provide additional support for these businesses. However, the members of the council did not approve our plan to amend this for our Navajo-owned businesses to provide additional support and services and funding from that. That funding was retracted back, and it went to the hardship assistance, which we also do support, and we're on a timeline to spend those funds. Now moving forward with our modified plan here, we look to go back and retrack what hasn't been provided for opportunity for those businesses as we move forward. We are currently on track now with a new program that's been providing assistance to some of these businesses, and we are in coordination with those that we have missed the opportunity to provide funding for. However, that plan does need to be amended, and we will be coming to leadership to provide us that necessary guidance to amend this plan so that we can move forward to open up that window of opportunity to meet those needs of those Navajo businesses out there. And we need that support from leadership. So I'm very glad that you had brought that up, because I will be coming to you to provide sponsorship opportunity for us for that necessary amendment to provide support for those Navajo businesses, particularly speaking to those that were there on the front line to provide medical support, such as the ambulatory services, to provide individuals to get transported to locations off reservation, to provide to our tourism industry businesses that were not eligible because of the requirements put in place for us. We have that plan ready, and also including our nonprofits. That's also part of the amendment that we want to have moving forward. So I'm looking to you for that support to help us get this through leadership, because that does need to happen. We have been open since May. We have been going back to provide assistance to these individuals within the requirements that were identified at the time of the year 2020 in the fall, in which we were timed out because of the timeline put in place. But now that we have received that defunded CARES Act that we spoke to at the beginning of this budget presentation, we want to be able to maneuver that forward and to continue to provide an out-of-the-box conversation in order for us to meet those needs of those small businesses here on the Navajo Nation. Our tourism department has been faced with a shortfall because of the closure of the Navajo Nation. This is a perfect example that I'm speaking to, that the government has faced with a shortfall department. There are others in the same situation because of the closure of businesses, which reduce the number of sales tax received to the Navajo Nation. The division prepared a report that provided that shortfall expenditure, particular to the hotel occupancy tax. But with the recent approval of the final allocation, those were not included. And we did provide some guidance as to how we needed to meet the needs for some of these offices, particularly for the end users, such as our tourism department, in order to continue to provide those services necessary to do what they do. Now, with some proposed changes that we were trying to maneuver through council, which also included an amendment to some of the policies on how we can guide these for us moving forward, because the coordinated effort does not just happen from the tourism department. It also happens with our Navajo Parks and Recreation. You have two different offices under two different departments that have two different plans of operation. Those two need to come together and coordinate their efforts, including the Navajo Museum. I had brought this up when I was asked this question back in 2019, is that the Navajo Museum, the Navajo Parks and Recreation, and the Navajo Tourism Department need to unify as their own separate entity in order to meet those services and provide outside entities the opportunity to do partnership with the Navajo Nation's tourism sector. We are now in 2022 and that conversation is coming up again. So I'm also looking for that for support because we have different leaderships in place. We have different plans of operations in place, and we need to unify those three entities in order for them to self-sustain the guiding light for what we want to see for the Navajo tourism industry, and supporting not only the nation's based tourism entity, but also looking at the grassroots local level, the local tour guides, the local tour companies, and even those in commissions such as the township, such as Tuba City, and even Shanto. Each one of those areas have their own goal and mission, and it would be great to see them seek the opportunities and resources from this one unit that can do just what we need to do to provide that necessary strategic approach to tourism. Ms. Elaine Young will be forwarding the Western statistics and data for the regions that you brought up, Shania. She has just informed me that she's preparing that to finalize. This is separate from what we have for 5-year planning, and look to that to also look at some statistics and needed data for us. Our economist, being one individual now not even reaching a year in office yet, has started to develop a lot of areas of opportunity in order for us to maneuver and to develop a overall statistical review of the Navajo Nation. We never had such before. We resourced, and you mentioned it, the easiest way to get around this is to seek an outside resource. But if you look at the long term in leadership, you look at the long-term benefit for your people. And right now, we don't have access to those data anymore. Right now, those data is expired. They cost thousands of dollars, millions of dollars, and we don't have access to that data anymore. We lost access to the data that came out back in 2020 from certain entities that came in to provide some support or evaluation of what the tourism industry was like here on Navajo. And so now moving forward with an economist and identifying a team to put in place for us, we're able to meet those needs on what it is to look at the Navajo Nation in a theoretical sense for evaluating the Navajo Nation economy with the leadership of our economists here. And so that's going to take at least a long-term planning for us. But the first opportunity that we look to do is to also provide an insight for us to develop that comprehensive economic development strategy here. And so that's been the first goal that we are looking at to provide, because that's the most needed document for leadership to have. And as I mentioned earlier, that's going to take some time in developing that. Once we get it through the contractual process, DOJ approves it, OOC approves it, we initiate the contract, we get the Navajo owned entities on board with us to coordinate that effort. And now moving forward, SSBCI, it is not finalized yet. We have been very cautious on how to communicate SSBCI because of the changing dialogue that comes from the requirements of the Treasury. We've been very cautious on how we've been putting information out because we don't want to put out the documents and say, this is what the SSBCI will entail. This is how we're going to do awards. This is how funding is going to happen. This is how the requirements are going to take place. We have held off on finalizing that because it just changed again. We are a tribal government, a sovereign government from everybody else that SSBCI has coordinated their efforts with. SSBCI has coordinated efforts with cities, with counties, with states. They've never done so with a tribal government. So it's taken them some time to define what is logically correct for the Navajo Nation themselves to maneuver an SSBCI program. So therefore, that's why it has not been final yet. We've been waiting on legal review. We've been waiting on feedback from the Treasury to provide us that insight. And so we finally have come to a point where we can finally finalize what that plan would be. And so we've been on track to make it definite within the next couple of months. I think by September, we should have something set and ready to go and put in place in regards to the SSBCI. As I mentioned earlier, I did reach out to Mr. Robert Woolley at OOC, who will provide some more insight for the funding in regards to decommissioning and final payouts regarding the Kayenta Peabody NGS locations. To answer Shanella Honorable Karati's question about the engagement of the New Mexico Energy Transition Act, the division has been in coordination with the Sustainable Economic Development Committee that's been meeting monthly to talk to some of those transitional opportunities for the state of New Mexico. So therefore, there is Navajo representation on this committee that does hear insight regarding the Transitioning Act that's been put in place by New Mexico. And we have also added that to our conversations with the Navajo Nation's appointment to the High Yield Cost Committee group that the president has initiated from Division of Natural Resources, Division of EPA, from Community Development, from the Division of Economic Development, Department of Justice. So I have been involved in some of those conversations, and I will also provide an update to what I have up to this point in regards to some of the engagement regarding the New Mexico Energy Transition Act for Ushanale. So, and I appreciate the opportunity, Honorable Chair. I'll turn it back over to you, Chairman Nez, to have Mr. Robert Woolley also provide response. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Mr. Woolley. Honorable Chairman Henyo, I don't know if you'd want to administer the oath to Mr. Woolley. That would be up to you, sir. But we do have, he may respond to some of the concerns, sir. Back to you.
Chairman Nez. Mr. Woolley is still under oath. He took the oath Monday. So, Mr. Woolley, you may proceed with any type of response that you had.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For the record, this is Robert Woolley, Office of the Controller, Accounting Manager, reporting. I did send a resolution to Ms. Nakai and that got forwarded out to the committee. It's a resolution. It's Council Resolution CD-86-18. It's actually an extension lease for NGS, which was passed in 2018. It gave several options for the council to decide how they wanted to pay out. So the Navajo Nation Council decided to go with Schedule 7E, which is a part of Exhibit A, in which $18,132,500 was sent to the Navajo Nation. There's also an additional rental payment each year for the next year, all the way until 2053, it looks like. So the total payments overall, the number of years will equal $128,173,489. So one of the questions I would imagine that the committee would ask is, where did this $18 million go? So that $18 million was a part of the FY 2020 budget. So it was part of the general fund revenues. And the next question I would imagine is where are these rental payments coming and where are they going each year? So as part of the revenue projection, each year these numbers are placed into the general fund revenue projection also as part of the minerals and right-of-ways. So these are all being included in the Navajo Nation general fund budget. So hopefully that answers that question, and I'll be here to answer any other questions. Technical questions as far as the resolution and what was agreed upon, those actually should probably go to April Quinn, who was one of the lawyers who worked on this resolution at that time. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and members of the Budget and Finance Committee.
Mr. Chairman, the Division of Economic Development is done with the response.
Thank you, Chairman Nez, and thank you, Mr. Woolley, and Mr. Woolley, for your responses. Back to you, Budget and Finance Committee. Any further questions, comments?
This is Delegate Brown.
Delegate Nathaniel Brown, you have the floor.
Yes. Okay, I'm gonna keep as much the quorum as possible here, but just continue to be disappointed in the response. Let me start off that way. And it was a whole lot of words, but not a lot of answers that was given by Mr. J.T. Willie Sotila. Nevertheless, I know that we have missed out, and I just want the council and this leadership, this body, to know that it was really at his direct direction and his discretion that my communities and the union workers are still suffering. And we have seen what was projected with the closure, with some of the sacrifices, the lack of jobs, and how crime is increasing, domestic violence, et cetera, that contributes to missing and murdered Indigenous relatives, et cetera. But back to the $18 million, I would like to ask April Quinn and any of the attorneys that are online I want to work on resending that, and that funding should not be used on the general fund shortfall. Again, this is funding that was from the closure of Navajo generating stations and NGS, and we're still waiting for funding. So this is the first time that the state of Arizona gave us $60 million with the help of the state task force and many others who have lobbied for this. But it's still not enough. I mean, if you look at how much Navajo alone, not the other tribes, but Navajo alone, Navajo gives over, I mean, I'm sure the past, 2 years, gas has been over $5 a gallon. I'm sure we contributed a minimum of $30 million to the state of Arizona. And maybe that's why they were so forthcoming with giving us $60 million. But I'm really interested I want to work on, and I need the assistance from DOJ to resend. And I'm looking at the resolution that Mr. Willie mentioned here, which is CD 86-18 NGS. And if we can work on an Arizona chapter's trust fund where it can help some of the shortfalls for the projects in the Arizona side. We still have many projects, and that is why my colleagues are very well aware that I had to come to CHSN funding. And I hope that my colleagues, that you do also see the reason why we here on Arizona side, we struggle, because we don't have the luxury of some of these state dollars coming to us. And yes, it is, the previous leadership that has set that up, that was genius. So I support that. I continue to support that. But I'm going to continue to advocate for Arizona chapters and some of these shortfalls. And I know that this is directly with the Navajo Nation economic development and how they have repeatedly failed with the negotiations and securing some of these funds. And now we are even suffering even more. Our chapters, we have a continue of shortfall for the, and that's the ironic thing, right? A lot of the funding and all this money that has come from these mines, et cetera, but our chapter are still facing other shortfalls as well. And those are all documented in some of the chapter funding, et cetera. And you see it throughout the Navajo Nation, specifically in our area. So I want to work on how to go about working on either rescinding CD 8618 or changing the language. So if Ms. Quinn is online, what would be the start of the process? And to start funneling this money, if we can take the money that was spent for the general fund shortfall for the Navajo Nation government, because we're also, with all the blessing of the rains and the snow and everything, we are facing a lot of hardship in our communities. So if Ms. Quinn can respond to how to change this resolution and making it more what's rightfully should go back to Arizona chapter, since the natural resources that was extracted, the pristine coal that burns at a very high BTU, as well as the fresh water that was taken by so many years, over close to 40 years, by these 5 companies. Billions of dollars were made off of Navajo land, off of our Navajo people, when our people are still without running water, electricity. So, and this is where, I'm glad that Resource and Development has visited Black Mesa. But I really want to hear, eventually, really soon, I want to hear from Black Mesa United, or and bring them to council and explain all this money that was made, and still to this day they are facing tremendous amount of hardship. So I really do understand that, and I invite leadership, and I also want to know when, Mr. JT Willie, like when you last visited Black Mesa Mine, and what have you seen, and if you can email me the data and the breakdown. I need that so I can forward that to our constituents in Western Agency. Excuse me. So that's another part of my question, Chair. And then also, I did ask, so if I were to table this, what would be the outcome of, what would be the outcome of this Navajo Nation Department of Economic Development budget? That'll be my question to you, Chair. I'll ask I will have more follow-up questions. Yeah.
Delegate Nathaniel Brown. If you were to table it, it would be set up for a revisit at the end of this agenda, and for recommendations by the Budget and Finance Committee. But I would leave it up to you as far as the timeline to table it, when to table it, but normally it will be to the end of the agenda for a revisit, and to iron out some concerns. Maybe if you wish, you could add a condition of appropriation or a legislative concern to this legislation. That would be the options. Nashanada. Delegate Nathaniel Brown.
Okay, I'm unmuted now. What would, besides putting it to the last part of the agenda, what's the latest we can revisit? In about a week's time, or what's the timeline?
Okay, because of the schedule that we have, if this tabled, and they might not have a budget, all of the economic development. But with this timeline, let me get guidance from Peggy first, and then maybe she might defer to Legislative Council. I think Ms. Barboff is on the line. Peggy?
Thank you, Chairman and members of the Budget and Finance Committee. The revisits, we were on a good fast pace, and we may possibly finish earlier than the committee had planned. Because of the momentum that we had going, we may end up with NABI on Friday, the 12th, and they're ready to go. So next week, the 16th and 17th, I'm sort of looking at for Hess. And then the 18th would be the revisits if we had any. So far, we haven't had too many of those. And so I would say that maybe the 17th or 18th would be the date that you could table to. If we continue to this pace that we've been on to review RDC budgets, because we only have 4 budgets left with RDC, and it's just a little beyond 3 o'clock, 10 minutes after 3. So if there's a budget, we'd have to have any amendments that have to be made, they also have to be communicated with legislative council so that they can prepare the documentation as well. So that's what I'm going to say, Chair.
Thank you, Peggy. Legislative Council, who's on the line with us this afternoon?
We have Loya and we also have Dana.
Okay, Dana?
I don't believe that Dana is on right now. This is Loya Henderson with OLC.
Okay, the question it would be is that if this legislation is tabled beyond August 18th, and we have the budget navigated here, the steps that we have in place on the budget calendar, what would happen to this budget would be the question.
Okay, so with the resolutions, they have already been passed. And so there is no changes to the resolutions that are before you. Those are just the recommendations to the Budget and Finance Committee for the adoption of the final legislation that the Budget and Finance Committee is going to review for the final budget. So up until the point where the legislation is going to be drafted and voted upon, would be it's still being drafted is what I see, because there is no budget legislation before the Budget and Finance Committee at this point. What is before you is the resolutions coming from the different committees that have already been voted on and provided as recommendations to Budget Finance Committee to include in the final legislation for Budget and Finance to approve the final budgets for 2023. And so the question, in keeping with the schedule, as far as it being tabled, I'm not sure what is being tabled, but I do believe that
Okay, Miss Loya, hold on, please.
Yes.
Let me ask you this question then.
Okay.
Is it possible for Budget and Finance to table this legislation? Let me ask you that question.
Okay, so the legislation, are you talking about the resolution that is before Budget and Finance to review?
Yes, the resolution, because we do have a motion and a second on it. And so does the Budget and Finance Committee have the authority to table?
Okay, so there is no adoption of any legislation. And so you can table this information until later, because the actual, and that's the clarification I guess we could have provided beforehand as well, is that there is no legislation before you to vote on. What I guess you are voting on is whether or not you are adopting the recommendations that were provided in the resolution from the committees. And so in this case, what you are reviewing is the Resource and Development Committee's recommendations that they have already passed for adoption into the Budget and Finance legislation for the final adoption in the FY 2023 budget. So technically there is nothing to vote on. So you can revisit this to add to the final legislation that will be before the Budget and Finance Committee. That will be the entire 2023 fiscal year budget. I hope that answers the question and that is clear.
Okay, again, the question was, does the Budget and Finance Committee have the authority to table this resolution? Yes or no?
I don't believe there is the ability to table the resolution because it's already been passed by the committee.
Okay. Okay, so in the sense, all the committee's doing here is just listening to the recommendations and then vote green or red to move it forward.
Correct. And then, and also I am taking into account any legislative concerns or conditions of appropriations if you would like to add those to the final FY 2023 budget. So there is an opportunity, even at the end of reviewing all of the information and all of the recommendations, to also include any conditions of appropriation or legislative concerns to the final 2023 fiscal year budget that Budget and Finance will hear in a few weeks. I believe that's what is on the calendar.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for your response and input to this. So therefore, now, Shananta, Delegate Nathaniel Brown, as you heard from our Legislative Council, that the ability for the Budget and Finance Committee to table, take an action to table is not available. We are here listening to recommendations, and our duty is to either add legislative concerns or conditions of appropriations to move forward to the big legislation, that comprehensive legislation that will be drafted for Navajo Nation Council. So, Shananda, Delegate Nathaniel Brown.
Yes. Let's go ahead and defy our legal counsel. I know that as legislatures we can table this and hold on to it as a Budget and Finance Committee. Laureline, can you send me the language where in the code where it states that? Chair, I'll be waiting for that. But actually, on the second thing is a condition of appropriation would be for any of the funding for the decommissioning with this. Let me look it up again. What we were just sent in CD 8618. I did request for information from Ms. Quinn on the process to change this fund, where the funding destination is. I know in the first year of Budget and Finance that the funding, I think it was 9.9 million, was put into the UUFB funding, an alternate funding. I forgot what it was called. So if we can work on moving that to, a condition would be to start working with creating a Arizona chapters trust fund with these dollars. And there's 18 million, like an Exhibit A in this schedule that was given to us. So I know, let me try to read this. So that would be number one. Number two would be a legislative concern on the Navajo Nation Tourism Director. I feel like we are paying someone who has yet to produce any type of data. And I know Cecilia did mention, it's hard to get and Mr. JT Willie, Cecilia, if you cannot just make up stuff as you're going along, I need actual data. When you talk about a lot of these things, you are not referring, it sounds like a lot of this is your personal opinion. Therefore, I'm going to request all documentation on everything that you stated. So Shama, Ms. Nakai, if you can make sure that it is everything that you mentioned is stated on the record, and if I can get a copy of that as well. And I'll disseminate this information, all your responses, to the Western Agency Council. Right now I'm saying this because they are listening and they're requesting these information. Again, they're frustrating that I am airing here, and we have every right to do this. And I feel like, anyways, let me get back on my train of thought. Okay, let me breathe. Somebody play some Zen music. But the second part would be, let me change it to the second one. Also, a condition of appropriations is that only the division director or the manager, the director, which I believe is Mr. McCabe, is still in that office for Navajo tourism, that within the next 60 days he has to produce. Hello, can you hear me?
Maybe if you could work closely with Ms. Tapahi, email her your condition of appropriations and your legislative concern language. And then what you can do here is motion to move this resolution forward for a revisit on August 18th. And that way we can have everything in order for when we come back to revisit. This way you might not have to table it. You can just motion for a revisit.
Yes, Janant, I will do that. I'm working towards that. But in the meantime, let me finish my train of thought. Again, Chair and Budget and Finance, Janant, these have to be stated. I want this to be on the record. And then I will also be emailing Ms. Tapahi as well. But the second part would be for 60 days, the manager of Navajo Tourism Department should not get his full funding until he produces the data that we have been requesting. So that data would be on specifically in tourism, the funding amount, and then the other part would be another condition of appropriation would be Mr. J.T. Willie's budget as a director, that he should not be receiving his full funding for the next 60 days after this is approved until he produces how many businesses on the Navajo Nation closed during the pandemic and some of those data as well. So I will be forwarding those conditions of appropriation. And my final thought would be the legislative concern. Our concern is, these funding that have come in for the closure of Navajo Generating Station and Kayenta Peabody Mine, the funding that has come in, and yet they're not giving back to the community. So that's a huge concern for us. And I feel like, for instance, this is why I've been running around with the Chilchimbito C-store everywhere. When our backyard in Chilchimbito was dug up for coal. So that's why we have to resort back to get crafty, maybe not so crafty, but that's where we resort to CSUN dollars or UUSD. And so that was table. So I will go ahead and email that, and I'll be listening to these response from Cecilia J.T. Willie, and I'll be listening right now. Yeah.
Nathaniel Brown. What I'll do is defer back to Chairman Nez for a brief response, as we still have other resolutions to consider. So, Chairman Nez.
Honorable Chairman Henio, honorable members of the Budget and Finance Committee, Honorable Knight Brown, Koro, Agishinati Ago, Bahain Jeki, Koro Arsago, on Heason Strago, Neto, Nidens, Kidgito, Mr. J.T. Willie, not Ahnazi Gito, but there are case shots and Neliki Eha. I'm disappointed with your leadership. I'm frustrated. Although I continue to be disappointed, and just a whole lot of words by your response to Nohenzi Sitsila. A Korti Koro saw Betan Hadit Ahi. Division of Economic Development. Adanki A Hakoro Besha Woked. Every year annually, we have budgets that are brought before us as leaders. That if there's something missing or if there's issues on this case or conditions of appropriations, which is the attorneys will write that up or the legislative concerns. Ko kona de kito kui khalait au at elan sengo khagi lan zelish selin khalata hot I dora hot ego kehegi akir gorat pecha otzi jot neni tlenigi fundamental law biget go in hesnego kehegi han sogoshi betes nehat eda chonko no yenan ken Ebony nada sata ajo nenegi banachin saha kesiki aro kheda bakanat aha jo khagi la do hot jo ben khol na do nkhilchan jo biket eshtin la tatanna banash neshiki nego gota basnachilna akhoti khoda o table to refer the 18th gonna nenegi I do hot edansen go ban case o banan hosh kashan no senegi nos but no snatida Ado JT Willie should not receive his full funding for 60 days no nekisha sto a hit iliago beshbans annate lenegi You will not have your stipends for 60 days and hit on neither shehit indole. A coagitane, a hidden snago. Consac shesiki ebasentized egit eshen and ostination and a coedition chock case go a decade ocean or seki yego ohlin hasela, anan hosh can't nas obet not snake. Kui ha ishi benya khala hot edlands and edash ikiton ni eschidaj do hot el ha jida zapanna za hatta da onsen gosata a kohjok and hatot le as when hidden nev a joy khato chana etling golana elaine de satado hot edashe a kotide hot a ban sus case la saturday game bizarre a shasna nashan tingo A soft answer turneth away wrath, Nila. I say, go back and got the cadet or hot yes, go got the air John or campe at Zico. Bena has an arnate on a zitch no shin. Ede have been unhosh cartonas, but not nation and I not seniki ashore. Once away not a nasty or less Chairman Henio, I don't hear her. Thank you.
Kashina Kela, Chairman Nescaloni, Chahensi, the response in Lagi. So with that, back to Budget and Finance Committee. Any further questions, comments?
Chair, this is Delegate Brown.
Delegate Nathaniel Brown.
Oh yeah, Otto Craigie, Shunna, Chair Nez, but Kashina Hade. Shunna, Chair Nez, this is nothing in the height that there's nothing personal or nothing in that fashion. But not this kidi khalet khasi khalahot intanini. That is, I feel like that's pretty much out of order. But let me explain. Shahani ahajobe khasi inda ado hajobe ketan thanda lashana. So where I'm coming from is Shana. Dingle de Keta has any and Nahot eat. Haishana peso 18 million young Okujaboni nil. Nlane Hitane are the Keta has any baby cat or was out as on the Allah get Nahas. Chesa docket. The Kodota del Carlo Ad in Hippe Fansa Anni, Pliny Ad at Hasitado Lesa. This is Aja I seen on the Spanish Adoye. Negotiations at Diago Inta, Ado Quake non, Ado Tito Inta Bahasti Dashana, Ado Budget and Finance Committee. Nedlaid tourism been days, Nespena at the Skit, Quadona or Conk Equinson. And now we are here in this budget hearing. So I hope that you can understand how my people feel. Sometimes you have to do something drastic in order for them to produce anything. It should not be like that. Why do our people in my chapters have to suffer for someone's lack of transparency and creativity when they're in that position? That position is really hard. Economic Development Director and Tourism. And those are all on the record. And as Shema, they have been recording our sessions. I have been asking repeatedly. So this is not the first time I'm asking this. So Budget and Finance, I would just recommend, again, my understanding is that we cannot table, but I will take the recommendations of Chairman Henio on his doing a revisit. In the meantime, I will, I just feel like this funding is also going to hold Department of Economic Development accountable for not producing what we have been asking. It is not a Nate Brown ask. It is what my chapters have been asking. We have resolutions that we have passed as 18 chapters. So I will stand by these conditions of appropriations because we have failed our people, specifically from Navajo Nation Department of Economic Development, on numerous requests. And again, Shatala, you have been saying that to where, we will produce this to you. I have tried to visit you in your office. You have been closed. I was only able to visit you once in person. And that was right before the pandemic. And since then, I have made numerous requests. My chapters have been asking for requests. I understand you finally have a meeting on the 16th with a chapter out here. So, the if Navajo Nation Economic Development's budget needs to be held in bay until we get concrete evidence in black and white, then we can do that. So I stand by my comments, my concerns for my constituents, for my chapters. So Shana, I want, if you can please understand, and I'm doing the best that I can to convey this very important message for our people. So Chair, I would like to do a revisit. In the meantime, I would like to make sure, I am working on an email to Mr. Kahi and others, and this is where I'm going to request help from our legislative council as well to produce these, what I have stated as far as conditions of appropriations as well as legislative concerns. So, but again, my final question, Chair, is, so my understanding is, let me go back to Mr. Pahi. Mr. Pahi, I'm waiting for your email, if you have sent me that, why Budget and Finance Committee cannot table this budget for Navajo Nation Department of Economic Development. Can you please respond to me on that first before I move forward? Yeah, thank you.
Delegate Nathaniel Brown, Mr. Pahi is not on the call with us. There is another attorney that is on the call, Ms. Honorati, and therefore it has been explained that this legislation, that there is no legislation before the committee. The legislation has already been passed by a Resource Development Committee, and all what we're doing is listening to their recommendations and doing a motion and second to move it forward with their recommendations. That's what we're doing here right now.
Chair Henio, if I may, I just spoke with.
Please hold on. Don't interrupt. And therefore, that's the message I got, Delegate Nathaniel Brown. And so right now, we do have a motion and second on the floor. Peggy, Ramona or Peggy, who's holding the motion or second?
Yes, Chairman, this is
that we
Ramona.
have is made by Jimmy Yellowhair, and the second is made by, let's see, hold on a second here. I was on the wrong one. Yeah, Jimmy Yellowhair, and the second is by Amber Crotty for the Division of Economic Development. And Chair.
Christina, the reason why I asked for that is because if this legislation is going to be destined for a revisit, then the other option would be is for the motioning parties to rescind their motions, but that would be up to the individuals themselves. But that's to the extent of why I picked up Delegate Nathaniel Brown, why the tabling motion cannot happen. But I'll defer back to Ms. Honorani and to see if she has anything more to add. Ms. Honorani?
Thank you, Chair. I'm not sure if Dana got on, but I just spoke with Chief Counsel Dana Barbara in regards to Delegate Brown's question about tabling. In regards to the legislation was already passed. However, it looks like that we're treating these as reports. And because it is a report of what was recommended by the Resource and Development Committee, then a report can be tabled if found incomplete. So Delegate Brown is correct as a report and treating this as a report. If it is incomplete and Delegate is requesting additional information, it can be tabled until the end of the agenda to be reviewed at that point. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Honorani, for your clarification and options that we have. So that, Delegate Nathaniel Brown?
Oh, yeah. Hit the place for me. Okay. Yeah, thank you, Ms. Tabahi, for your response. So, Chair, it looks like we can table that. And, of course, I am mindful of all the employees there. My intentions are not to punish anyone there, but I think the accountability lies on the division director and his managers, specifically in tourism. So with that, I would like to, and I want to request to table this to the 17th and until we work on, I really want to look at the resolution that was passed for the 18 million. That's my number one concern. And then my second concern is I feel, and also there is other funding for the decommissioning of the railroad tracks, the decommissioning of other funding. Just the one funding was shared with us. So I want to know all the funding for the decommissioning is what I requested. And there I go again. I did request these other fundings, and it was only the one funding was shared with us. So the railroad tracks, and then also the pretty much all the funding that is coming to the Navajo Nation with the closure of Kayenta Peabody Mine. That's one. So all of the funding, and then the other one is the funding for the decommissioning and the closure of Navajo generating stations. So those are, if we can be provided verbally and also an email, and I so that way I can make these proper, and I can cite the proper resolutions on all these fundings as well. So before we move on, Chair and committee members, if I can get the response on my questions as well. Yeah.
Brown. Earlier you requested for April Quinn, but I don't see her on the list here. And I'll defer to Chairman Nez on the response. If he wishes to call upon anybody, that's his prerogative. Chairman Nez.
Thank you, Honorable Chairman Henio, honorable members of the Budget and Finance Committee. Honorable Nate Brown. Akutiri kurohit aranat hardest and let it or dohas and an halon yachesti do. So you hate arash lane and the how unhin holdnation and aro ero tagotai or navigiat kick up at nothing are the Quidishin navigiat hit not explain what our report at all lead or least Division of Economic Development. Ara has ara geti ben hilta hastolne nota ebelt in the anareda. But a hotne and the shin so big, you could still ask for a report to the full Navigator Committee on this issue. Ako ere hot era le aro is not nahra don't ne show hot on chah kesla. Back to you, Mr. Chairman.
Chairman Nez for the response. So with this, back to the Budget and Finance Committee. Any further questions or comments?
Delegate Yellow here.
I'll call for the questions from the Delegate Yellow here.
Oh, yeah, an answer to the chairman. Thank you very much. We've been discussing this almost 4 clubs already. Should I ask this all and open and get a to start JT William out of here to the onboard recommends for legislation. The opinion was other clean up and I think Elenia knows about the status. I want to know what the status is about economic development that also clean up and Halan Zahol just Ajib the kid. I don't try non plenty a Yakudon very northern Arizona could shipwreck RJ Yati or consummate of the Canada and the 24th company he Canada Ecuador Smithson Madam Chair Gina Charleston Itai go to get this hotel put up this year in dot of the need there and you go and objective they are outside. Dana Skashim in Nata the cousin Sazi that very that Hoshimin that they were respectfully it over hints could any Nasa there for the my understand as President Sanafila no how the Dina Kibode the credit not kid. So question wages opinion other they are the demolition yet over that on as well Senate Platinum a credit building senior citizens and us and so on this case of a continue to not in the opinion building late that head start building so that building is not it's not one of those building was ever been built study for a senior citizen but one we're looking from community that would like to see a senior center for opinion Arizona dark credit the way for slate that's not cut up like me said quick well that's done and our credit that's in the cut off our credit any are you a central Eri pa iyo ban tiki to sa ban taki to le we panos ka sa tajeti wuli. Aro ba hin kudo shipper hotel not ali. I'm looking forward to the not fair to and he don't not na uses that this conduct that he thinks has once about has still over here not. Thank you, Chair. Chairman.
Gashina, National Delegate Jimmy here for your comments. With that, any further questions, comments? But then I'll call for the question to accept the resolution.
Randy, I have a question.
Chair, this is Delegate Brown.
Vice Chair Smith.
Hello, Chair and
Chair, this is Delegate Brown. Can you hear me?
Vice Chair Smith.
We can't hear you.
And then after that will be Delegate Nathaniel Brown. Vice Chair Smith.
yes, Chair. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Could you speak up, please?
Can you hear me now?
You're coming in better.
Okay. The question is, we're going to be voting here shortly. What is the question of that? Is it to table this or to condition of appropriation? Kind of fill me in on that, Chair. Appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay, Vice Chair Smith, the condition of appropriation will be drafted. And if there is a legislative concern, that will also be drafted. And at the end of all of our budget hearings, once we finish with the Health, Education, Human Services Committee and Navigator Committee, then after that, we will set aside time for drafting and putting together all the COAs and all the legislative concerns at that time. And at the same time, on the tabling, the information received from the Legislative Council is that this is treated like a report. Therefore, you can table the report till a later date. But if it goes beyond the date, the way I think another information I received was that it'll be included with the comprehensive budget as it is. So that's the information for you, Vice Chair Smith. Hopefully that's good. That answers your question. And with this, I'll defer back to Gashina. I'll defer to Delegate Nathaniel Brown.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Ado Craigie, Dibik Kegi. I want to go ahead and table this budget for about a week. I know you said the latest was the 17th or the 18th. By that time, it will give us enough time to look at all the relevant documents to make sure that I am in order on making the conditions of appropriation. As I stated, I have that idea, and I'm glad that the document was shared with me. And so I would like to motion to table this until the 17th and that way I can add, and I'm sure, well, I'll stop there for conditions of appropriations and also the legislative concerns, Chair. Yeah.
Thank you for that. There's a motion on the floor to table this report till the end of the hearings after Navigator, whenever either the August 17th or August 18th. So with that, is there a second? There's a motion on the floor to table this report made by Delegate Nathaniel Brown. Is there a second?
Chair Henio, this is Delegate Claudia. I'll second.
There is a motion and there's a there is a second. So with that, Ramona, roll call vote on the tabling motion.
Yes, Chairman Henyo, roll call vote on the tabling motion. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Red.
Thank you. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes red. Honorable Jimmy Yell here, how do you vote? Honorable Jimmy Yell here, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Kenneth-Crotty, how do you vote?
Shadow, this is Delegate Claudia. I'll vote green. Thank you.
Thank you, Shadeja. Honorable Amber Kenneth-Crotty votes green. Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes green. Yeah.
Thank you. Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yell here, how do you vote? Honorable Jimmy Yell here.
I vote green.
Thank you. Honorable Jimmy Yell here votes green. Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Thank you. Honorable Elmer P. Begay votes green. Chairman, we have 4 members voting in the affirmative, 1 opposing, and Chairman not voting. Chairman?
Agushi, vote of 4 in favor, 1 opposed, chair not voting. This report is tabled until August 17th or the 18th, whenever the end of the at the end of the agenda for the budget hearings for Budget and Finance Committee. Agushi, so this Chairman Nez and Nado Division Director JT Willie for providing a report and presentation. Let's move forward to the next item on the agenda is Resolution RDC-AU 12-22, Navajo Gaming Regulatory, and AA Ya Kodo, who will be presenting on Navajo Gaming Regulatory.
Sir, Chair Henio, this is Michelle Jones. I will be presenting for in Gaming Regulatory Office.
Okay, just yourself, right?
Oh.
Makushina and Michelle Jones. Peggy, if you would administer the oath before we go to the reading.
Okay, could you state your name for the record, please?
Michelle Jones.
Okay, raising your right hand, do you swear to tell the truth in the testimony you're about to give?
Yes.
Thank you.
Go ahead, proceed with the reading.
RDCAU 12-22, resolution of the Resources and Development Committee of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, 4th year 2022, and action relating to the Resources and Development Committee approving and recommending to the Budget and Finance Committee the fiscal year 2023 budget for the Navajo Nation Gaming Regulatory Office and related matters to be included in the Navajo Nation's FY 2023 comprehensive budget. Exhibit A has a general fund budget for FY 2022 was $240,000. The proprietary fund is $240,000, so the total is $240,000. And then Exhibit A1 is an exhibit on the proprietary funds that was allocated to various business unit members. Thereafter you have a copy of the Exhibit A2, which is the budget forms 1, 2, 3. And these, and then title the Form 2 And Form 3, Exhibit B is the branch chief's recommended is 240,000. The oversight committee's recommended is 240,000. Exhibit C, there are no changes to the budget. Exhibit D, there are no COAs or legislative concerns. And Exhibit E, there are no unmet needs. And the vote tally sheet for RDC. Chair.
Thank you for the reading of the legislation. We'll move forward to a motion. Is there a motion? Going once?
Delegate Yeller, motion.
Delegate Jimmy Yeller, motion. Is there a second? There's a motion on the floor for this resolution. Is there a second?
This is Delegate Brown, I'll second.
Delegate Nathaniel Brown. So we do have a motion and a second on the floor. With that, Office of Management and Budget.
Good afternoon, Budget and Finance Committee members. This is Selena Bigay, Senior Budget Analyst for OMB. I will be reading the Navajo Nation OMB report for Navajo Gaming Regulatory Office. And the second page is a table of contents. It's A, B, C, D, E, F, G. The next page is A, FY 2023 Fund Type Budget Summary. The next following page has the worksheet Fund Type Budget Summary for Navajo Nation Gaming Regulatory Office Business Unit 120001. I will be reading the grand total on the bottom of the amounts. FY 2022 General Fund Budget is 200,000. Then FY 2023 proprietary fund is 240,000. Total 240,000. The next page is B, FY 2022 third quarter budget status report. Budget status report is as of June 30, 2022 for Navajo Gaming Regulatory. The original budget is 200,000. Revised budget amount is 716,939.80 cents. Actual 502,467.50 cents. Encumbrance $103,184.95. Budget available $111,287.35 cents. Total expended 84.48%. The next page, MPS, Ms. Janet McCabe will be reading that. Moving on to tab C, the FY22 third quarter performance assessment report. There's only one business unit for Gaming Regulatory Office, and I will read the average quarterly scores. First quarter is 3.0, second quarter 3.0, third quarter 3.30, and this program is exceeding their goal statement. Tab D, the FY22 third quarter plans of operation status report. The year adopted in 2018. Their plan of operation is updated and current. Moving on to the FY22 conditions of appropriations legislative concern report. There is none. F is the FY22 external fund expenditure report. There is none. G is the FY 2020 single audit report. There is none. That concludes the OMB report, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you for the report, budget summary report. With this, any questions or comments for the Office of Management and Budget? Then I'll defer to Chairman Nez Godoy for this legislation. And then your agent has been sworn in also. So Chairman Nez.
Thank you, Honorable Chairman Henyo, Aroshan, and honorable members of the Budget and Finance Committee. Hiroshi Yahati, Navajo Nation Gaming Regulatory Office. Name is Michelle Jones, and I'll have her do the presentation, the overview on all the budgets that they would like to present to leadership. So at this time, Ms. Jones, you have the floor. Thank you. Thank you, Chairman.
Go ahead, Ms. Jones.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair Nez, Chair Hinyo, and to members of the Budget and Finance Committee, Vice Chair Smith, and Delegates Brown, Delegate Crotty, Delegate Begay, and Delegate Yellowhair. My name is Michelle Jones. I'm the Acting Executive Director for the Navajo Nation Gaming Regulatory Office. I'm originally from Rock Point, Arizona, and I now live in Sanders and work here in Window Rock. I've been the Acting Executive Director since April 11th of 2022 this year. And I will give you a brief overview of the Navajo Nation Gaming Regulatory Office. We are the regulatory body with civil authority over all gaming activities of the Navajo Nation, particularly dealing with Class 2 and Class 3 gaming activities. We work to regulate the gaming activities that is occurring within the Navajo casinos. We have 4 major departments within NNGRO. That's the administration, the licensing department, the enforcement department, and surveillance department. Over 90% of our employees are situated inside the Navajo casinos. For our FY 2023 budget proposal, I hope you guys have your packet. The first page is the cover page, and then second page is the table of contents. Tab A, this is for our business unit 12001, is the program budget summary. We have a total for Part 3. The approved original budget was $603,202. That's been updated with OMB's report that they provided. It's gone up to $700. Our proposed budget for FY23 is $240,000. That's a difference of a negative $363,202. Second page is our Form 2, our program performance criteria. The next page is our budget Form 4, which provides information regarding our funding and which object codes they'll be tending to. Here I'm going to provide just a little bit of information about this account. This account is a fund management plan account where we receive fees, licensing fees for gaming applications, gaming vendors who are applying for a gaming license to do business with the gaming facility operators. We collect these fees and they deposit into this account. From this account, we pay for consulting, attorneys, and other contractual services. This is for paying funds to outside entities who provide background screening in addition to our gaming license application. Such entities include the Arizona Department of Gaming, the National Indian Gaming Commission, the Navajo Police Department under their information management section, and also a contracted outside vendor. Right now, our vendor is known as American Check. We also have contracted an appeals hearing officer who is a licensed attorney and also licensed to practice on the Navajo Nation, within the Navajo Nation, and that the appeals hearing officer hears all grievances and appeals that are related to any adverse reaction taken by the Navajo Nation Gaming Regulatory Office, which a majority of those appeals are for gaming licensing action. We also have a contracted external auditor who conducts required gaming audits for our office. They do that on a quarterly basis. Next page is tab B. That's Exhibit A on the fund type budget summary. Then Exhibit A1, which is the next page, is just the allocation amounts, the revenue projections that were given to our office. And a copy of the next page is a copy of the budget again. And the next page is Exhibit B, the general fund comparative summary. Exhibit C, the next page, is the recommended changes to the general fund budget, which there's none. Next page is Exhibit D, which is the recommended conditions of appropriation and legislative concerns, and there's none. Next page is Exhibit E, recommended unmet needs budget, and there's none. That concludes my presentation. If there are any questions, I am available. Go ahead. Thank you, Chair Nez.
Thank you very much, Ms. Jones. Chairman Henyo, back to you, sir.
Chairman Nez, the Budget and Finance Committee, are there any questions for Navajo Gaming Regulatory?
Delegate Yellow Hair.
Delegate Jimmy Yellow Hair, you have the floor.
Oh, Shatna, to the Chairman Shatna, to the Honorable Rick Nance, thank you. Also, Michelle T. Jones, Acting Executive Director. Motion out the committee, the budgeting on the abounds and yet. Thank you, it was very clear. Could you national this committee? This is going to be good to Mr. Robert Woolley. Could as a 24 councilman, as a capitalized expenditures, the could and for casino building Dalia. National this committee. How much do we still owe all these expenditures that pertains to capitalized expenditures, building the bonds, the Quila, Mr. Willie, who is not the chairman, the chairman.
Mr. Robert Woolley, are you still on the line?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I'm here. Could you repeat the question, please?
Delegate Jimmy Yellow Hair, repeat the question, Jada.
Yeah, I'm chairman. My question is, how much is still outstanding for these capitalized expenditures? The buildings that were built for a casino, for all 4 buildings, how much is still owe, Mr. Willie? Yeah, Chairman. And to them, Honorable Rick Nance, thank you.
Mr. Robert Woolley, I'll defer to you straightly because this question does not pertain to the regulatory office budget. So therefore, Mr. Woolley.
Mr. Chair, I have one more question for Honorable Yellow Hair. So how much is still owed? Is that the Master Trust loan that was given to Gaming Enterprise? Is that the specific loan that you're referring to?
No, Mr. Woolley, I believe so. That's the question there on the loan that was given to Gaming Enterprise.
Chairman, it's Delegate Yellow.
I think Mr. Willie's going to answer you. Mr. Willie?
Mr. Chair, we're still getting the detailed information for that. So I don't know if you want that before the end of the day or if you'd like that answered like pretty soon, but we're looking up the amount now.
Okay, if you would provide an email response to Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair, that would be appreciative. Ashwiya, Delegate Yellowhair, there's an email response.
Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate it. I'll need Budget Finance Committee members. Thank you. Chairman, yeah.
So Mr. Willie, just take time to gather information and then email the information to Ms. Nakai and then the requests to all the committee members.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair.
With that, are there any questions, comments for Navajo Gaming Regulatory on their budget? Then I'll call for the question to accept the resolution. Ramona?
Yes, Chairman, roll call vote on accepting the resolution. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
Delegate Yellowhair votes green.
Thank you. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Amber Kenneth-Crotty, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Kenneth-Crotty, how do you vote? Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes green.
Thank you, Shache. Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote?
I'll vote green.
Thank you. Honorable Elmer P. Begay votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Amber Kenneth-Crotty, how do you vote?
Shada, this is Delegate Amber Kenneth-Crotty, and I vote green. Thank you.
Thank you, Shadeja. Honorable Amber Kenneth-Crotty votes green. Chairman, we have 4 members voting in the affirmative, 0 opposing, chairman not voting, and 1 member not voting. Chairman?
Kashina, thank you. 4 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting. This resolution receives a due pass. With this, we'll move forward to the next item on the agenda, which is resolution number RDCAU 16-22, Navajo Nation Division of Community Development. With that, Dr. Pearl Yellowman, are you on the line?
Yate Chair, can you hear me?
Oh.
Yes, I'm on the line.
Kashina, and along with yourself, who else will be providing testimony to your budgets?
Thank you, Chair. I do have all of our department managers and our accounting, our senior accountant, if my senior accountant can join me in reading into the record the chapter budgets.
Okay. Ms. Peggy Nake will be administering the oath. Therefore, she'll be asking for recognition of who will be providing, and then from there, she'll take it over. So, Ms. Peggy Nake.
Thank you. I think Chairman Henio covered what I would say, so go ahead. State your name for the record, please. Starting with the division director.
Yate, Pearl Yellowman.
Okay, thank you. The next person, please. Your senior.
Lydell Davis.
Lydell Davis, thank you. Anyone else? Okay.
James Edekai. James Edekai.
Thank you, Mr. Edekai. Anyone else? Okay, could you raise your right hand? Do you all swear to tell the truth in the testimony you're about to give?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Edekai. *6.
Yes.
Thank you. You may proceed.
Okay, with that, read the legislation to the record.
Okay, thank you, Chair and members of the committee. RDCAU-16-22, resolution of the Resources and Development Committee of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, 4th year 2022, an action relating to the Resources and Development Committee approving and recommending to the Budget and Finance Committee the fiscal year 2023 budget for the Division of Community Development and related matters to be included in the Navajo Nation's FY 2023 comprehensive budget. So this was approved on the 3rd day of August, 5 in favor. Exhibit A shows FY 22 comprehensive or general fund budget was $19,928,766. Proposed for general fund budget for 2023, $18,540,193. Indirect cost, $807,268. Chapter official stipends, $4,158,000. Chapter non-administration, $13,875,225. General wage adjustment, $304,846. Special revenue internal, $1,938,382, and then the special revenue fund external, $40,947,287, for a total of $80,571,201. Exhibit B shows $18,540,193 for the total. The Exhibit C has no changes. Exhibit D, there are no COAs or legislative concerns. Exhibit E, unmet need of $1,773,574. And then the RDC vote tally sheet is attached. Thank you. Chairman Hinio, are you still on the call?
Okay, I thought you were still reading. Okay, with that, that's the reading of the legislation to the record. So this motion, is there a motion?
This is Delegate Brown on motion.
Motion by Delegate Daniel Brown. Is there a second?
Delegate Yeller.
Motion Delegate Jimmy O'Hare, second. So we do have a motion and second on the floor. With this, we'll defer to Office of Management and Budget. Office of Management and Budget.
Good afternoon, Budget and Finance Committees. And this is Selena McGay, Senior Budget Analyst for OMB. I will be reading the Navajo Nation OMB report for Division of Community Development. The second page of table of contents, A, B, C, D, E, F, and G. And the third page, A, FY 2023 Fund Type Budget Summary. The following page has a worksheet Fund Type Budget Summary for Division of Community Development. There's 4 business units listed, and then also the 5 chapter agencies. I will be reading the bottom total FY 2022 general fund budget amount is 19,928,766. Proposed general fund budget is 18,540,193. Indirect cost fund 807,268. Chapter non-administrative 13,875,225. Personal lapse 304,846. Chapter official stipend fixed cost 1,158,000. Special revenue fund internal 1,938,382. Special revenue fund external 40,947,287. Total 80,571,201. The next page B, FY 2022 third quarter budget status report. Then following has a worksheet budget status report as of June 30, 2022 for Division of Community Development. It has 4 business units for DCD. I will be reading the bottom column general fund grand total. Original budget 5,853,803. Revised budget 7,751,390.47 cents. Actual 3,771,145.65 cents. Encumbered 341,741.88 cents. Available balance 3,638,502.94 cents. Percent expended is 53.6. The next page, MPS, Ms. Ancita Largo will be reading. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. The tab C is the FY22 third quarter performance assessment report for the Division of Community Development. There's 4 business units, and the average for the division for first quarter is 2.65, second quarter 2.59, third quarter 2.60. Going on to the D, tab D, 22 third quarter plans of operation status report. They're all up to date. Going on to E is the condition of appropriation legislative concern report. Division of Community Development has 3 legislative concerns, and all 3 of them were non-compliant, and they did not respond for third quarter. That completes MPS report. Thank you.
Good afternoon. This is Jermaine Jones, Deputy Contracting Officer with the OMB Contracts Grant Section. I'll go ahead and read Section F and Section G. Section F, the FY 2022 External Funds Expenditure Report for Division of Community Development. Next page, page 15, is the Budget Expenditure Report. I'll go ahead and read in the legends first regarding the columns. Legend A is the index number for row identification. Column B is the company number. Column C is the contract ID. Column D is the start date. Column E is the end date. Column F is the number of business units. Column G is the number of company numbers. Column H is the business unit numbers. Column I is the description. Column J is revised budget. Column K is the expenditures. Column L is the open commitments. Column M is the available balance. Column N is the percent spent. Column O is the percent balance. Go ahead and go to the next pages on page 19 of 20. Under column A for index, row 170. Column F, number of business units is 165. Column G, number of company numbers is 158. Column I for Division of Community Development. Column J is the revised budget, which totals $4,976,458.54. Column K, expenditures, $11,316,139.05. Column L, open commitments, is $4,669,049.05. Column M, available balance, $82,991,270.44. Percent spent under column N is 16%. Column O, the percent balance is 84%. Next section, section G, FY 2020 single audit report. There are none, and that completes my report. Thank you.
So, Office Manager and Budget, does it complete your report?
Yes, that completes our report.
With that, Budget and Finance Committee, any questions on the OMB report? I can move forward to Chairman Nez. Chairman Nez, you have the floor to provide information on legislation 16-22.
Honorable Chairman Henyo, honorable members of the Budget and Finance Committee, Dr. Yellowman, the budget proposal that she will speak to with her staff. Koshin Korobadan Shata Lesto, Oshin, and she has owned Didos Kito Lesto, Hit Oshin, Osehiki, La Nan Seniki, or Nasbet Osn, Shinand Ido here. At this time, I'll give the floor to Dr. Yellowman, and thank you, Chairman Henya. Dr. Yellowman?
Okay, yeah. Thank you, Chairman Nez. Yeah, good afternoon, honorable members of Budget and Finance Committee, Yate. And thank you, Chair Nez, for sponsoring and providing us this opportunity to give our report. I am joined with department managers and our accounting team to respond and provide any kind of information that is needed. And we do come before Budget and Finance for your support in reviewing our budget requests. The Division of Community Development, we do try our best to work closely with all 110 chapters. We are a very large division, and I'll just start out briefly kind of describing some of the accomplishments and challenges of the division, and starting with community housing, CHID. We are one of the divisions that is still actively responding to COVID mitigation. And CHID is one of the departments that has been assisting chapters with COVID mitigation, particularly with burial assistance. So CHID has not stood down and continues to provide some of those services. CHID has also been very active in trying to address the housing need throughout the chapters and throughout the Navajo Nation. And I appreciate our CHID department. And the ASC also has not stood down and still has been mitigating COVID, as well as the recent monsoon emergencies. ASC has been working diligently to address and respond to the chapter needs, and as well as working with chapter officials. So we worked with Budget and Finance and RDC to address the long-awaited resolution of the chapter stipend. So appreciate all of the coordination and the leadership that was necessary. And it took a lot of meetings and leadership meetings for that to occur. And we're thankful and we look forward to that being resolved. So ASC continues to provide technical assistance, and works closely with the auditor's office, works closely with the ethics and rules office, and tries to coordinate a lot of these resources for our chapters. Our capital outlay department, we were hit very hard with during COVID, and when the government shutdowns occurred, the department and CPMD did have to shut down in some aspect and assist us with responding to COVID mitigation, and has been trying to recover as far as addressing our capital outlay projects. We have been supplementing some of the ARPA support to assist with our capital outlay recovery, and we're looking forward to filling positions. We're looking forward to expanding our chapter unit and our EDCU attorney unit, and we're looking forward to these ARPA funds to assist the chapters as well. That's part of that recovery, and it's part of us coming out of and transitioning from COVID into ARPA and mobilizing for ARPA, and it is happening now. So we also represent and work closely with the Eastern Navajo chapters, the Fort Defiance chapters, Northern Agency chapters, Western Agency chapters, and Chinle Agency chapters. We have our staff, SPPS staff, our IT department. Our rural addressing team is very small, but they still continue to work closely with the chapters. And our priority is working with the chapters and basically only the chapters in that regards. We don't respectfully provide services to other divisions. We concentrate on the chapters. We do work closely with other divisions to bring resources to the chapters. And we have been mobilizing some of the ARPA projects or ARPA conversations to bring in other resources such as NTUA, the FRF office, other divisions to help provide resources in jumpstarting or getting the ARPA off the ground. So those are some of the areas we facilitate. It's a large task working with the 110 chapters, and I appreciate our staff, all of our staff. We have staff in the field and we have staff at the chapters. We appreciate all of our chapter staff who've been working very hard the last year, a year and a half during these unprecedented times. And we appreciate the chapter leadership as well, and members of the council. So all in there. We do have all of our members, all of our department managers on the line to help respond to any of concerns and questions. I also want to add that there was an oversight on our part in submitting the conditions of appropriations, but those have been completed, and we request for an insertion or clarification on the process to insert those. So Chair Nez, Chair Henyo, that will conclude my presentation.
Thank you, Dr. Yellowman. Can your staff start on the reading of the budget presentation, please? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. If I can, Chair Henny, if I could turn the time over to Mr. Davis.
Mr. Liddell Davis.
Good afternoon. I'm gonna go ahead and start with the DCD Administration Budget Form 1, that is page 28 if you're looking at the electronic version. So business unit 108001, we have personnel expenses in the amount of $1,025,666. This is an increase from last year in the amount of $117,920. Next, we have travel expenses in the amount of $90,775, with an increase from last year in the amount of $8,214. We have $0 for meeting expenses. Next is supplies. This year we have, our proposed budget is $43,129 with no difference from last year. Next is lease and rental. We have $4,460 with no difference from last year. Next is communications and utilities. Our proposed budget is $11,979 with a decrease in the amount of $696. Next line is repairs and maintenance in the amount of $3,000 with no difference from last year. Next is contractual services in the amount of $253,568 with a decrease from last year in the amount of $181,448. Moving on to special transactions. Our proposed budget for this year is, for FY23, is $13,725 with a decrease of $652 from last year. Last, we have public assistance in the amount of $57,162 with no difference from last year. This brings us to the total of $1,503,464. We have 12 positions budgeted and 3 permanently assigned vehicles. The next budget that I will be going over is CHID. That is page 39 if you're looking at the electronic version, and CHID has its own tab if you're looking at your binder. So Form 1 for Community, Housing, and Infrastructure Department. The business unit is 108004. I'll be starting off with the personnel expenses. The proposed budget for CHID this year is $691,404 with an increase of $428,052. Travel expenses, the proposed budget is $133,892 with an increase of $89,462 from column A. There is $0 for meeting expenses. Next line item is for the 4,000 supplies. The proposed budget is $13,894 with a decrease of $3,606. Next is lease and rental. The proposed budget for FY23 is $6,000 with a decrease of $800 from column A. Moving on to the 5,500 category, communications and utilities. The proposed budget is $3,500 with a decrease in $1,820. 6,000 repairs and maintenance. The proposed budget is $7,500 with a decrease of $500. 6,500 contractual services, $10,000 with a decrease of $10,000 from column A. 7,000 special transactions. The proposed budget is $9,716 with a decrease of $846. 8,000 category public assistance. The amount is $1,565,150 with an increase of $1,499,120. This brings us to the total proposed budget of $2,441,056. The total positions budgeted will be for 15 positions. Total number of vehicles budgeted will be for 6. That is for Community Housing and Infrastructure Department. Moving on to the ASC tab. ASC in the electronic version is page 63. The business unit is 108125. Again, I'm reading off part 3, the budget summary, starting with personnel expenses. The proposed budget is $1,895,165 with an increase of $72,616. Travel expenses. The proposed budget is $162,015 with an increase of $179. There is $0 for meeting expenses. Supplies is in the amount of $36,133 with a decrease of $49,393. Lease and rental, the proposed budget is $30,000. There is no difference. Communications and utilities, the proposed budget is $22,360 with a decrease of $23,130 from column A. There is $0 allocated for both repairs and maintenance and contractual services. So we move on to the 7,000 category, special transactions. $33,303 is the proposed budget with a decrease of $314 from column A. This brings us to the total proposed budget for ASC of $2,178,976. The total number of positions budgeted is 29. Total number of vehicles budgeted is 14. So we will be moving on to CPMD. The number for CPMD in the electronic version is page 74. The business unit is 108127. Again, this is for a capital projects management department. Reading part 3, budget summary. 2000 personnel expenses. The proposed budget is $1,518,419 with an increase of $128,313. Travel expenses is $205,319 with an increase of $16,043. $0 allocated to meeting expenses. Supplies, the proposed budget is $27,573 with a decrease of $1,409. Lease and rental, the proposed budget is $6,717 with a decrease of $1,783. Communications and utilities, the proposed budget is $18,000 with no difference. Next category is repairs and maintenance, $1,500 with no difference. Contractual services, the proposed budget is $0 with a difference, with a decrease of $8,000 from the column A. Next category is special transactions. This proposed budget amount is $26,289 with a decrease of $2,012. The last category is capital outlay, and this is in the amount of $230,000. And this is an increase of $230,000 from column A. The total number of positions budgeted is 22. The total number of vehicles budgeted is 9. So if we will move on to the chapter tab, it is first for Eastern. This is page 87 here on the electronic version. So I'll go ahead and read the totals. For the general funds chapter personnel, the total is $2,174,869. For fringe benefits, benefits, it is $1,132,225. For general wage adjustment, it is $69,628. So this brings a total of $3,376,722. Column H is the chapter official stipends. The total amount for Eastern Agency is $1,171,800. That's repeated in column I. Column J, we move to general liability for chapter personnel. The total is $5,630. Column K, workers' comp chapter personnel. The total is $15,210. Column L is workers' comp chapter officials. This total is $6,200. Column M is chapters non-admin cost. The total for Eastern Agency is $3,605,712. This column N is a total of columns J through M, and the total is $3,632,752. Moving on to column Q, this is special revenue for land claims trust. The total for Eastern Agency is $450,884. Column S, special revenue for scholarships. The total is $56,491. Column T is the total for special revenue, and that is in the amount of $507,375. The grand total for Eastern Agency is $8,688,649. We'll move on to the next tab, which is for Defiance Agency. Begin reading the totals for this agency. Column C, general funds chapter personnel is in the amount of $2,005,802. Fringe benefits in column D is in the amount of $1,044,212. Column E, general wage adjustment is in the total amount of $41,400. And this all combines to $3,091,414. Next column is chapter official stipends. For Defiance Agency, the total is $1,020,600. Moving on to column K, the total for general liability chapter personnel is $5,188. Column K, workers' comp chapter personnel is $14,028. Column L, workers' comp chapter officials is $5,400. Column M, chapters non-administrative cost is $3,378,476. Moving forward to column Q, special revenue lands claims trust. This is the amount of $422,468. Moving on to column S, special revenue scholarships. This is in the amount of $52,927. And this brings us to the grand total for Fort Defiance Agency of $7,990,501. Moving on to the Northern Agency. The total for Shiprock Agency, Northern Agency, column C, general funds chapter personnel is $1,549,237. Column D, fringe benefits, the total is $806,527. Column E, general wage adjustment is $22,513. Column F is combining columns C through E for a total of $2,378,700. It's $2,378,277. Column H, chapter official stipends, is in the total amount for this agency of $756,000. J, general liability chapter personnel. is in the amount of $4,004. Column K, workers' comp chapter personnel, is in the amount of $10,836. Column L for workers' comp chapter officials is in the amount of $4,000. Column M is in the amount. Column M is in the amount of four chapters non-administrative costs, is in the amount of $2,625,471. Column Q is special revenue lands claims trust, and that total is $328,308. Column S, special revenue scholarships, is in the amount of $41,130. And so the total for Shiprock Agency is $6,148,026. Moving on to Western Agency. Column C, the total for general funds chapter personnel is $1,391,718. Column D, the total for general funds chapter fringe benefits is $209,699. Column E, general wage adjustment, is the total is $19,398. Moving on to column H, the general funds for chapter official stipends. The total for Western Agency is $680,400. Column J, general liability chapter personnel, is in the total amount of $3,597. Column K, for workers' comp chapter personnel, the total is $9,734. Column L, workers' comp for chapter officials, is the total amount is $3,600. Column M, the total for chapters non-administrative costs is $2,351,662. Column Q, special revenue land claims trust, the total amount is $294,067. Column S, special revenue for scholarships, the total is $36,843. The grand total for Western Agency is $5,718. Moving on to the last agency, Chinle Agency. So column C, general funds chapter personnel, total is $1,197. The total for D, general funds chapter fringe benefits, is $0. The total for column E, general wage adjustment, is the total is $27,569. Moving on to column H, general funds chapter official stipends, $529,200. Moving on to column J, general liability chapter personnel, is in the amount of $2,589. Column K, workers' comp chapter personnel, the total is $6,995. Moving on to column L, workers' comp chapter officials is $2,800. Column M, chapters non-administrative costs, total for Chinle Agency is $1,814,093. Moving on to column Q, special revenue land claims trust. The total amount is $226,846. Column S, special revenue for scholarships. The total is $28,418. This brings us to a grand total of, for Chinle Agency, of $3,638,707. So the last column is the grand total for all 5 agencies. The grand total for general funds chapter personnel is 8,121,823. Column D, the grand total for all 5 agencies again is for fringe benefits is $3,192,663. The grand total for general wage adjustment under column E is $180,508. Columns C through E have a combined amount of $11,494,994. Column G, that just repeats the last column F. Column H is for general funds chapter official stipends. Again, this year, chapter official stipends were a fixed cost, so they got the total amount of $4,158,000. Column J for general liability chapter personnel is the grand total is $21,008. Workers' comp chapter personnel is $56,803. Column L, workers' comp chapter officials, the grand total for all 5 agencies is $22,000. Column M, chapters non-administrative costs, grand total is $13,775,414. Column N combines columns J through M for a total of $13,875,225. Column Q, the Special Revenue Lands Claims Trust grand total is in the amount of $1,722,573. Column S, Special Revenues for Scholarships, the grand total is $215,809. And the grand total for all the 5 agencies is $31,466,601. Thank you.
Are you
Chair Henya,
done?
I'm sorry, that will conclude our report. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Yellowman. Chairman Henyo, I believe we're done from Division of Community Development. Back to you, sir.
Chairman Nez, Dr. Yellowman and Mr. Davis for your presentation. Thank you. With this, I'll defer to Budget and Finance Committee. Any questions? Budget and Finance Committee.
Chair Henyo. Vice Chair
Smith, have the floor.
Thank you, Chair Henyo and Budget and Finance Committee members. It's raining outside. It's beautiful. I wanted to share that real quick. But my question, thank you for the report and thank you for bringing this to light. I keep getting this question out in the chapter areas. They purchase heavy equipment. Some are still waiting for their heavy equipment. And the prices are constantly going up. Resolutions are brought forth. The first question is, people are just looking at those equipment. And the other day I went to the to inquire, and I understand that there is a workforce. The workforce has the ability to set up a training, and I'm surprised that we're not utilizing our workforce to set up training for the chapters so that they could have a CDL operator. And that's what they're there for, to train and to get people qualified. And of course, these heavy equipment operator are not going to be on the job like regular employees. They'll be
called out when there is an emergency or a need for them to be out there to utilize these heavy equipment, whether it's the backhoe, whether it's the grader, whether it's a water truck to haul water out there, or any other heavy equipment that requires specialized training, even to transport down this though. And I think some of the chapters are starting to make it impossible for folks to utilize the heavy equipment because they're saying it needs to be under CDL. And if so, then that needs to be brought forth to the community members. And the cost too, they're actually saying in order to rent those equipment, it's like they're making it as a profit. Understand that these equipment are for non-profit, and they're putting the price way up there, like for per hour, over $100 on it. Gosh, what the? Is that across the whole Navajo Nation? If so, then that needs to be really investigated, and we need to be reasonable for our people because they want to either utilize that equipment for what its purpose was, or to clear an area for their home site once it's approved. A.Agi. The other one is PEP workers. That also too entails with the workforce development. Would they at least help give a raise to these PEP workers? I know that they're only there for temporary time, and they rely on that to either buy school clothes or books, or go back to school and continue their education, whether it's in grade school or high school, and maybe a trade school, or maybe even college or university. Those are the concerns that I hear out there. Budget bonding deal. Ask that question. So that's why I'm asking these questions. How do we get those heavy equipment out there? How do we get them to be utilized? We see the rains out there. It's a blessing. Then when it really rains heavy, those equipment are just sitting there again. They could be utilized to at least maybe improve on the road or to some kind of an agreement. There on those two questions I have and those two concerns, and turn the floor back over to you, Chair. Thank you.
Kashina, Vice Chair Smith. With that, two questions, I'll defer back to sponsors. Chairman Ness.
Thank you, Honorable Chairman Henyo. Honorable Vice Chair Smith, certainly appreciate your question and your concerns. So let me go back to Dr. Yellowman. Your response, please, to the question. Thank you. Dr. Yellowman?
Yeah. Vice Chair Smith, yeah, the nodded kitty. One is for the heavy equipment, and then the second one is the PEP. For the heavy equipment, the original legislation is CJA 01-21, and that legislation allocated the 23 million. There were some water projects and a solar project in there. The remaining was for about 300 pieces of heavy equipment. The legislation also stated that the chapters would be responsible for the maintenance and the cost of the heavy equipment. So we do work closely in reminding the chapters of the maintenance and cost for the pieces that they requested for. So I do want to state that there are chapters out there who are utilizing their heavy equipment. Let me just read to you the type of equipment we have. I'm sorry, the type of data that we have been gathering and monitoring. So we monitor the chapter and the heavy equipment type that they have. Chapters have multiple types of heavy equipment under this legislation. We have tracked the cost of the heavy equipment, the delivery date, who the vendor is. Some of the vendors have provided trainings to the chapters on the use of the heavy equipment and the maintenance training on these heavy equipment. We also have been keeping and working with the chapters to complete their insurance process. That has been the chapter's responsibility to complete and work with ASC to get the chapter insurance completed. We also track and monitor the chapters who have either worked to achieve a certified operator and also those chapters who are soliciting for certified chapters. There are many chapters that do have certified chapters. We try to encourage those certified operators. There are many chapters who have certified operators or confirmed operators in which we ask them to work together regionally to continue or to employ that operator for their chapter use needs. We also monitor the types of heavy equipment, which is we monitor for it being in use or not use. And so we have that data as well. We also monitor the chapters who have attended either the trainings provided by the vendor or provided by ASC. I'm sorry, CPMD. Mr. Johnson, Elmer Johnson, he's our heavy equipment team leader. He has been working closely with the SPPS staff to host heavy equipment trainings for the chapters to get their heavy equipment back into use. And we monitor those chapters that have attended. And then, of course, we have provided heavy equipment operation policies to all chapters. We provided a template for the chapters to incorporate or use. Some chapters already had a heavy equipment policy to which at their discretion or their leadership, they utilize those policies. Some have incorporated areas of the template that we provided into their policies, and some have opted not to use our policies. But nonetheless, we've have requested for all chapters to update their heavy equipment policies. Also, I know, and I know you all recall that when the legislation was being debated or being going through the legislative process, the origin of the heavy equipment really was to assist the chapters with moving PPE. It was during COVID, it was during the original allocation of the CARES Act that we started to look heavily into the use of heavy equipment. Many chapters requested for trucks or trailers or forklifts or pallet jacks or things to help move large mass amounts of COVID mitigation equipment and materials. It was also to help, fortunately, with burial. And because of that, from leadership and through DCD, we have been asking the chapters to decrease or to not have high costs of heavy equipment use. But the chapters, they do use the heavy equipment rental fees. Those do go towards maintenance and maintenance repairs. Most of the chapters, and like I said, we are monitoring these. So once we complete all of the data here, we also can provide that. But most of them really do try to keep their rates low. The use of heavy equipment, it is high, because even during the monsoon, we had to rely heavily on NTUA and NDOT. We've had agreements working with local counties to use county resources. So those costs are high to use heavy equipment, but nonetheless, at the chapter level, making sure that the chapters are keeping the costs low so that they can understand the needs of the families that they encounter with their community members. Many times, as you all know, community members go to the chapters under dire need or dire stress and need these equipment. It's not just only for burial. The heavy equipment has been requested to move sand that has blown up against homes, or to help prepare or to help remove debris. All of those do cost money, but I know that our chapters are aware of that, and I know that the chapters are trying to keep those costs low. So we will continue to monitor the heavy equipment, and our staff do keep data on this. The number one concern is making sure that all of the chapters have completed their insurance and liability coverage for the heavy equipment. That is the responsibility of the chapters, and our staff, ASC, work closely to have the chapters complete that process. And you are right, there are programs out there for heavy equipment training. It has been some of the experience of the chapters that they have invested in training an operator, and then sadly the operator left for a job elsewhere. So training and retaining is probably the goal. Training and retaining, and then making sure we invest in those operators to stay and help us. So that would be probably the goal that we're trying to achieve, is to train them and retain them. Some of our operators have left to work elsewhere. So that's what I see happening to some of our chapters. So I'll move on to the PEP. I also have Ms. Jim Martin on the line to help with any supporting comments. But the PEP and the wages. So we do work closely with DPM to advocate for competitive hourly wages and to ensure that the Navajo people or Navajo employees have competitive wages when working for the Navajo Nation. And some of the certified chapters, if the certified chapters do hire any crews or PEP workers, the certified chapters do offer their own employment or employee and personnel policies, and they provide their own wages through the certified chapters. The non-certified chapters do rely on the DPM wages or salary scales, and that is something that we are aware of and continue to advocate to increase and allow for those to be more competitive. But if that is not satisfactory, I'd like to ask for Ms. Jim Martin to elaborate a little bit more on that, but that will complete my response, Chair Henyo.
Thank you, Dr. Yeldman. Honorable Chairman Henyo, back to you, sir.
Thank you, Chairman Nez, Dr. Lemon, for your response to the questions. With this, I defer back to Budget and Finance Committee. Any further questions, comments?
This is Delegate Yeller here.
Delegate Yeller here, you have the floor.
Okay, Chair, to the Chairman. But on the Honorable Rick Nez, on the Dr. Yeller, Shanala here, and your staff. Could all the team in that kiddo have equipment given that they are in the hunt on. It does not need training. The operator should know how to move earth and dam. I want to give you one example. Budget 45 say the son has a duck 45. They live on the west side of Chapter. Under Navajo County, Apache County number 2. They put up a nice road and they put up a very fine gravel. It's like cement. They smooth it out really good by Apache County too from Ganado. So what happened when the chapter's officials grade the road? I don't know when they grade road, they had a concern. What he did is he moved all that gravel off the road. He moved that gravel. And right now, people have problem now. Muddy roads now. It was good before. Just because somebody knows how to operate a grader and don't know how to move in earth and dam, what they did is they damaged the road. That's the reason why the NDOT was a kitty quiet kidney heading in Don Michigan. A quiet that's not on. I don't know how you look at it, Dr. Youngman. On the house, the army, they don't know how to grade a road. They just mess it up. Reshape that they let too steep. What that tender. They won't have a road, they're gonna carry all the roads. NDOT kid not on. Or maybe I don't know if BIA ever does the road. That's my serious concern. Yes, we do have a heavy equipment operator machine, but yet also this costs money. Where is this money to cover this expense? Heavy equipment machine is now just a machine itself is $30,000 engine, but $35,000 behind it. Should it be kid? 48,000 is about that. I let chapter now the money we're gonna take care of this expense. 83 year on this case. I don't know if Dr. Yeoman have this answer for 110 chapters. So though you on that is me out of our Hinton. I should make that Mesa bulldozers isn't also journalist no. I think the operator on our money doesn't else in the done. A credit I should maybe not how to be operator. Got to learn how to create a road. It is a key how to earth and move earth and dam that but the more than engineering. A credit is now one is 110 chapter or the other about this case. But Ada or so Nisa. What on Hamish and Nisa? The other one this case here Chairman. But then I need those patients here.
Sheena, thank you for the comment. Our Budget and Finance Committee. If you can limit your questions to the budget, the numbers, if there are questions regarding that, then we can get through this legislation quickly. With this, any questions on the budget?
Chair Henry, to Douglas Smith.
Delegate Elmer P. Begay.
I have a question maybe to Darlene, or legislative advisor or council. When can we do a unmet need budget on for the chapter? Or when is it appropriate to do that? I have one, but I'm not sure if Darlene did the amendment for me. I submitted it yesterday. Thank you.
Delegate Elmer P. Begay. Ms. Tapai, Lorraine Tapai is not on the call with us today. There's Ms. Honorani that's on the call with us today.
Chairman.
So with that, I'll defer back to Dr. Yellowman. Chairman Ness, response?
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairman Henyo. Ado Naide Kitigi Shana, Honorable Yellow Hair, and also Sachilla, Honorable Begay. I'll give some time back over to Dr. Yellowman and their staff so they can respond to these concerns. Dr. Yellowman, your staff.
Hagashing Chernez, Yat Delegate Jimmy Yellow here. When the request for heavy equipment came through during the CARES Act, of course, DCD, we were in full support of that. The request came through legislation CS 73-20. That was a CARES Act allocation. And one of the number one requests during that legislation was for heavy equipment. And that being said, it was a month or two later after November 20th deadline that the heavy equipment was legislated, CJA 01-21. But that since has become such a huge task under DCD. So not only was it just the purchasing of heavy equipment, it was a major investment in fleet of heavy equipment. And then along with that type of fleet under DCD or the chapters, really requires a lot of coordination with the county, with BIA, with INDOT, to really cross-train or identify the best use of these equipment. And so that respectfully really has fallen on DCD, but I rely wholeheartedly on INDOT, on our BIA partners, on even some of our county partners when it comes to removing any type of specialized, or as you mentioned, the earthen dam of some of these communities. So we're still working out how to program this large fleet, how to develop this large fleet into DCD and to the chapters. It has opened up a much bigger door of just buying heavy equipment. It really has become something grander than that. So I will share your concern with Director Silversmith and INDOT, and we'll continue to work on how we'll continue to improve on how we respond to the community needs with these heavy equipment. So Chair Nez, Chair Henio, thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Yellowman, for responding. And let me go back to Chairman Henio. Back to you, sir.
Chairman Nez. One thing, I might have missed it, but was there a response to Delegate Elmer P. Begay's question also?
Dr. Yellowman, did you respond to the unmet needs that Honorable Elmer Begay asked for chapters?
I apologize. I thought I heard Delegate Elmer Begay ask the legislative support team to inquire if this was the appropriate time to request for an amendment for an unmet need. If I heard wrong, please let me know.
Chairman, there's
question.
The question is, maybe you could help. I understand it was to legislative council, but maybe Dr. Yellowman, as you're preparing the budgets, was there unmet needs for chapters attached to your budget or to the RDC legislation?
Chair Henio, the answer is yes. And if Lydell could just help me point to the page of where it would be I believe it's Exhibit E.
Hi, this is Lydell. Exhibit E does show the unmet needs, and then if you're on the electronic version, if you refer to page 12 on, there will be the Appendix K and budget forms to showcase the unmet need request. Thank you.
And we can explain the Exhibit E if we need to.
Okay, Chairman, does that conclude your response?
Yes, sir. Honorable Chairman Henio, I understand the unmet needs are for Eastern Agency, Fort Defiance, Northern Western Chinle, as well as San Juan County, JPA, and DCD Chapter Unit. Back to you, sir.
Chairman, with this, back to the Budget and Finance Committee. Any further questions, comments?
Chairman Henio, this is Delegate Carter with a question.
Delegate Ember Knuswat-Karate, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. I wanted to ask Dr. Yellowman, thank you for the presentation with your staff in reviewing the OMB report. It looks like there's going to be a dramatic increase in your CHID program. Could you give us some insight in terms of where that funding was at in last year's budget and how that funding will be used for this fiscal year? Thank you.
Akushina Hena, thank you for that question. Any other questions, comments? Then I'll defer back to Chairman Hess.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Chairman Henio. Dr. Yellowman, could you respond to Honorable Chair Crotty's increase in CHID's question? Thank you.
Okay, yeah. Delegate Crotty, yeah. The increase was the CHID department did receive non-FRF BIA ARPA funds, and that is the increase that you see there. We did share and report that in the previous years, the CHID had received roughly around $2 million annually for the last 5 years or so. But last year, or this past fiscal year, we had an increase, and that is the increase that you see here on budget page 1, budget form 1 for CHID. these are both to address new housing or housing needs for the Navajo people. We did rely, or we did use ENSHO. We had a report to NABI, and we can resurface that same report. But there was a waiting list already at CHID from 2017 to 2019. Those are still the same recipients that the CHID department has revisited. There was also requests that the CHID department has also been soliciting at the CHID site offices, field offices is what they're called, the field offices. And so that's the list that they're utilizing. So these funds are the non-FRF ARPA HIP funds. Mr. Delga is on the line also. If there's additional details you'd like to know about that, but that's what the increase is from. So we have been sharing with the Navajo Nation chapters that there are two pots of ARPA funds. One is these funds that have been woven into the budget, and then the recently passed legislation, CJN 29-22. Those are also FRF ARPA funds as well. So we're managing the two different types of ARPA housing funds. So Madam Chair, I hope that makes sense. Mr. Delga is also on the line to help clarify, but that's what the increase is for CHID. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Yellowman. And Mr. Delguy, could you expound further into the question raised by Honorable Chair Crotty?
Chair Himio, I don't believe Mr. Delguy has taken the oath, or did I miss that?
No, he hasn't, and I'm waiting for him to come on the line so we can administer the oath.
Okay.
Mr.
Good
Delguy?
afternoon. I'm here on the call.
Okay.
Chair Nez, and
please wait. Peggy, Mr. Delguy is on the line.
Thank you. Could you please state your name for the record?
Patrick Delguy.
Raising your right hand, do you swear to tell the truth in the testimony you're about to give?
I do.
Okay. If there's anybody else that's going to be speaking to this budget, please let me know. Thank you.
Chairman Ness.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairman Henyo and Ms. Nakai, for administering the oath of testimony to Mr. Delguy. Mr. Delguy, could you expound further on the question raised by Chair Honorable Crotty on the increase of CHID? Thank you.
Yes, Yate, good afternoon, Chair Nez and Chair Henyu, and also other honorable delegates, BNF, and on the call. For the increase, Honorable Crotty, the answer to your question is the increase in our budget. Our general funded budget of the $2 million is what we received as an additional budget to CHID department. CHID is going to be administering $2 million in this budget. $1 million going to home repairs and renovations for emergency purposes, and then also another $1 million going to electric service and water and wastewater connections for eligible applicants through the department for smaller type projects for water line connections, some connections that need maybe 500 to 1,000 feet water line connection or electric service, and then also home repairs, immediate emergency repairs. A lot of requests have been coming in within this past year, and with this budget here, the additional $2 million would be a tremendous help, and we should be able to provide more assistance as we are planning on hiring additional personnel under this department. As you can see, the increase of positions and vehicles also in Part 4 of the Budget Form 1. So hopefully that pretty much answers your question, Honorable Crotty. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Delgado. Honorable Chairman Henyo, back to you, sir.
Chair Henio.
Okay, I'm back. I'm sorry. Okay, Kayla, thank you for the response. And so with that, back to Budget and Finance Committee. Any further questions, comments?
Delegate Hill here. Chairman.
Delegate Hill here, you have the floor.
Okay, yeah, nan sanat ani kodo budget on it any a teeny bahas the auto to respond. I'm not very satisfied with the answer. A teeny such a bias, for example, said teeny way 80-31. So it's not a soft consumer. Been a general say 80 even say teeny a non one of those wash out again. So based on this, I was concerned about the road. The chapter official who is shave off all the gravel from the road that was prepared by Apache County number 2. A cost expense to redo the road between the non a element and now it all not it all the kid non that do you have a concern on that one in the chapter level that who does operate heavy equipment machine like bulldozer or grader? AI should to the chairman. I'd like to hear from Dr. Yeldman herself. Thank you for my question. Thank you, Chairman.
Any further questions, comments?
Chair Henio, I didn't really get the whole instruction or response from maybe it's learning or is it was it Miss from the legislative council. If it's possible, do you think I can make an amendment today? If the amendment's ready, thank you.
As I stated earlier, Ms. Laureline Tapahi is not on the call. Hasn't been with us today. There's a different attorney that's with us. At the same time, we cannot make amendments. The legislation has already been passed by RDC and it's closed right now. All we're doing is hearing reports on their recommendation, and then from there we make our recommendations. That's what we're doing right now.
Okay, all right.
But you can still do a unmet need at the end of the agenda, where we'll be doing unmet needs and condition of appropriations and legislative concerns. So if you already emailed Mr. Pai, she probably has it in her little notebook, and so will be putting that all together soon. Abi here, Shnanda, Delegate Elmer Piggy. Now this Ms. Hunagani, are you still on the call?
Chair Henry, this is Dana Lobrock.
Oh, Ms. Boboff, good to hear from you. Mr. Pahi's not with us at this moment. She's probably busy with something else. And therefore, regarding Delegate Elmer P. Gay's request, if you can provide some input.
Thank you, Chair Henyo. You actually explained it perfectly. Now is not the time to make an amendment because there's nothing really to make an amendment to. These are final legislations, they're recommendations. So unmet needs will be made towards the end of your 3 or 4 day agenda when you are developing the comprehensive budget legislation. So OLC will have that unmet needs ready for Delegate Begay at that time. Thank you, Chair.
Ms. Barba, for your input. With this, I'll defer back to Chairman Nez regarding Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair's question.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairman Henyo. Aro Kuro Shana, Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. I'll refer the question to Dr. Yellowman. Your response, please.
Hagushi, here at Chair Nez, Aro Chair Henyo here. If I understand the question correctly from Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair, if damages have been done by an outside entity, our course of action would be to probably inquire with DOJ how to get some representation to address and seek some resolution or to bring that to the attention of our partners if it's done through county or even other divisions. So if that is the case, then I can respond and work with Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair regarding, I believe he said, Route 8131 and work with also Director Silversmith on our partnerships with other counties or even with BIA to see how we can resolve if damages were done or if things were not properly or improperly addressed with the use of the heavy equipment. So Chair Henyo, I can follow up with Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair if possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Chairman Henyo, back to you, sir.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Yeoman and Chairman Ness. Back to your Budget and Finance Committee. Any further questions or comments?
This is Delegate Yellowhair, Chairman.
I'm
not satisfied with the
Shanta, I believe they have given you all the answers they could. And that's the extent.
Oh, what else is for no.
Chair Henyo, are you asking for questions or we're waiting for a response?
I'm waiting for Delegate Yellowhair to come back on, but it seems like he's not coming back on. So floor is still open for questions.
Okay,
Chairman,
thank you.
Delegate Yellowhair.
Okay, I'll be
Santa.
after Yellowhair. Thank you.
Okay, so Delegate Yellowhair, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Somebody unmute me right after mute
Oh.
message in somebody. Anyway, Chairman, Kodo is a chapter for officials damaging the road. What Patrick County to fix up the road really neat and put up a nice fine gravel on the road and was cement. And here the chapter's officials will move all that gravel off the road. So right now the road has been damaged. A chapter official Dr. Yellowman up at chapter official team got the east one. So chapter's official he don't have heavy equipment they can work early and up the operator must know how to move a earthen dam. So the road is the east one. Patrick County number 2 that's a NATO police they put a lot of money on it. Assistant chapter official damaged the road. Dr. Yellowman, hope you understand. Thank you, Chairman. Delegate
Yellowhair. Delegate Amber Knesset. Delegate Amber Knesset. You have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. I needed further information regarding the $2 million increase for the CHID program. It's not clear how that funding is going to be allocated to the public. If I could get that answered, thank you.
Thank you for that. Back to Chairman Nez response.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Chairman Henyo, Aro, Kuro, Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair's concern, as well as Honorable Chair Crotty. Kuro Naidek Kidigishi, Dr. Yellowman, could you respond to my honorable colleagues that have these concerns? Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Chair Nez. Chair Henyo. Madam Delegate Crotty, thank you. In the past, there was a program in DCD with the previous directors, but the program was lacking some policies. So we did have to create some policies to accompany a soft program, if you will, a program that will help respond to some of the emergency-like needs. That the need is there and the need is great, but enacting and implementing and creating a policy that helps equally or helps address the needs is what we have been working on. The CHID department does request emergency requests. So, for example, it may be an elderly's residence and the roof blows off during a windstorm. So we have to create a policy that geographically allows us to distribute and respond to these needs. But some of these emergencies are not always geographically designed, or they happen by emergencies. So we're trying to address that and making sure that we have the ability to respond to the 24 delegate region or to the 110 chapters. So we are incorporating making the use of response in those methods, so that it's not centered or focused in one particular area. But we do get emergency calls. We get a lot of emergency calls. We get a lot of calls dealing with septics. We get a lot of calls for roofing. We get a lot of calls for, as Mr. Dalgai mentioned, emergency requests for homeless. We have people living in tents. And so we don't have the quick access of purchasing materials. A lot of the funds that had been in the CHID department, they're federal funds. They don't allow, they're more restrictive. So we've been needing and advocating for funds that allow us to respond to more emergency-like situations, such as fires. And so we are producing those policies for these funds to be distributed in a manner that addresses all the chapters throughout Navajo Nation. So I can, if Mr. Dalgai wants to add to that, Chair Henyo and Madam Chair Crotty, I'd like to call on him. If not, that will conclude my response. Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Yellman, for your response. Honorable Chair Crotty, I need further explanation on the 2 million increase. The storms and the emergencies do happen. Can you specifically, Mr. Delguy, identify how this 2 million will be utilized for either purchasing material? So whether it's materials or homeless people that are living in tents and needing help, could you expound further, Mr. Delguy?
Yat Enan, Chair Nez, also Chair Henyo and Delegate Crotty. Thank you for your question. Yeah, I can elaborate more on this 2 million budget within the CHID department. As mentioned, we plan to first hire additional staff, carpenters, licensed tradesmen as like electrician, plumber, construction supervisors, carpenters, and laborers. This will help in expending the funding under public assistance. We've budgeted under building construction materials for emergency repairs. As mentioned, Dr. Yellman mentioned, federal funds are administered under my department also, but they're restricted. So we have been receiving quite a bit of requests for repairs and some renovations. So due to lack of funding just for that type of activity, we requested for additional funds, and so we can assist community members, all 110 chapters, with these types of services. As before, my current staff is limited, and our budget is low. We can only do so much within the year with the budget that I've been receiving the past 2 years. So, but now that we have this additional funds, we can address more concerns and issues out there in the communities, and also with the electric service. We are going to be under the HIP program, constructing and providing housing under that ARPA funding. So we'd like to connect water lines and electric services for these homes, which may not have funding currently to have those types of activities completed. So those are the type of activities with the infrastructure, and so we budgeted for electric service and the water and wastewater. And so we'll be conducting 3 activities utilizing the $2 million, along with additional staff on construction crew. So, and then also the policy that we have currently drafted. We'll complete that and provide this information out to the chapters when requests are continuing to come in. So we feel helpless without the funding. So many people calling in asking for repairs, chapters calling and sending them to our office, to our HIP office. So with this, I feel that we can assist more now that we have the additional funds. So that's what I have as a response to Delegate Crowdy's question, Chair Nez. Thank you.
Mr. Delgado, Honorable Chairman Henyo, back to you, sir.
Chairman Nez. With this one other question is from Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair, where the chapter officials are on the grader and they ruin the road, and what happens thereafter. Chairman Nez.
Thank you, Chairman Henyo. Dr. Yellowman, your response.
Thank you, Chair Nez. I don't know Chair Henyo. The Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair, we would have to refer back and look at the chapter policy. The policies would allow for there to be a response to how the services were performed, or how the services, if any of the services caused further damage, which maybe in this case, there may need to be an assessment and maybe a cost assessment for the damages that may have occurred, which I would seek additional guidance from NDOT. So if that's the case, and if that's recent, then I could certainly work with NDOT to help address. The reason why I say NDOT is because we would need some guidance or professional guidance on remedying what damages were done, or doing a cost assessment on the damages that may have been further made, or any type of repercussions that need to be addressed by the operator and through the use of the policies. So I'll, Shananta, if I could follow up with you, then I am more than able to do that. Yeah, Chair Nez, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Yellowman. Honorable Chairman Henyo, back to you, sir.
Chairman Nez, for your response, Kodo. Although back to your Budget and Finance Committee, Shananta Kodo. Is there any further questions, comments?
Chairman Henyo, this is Delegate Crowdy.
Shananta, you have the floor.
Yes, so I'd like to, I'm trying to wrap my head around this $2 million, seeing that there's not like a policy or procedure. I'm not comfortable in terms of allocating that amount of money to CHID if we've heard consistently throughout this budget process that there's always challenges, first for procurement. So I'm not sure exactly when there's an emergency situation how this would work out, and then personnel. And so is this money going to be eaten up by personnel costs? And I thought you had all of this ARPA millions of dollars to deal with. If I could get clarification.
Okay, with that, Chairman Net.
Thank you, Honorable Chairman Tenuado, Kadoshan, and Honorable Chair Crowdy for your question. Dr. Yellowman and Mr. Delguy, Kodo be Nanjite Kidigi 2 million to Chit. Could you please expound further?
Okay, thank you. The funds do require, or the funds that we do have a policy. We do have a policy that we have drafted, and Mr. Delga, I believe, did state that we can share that policy. We're completing the final draft. We do work with our DOJ EDCU attorneys on any of these policies, but the funds do need to be accompanied by the policies. In the past, I wasn't here, but in the past, I believe there was no full policy enacted with similar funds. So it is our priority to ensure that we do have the policies. What happens is we get requests, and although we are the community housing department, CHID, without these types of funds, then we're not able to respond to small project lights. So with a labor or with a crew in place, our crew can respond to these small projects without or not large enough to do procurement. So we're not taking on larger projects, which would normally meet a requirement amount or a procurement amount. These are very small projects. For example, I was just called to another community with another delegate to fix windows. Those are very small projects that our department should be able to respond to. Or for example, there are some elders that request or call and need assistance for to stabilize their ramp. So those are very small projects that with an in-house crew, we can be able to respond to. Those are the policies that we are putting in place to ensure that there's transparency and a distribution for those funds. And that's what we're working on with our attorneys and with CHID. And CHID has been we've been doing our best to respond to community needs and community housing needs without these funds. And that's been very, that's been very difficult on our staff. Not that they don't want to do that, it's our resources are very limited. And so we are matching the requests that we get from the chapters or from the community members. The hard thing is not being able to respond. That's even harder. We get requests and we get requests from chapters who have homes that are almost near completion. They might just need some drywall, or they may just need even some assistance, labor assistance. So we do plan to hire, and we do plan to be able to purchase some small supplies for these small projects. They're not large, and what we mean by large is dollar amount, which would normally require a procurement or a bidding process. Those are not the large projects we're thinking of. These are the smaller projects that we get requests from. Some is just even to help excavate dirt, remove dirt, or some is again just to even remove debris from a home or a part of the home that was burned. So very small scale projects that will be reflected in our policies. Thank you. And Mr. Delga, if you can add anything to that as well. Thank you.
Mr. Delga?
Yat Anon, Chairnez, and to Delegate Crotty's question, what Dr. Yeoman has mentioned, procurement, I heard part of Crotty's question on procurement. I would understand large amount of materials would be somewhat kind of a delay in the process. But as mentioned, these are small projects, minor roof repairs, roof shingles, felt paper, lumber, just to assist some of these elderlies mainly. And, we've been getting so many requests even for plumbing and electrical. So with these personnel on board and with the money that we do have in this budget, we can spread out the work to all 110 chapters. And right now I do have a budget I'm working with under FY22, but I still tend to expend those funds to help additional families. Some families will put in some costs into material, and I would help them out with the rest. So those are kind of examples that we are doing here with INCHID and with the funding that we do currently have in our budget, in our current budget. But with this upcoming budget, with this $2 million, expediting the hire of personnel, temporary personnel, and getting these staff on board as soon as possible and start conducting assessments based on requests, develop material lists, getting quotations, and if the dollar amount is something that the CHID can take care of, we plan to purchase those materials and provide the manpower also with that. So that's the plan with the $2 million. Also working with NTUA on waterline connections, small waterline connections, wastewater systems, septic, even leach field, and the other was wastewater, as I mentioned, septic. So we plan to work with NTUA on these, and need be doing some trenching along with our staff with our heavy equipment, and to assist as much as we can and get these homes to livable standards for our elders. And so with that, Chair Nez, that completes my answer to Delegate Crotty's question. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Delga. Honorable Chairman Hinyo, back to you, sir.
Chairman Nez, for the response. I'll back to you, Budget and Finance Committee. Any further questions, comments? I'll call for the question to accept the resolution. Ramona? Roll call
Chair.
vote. Oh, hold on. Go ahead, Shanada.
Thank you, Chair Henyo. So I know that we can't modify any funding, so I will be looking at that additional request Chairman Henyo and committee members, this sounds like a duplication that's provided at the chapter level in terms of these small micro projects. I'm trying to think how this could be planned out and the efficiency of trying to centralize these services just in Window Rock. I want to see a plan on how they can provide these services at an agency level when there's an emergency response or prevention. I think there's other ways that we could look at funding. And now with the time of over $150 million to ARPA and chapter still eligible to possibly do more housing projects depending on their regional plans, to allocate $200 million or to allocate $100 million to Window Rock just seems we're headed in the wrong direction. So I just wanted to make that comment. And if whatever attorney is on the line, if you could please assist and identify, this would be, I'd like a legislative concern regarding this budget item. I think this is a duplication, and if this type of funding is needed, then we should review the BIM and assess if the chapters are able to expedite. I mean, we're talking about fixing a window. That is the type of work that we see at the chapter level. If it's housing discretionary or a system that's in play, and we have to empower the communities, and we have to be able to do this at a regional, at least agency level. So I'd like to have that as a legislative concern. Thank you, Chair, committee members.
Okay, thank you for that legislative concern. Peggy, are you recording this? Since Mr. Pahi is not on the line right now.
Yes, sir, I am.
And also Ms. Barboff.
Yes, Chair. I'm writing it down. I will reach out to Delegate Crotty. We need to have a further discussion, but I've certainly got it on the list. Thank you.
Ms. Barboff. With this, the Budget and Finance Committee, are we ready to vote? With this, Ramona, roll call vote.
Yes, Chairman, roll call vote on approving the resolution. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Thank you. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Jeremy Yellowhair, how do you vote? Honorable Jeremy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
Don't get Yellowhair, votes green.
Thank you. Honorable Jeremy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Amber Kenneth-Bott Crotty, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Kenneth-Bott Crotty, how do you vote? Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes green.
Thank you. Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote?
I vote green too.
Thank you. Honorable Elmer P. Begay votes green. Honorable Amber Kenneth-Bott Crotty, how do you vote? Chairman, we have 4 members voting in the affirmative, 0 opposing, chairman not voting, and 1 member not voting. Chairman?
Resolution receives a due pass. 4 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting, and therefore this will move on. Resolution RDC AU 16-22. With that, we do have 2 more resolutions to tend to. So the Budget and Finance Committee, we do have RDC CAU-09-22. With this, Department of Transportation, Division Director Silversmith, are you on the line?
Yes. Good evening, Honorable Delegate Chair Henio. Can you hear me?
Oh. Okay, Mr. Silversmith, who will be presenting the budget on behalf of DOT.
Honorable Chair Henio, myself, and a couple other staff members who are here with me at our complex in San Benito.
Kushina, if you would, Peggy will administer the oath, and therefore she'll be called upon you. Peggy.
Okay, thank you. All those who will be speaking to this budget, please state your name for the record, and we'll start with you, Mr. Silversmith.
Good evening, Garrett Silversmith.
Thank you.
Good evening, Norma Bowman.
Thank you.
Good evening, Janelle Benali.
Thank you.
Good evening, Tanya Jim.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Good evening, Sheila Clyde.
Thank you. Okay, so all of you who stated your name for the record, please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth in the testimony you're about to give?
Yes.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Sheila?
Yes.
Okay, and who else? All right, thank you. We'll go ahead and start. I'm going to read the resolution, RDCAU 14-22, resolution of the Resources and Development Committee of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, 4th year 2022. An action relating to the Resources and Development Committee approving and recommending to the Budget and Finance Committee the fiscal year 2023 budget for the Navajo Division of Transportation and related matters to be included in the Navajo Nation's FY 2023 comprehensive budget. We have this was approved on August 3rd with 5 in favor, 0 opposed. Exhibit A shows FY 22 general fund budget, $9,662,719. Proposed FY 23, $2,459,000 and $2,459,519. Indirect costs, $176,936. Personnel lapse is $17,859. External funds cash match, $778,760. Proprietary funds, $24,000. Special revenue internal, $7,900,000. External, $200,465,807 for a total of $211,822,881. Then going on to Exhibit B, the comparative summary shows $2,459,519. Exhibit C, there are no changes recommended. Recommended conditions of appropriation, there are none on Exhibit D. Exhibit E, unmet needs, $2,416,813. And then you have the vote tally sheet, Mr. Chair.
Kushina, thank you, Peggy. For reading the legislation to the record. Is there a motion?
Motion, Delegate Begay.
Motion by Shananta, Delegate Elmer P. Begay. Is there a second?
Delegate Yellowhair.
Shananta, Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair. Motion and second is established. Therefore, we'll go to Office of Management and Budget.
Good afternoon or good evening, Chairman Henyu, members of the Budget and Finance Committee. This is Darlene Sam from OMB. I will be going over the report with Ms. Encita Largo and then Rachel Arvizo from Contracts and Grants. And I have it displayed. I have the OMB report displayed on the Zoom screen.
So you have the cover sheet there, the Navajo Nation Budget and Finance Committee Fiscal Year 2023 Budget Hearings, Navajo Division of Transportation, Navajo Nation OMB Report, August 8th through the 19th, 2020. Next is your table of contents, letter A through G. I will go directly to letter A, which is your FY 2023 fund type budget summary. For the Navajo Division of Transportation Fiscal Year 2023 budget summary by fund type, you have the business units listed, the general funds and the non-general funds. The column for fiscal year 2022 approved budget, bottom line grand total $9,662,719. FY 2023 Navajo Nation funds, proposed general fund $2,459,519. Indirect costs $176,936. Personal lapse fund $17,859. External funds cash match $778,760. Proprietary fund $24,000. Fiduciary fund 0. Special revenue internal $7,900,000. Special revenue external $200,465,807 for a grand total of $211,822,881. Next page is your FY 22 third quarter budget status report. And this is as of third quarter ending June 30th, 2022. You have both the general funds and the special revenue fund listed. Original budget, grand total for both funds, $7,274,302. Revised budget, $8,392,885.60. Actual expenditure, $3,587,887.65. Encumbrance of $1,580,607.57. Budget available, $3,224,390.38. Overall expenditure rate, 61.58%. Note, number 1 asterisk represents under expenditure by 65% or less. 2 asterisk represents over expenditure by 85% or more. Next will be covered by Ms. Largo.
Evening, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. I'll be going over tab C, the FY 2022 third quarter performance assessment report. For Division of Transportation, they have 8 business units. First quarter average score was 2.64, second quarter 2.54, third quarter 2.57. Going on to D is the third quarter plans of operations status report. And their plan of operations are all up to date. Going on to E, condition of appropriation legislative concern report, there are none. That completes MPS report.
Good evening, this is Rachel Arvizo, Principal Budget Analyst with Contracts and Grants of OMB.
Excuse me.
F.
Rachel, did you take the oath?
No, I did not.
Okay. Could you state your name for the record, please?
Rachel Arvizo.
Raising your right hand, do you swear to tell the truth in the testimony you're about to give?
I do.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Tab F is the fiscal year 2022 external funds expenditure report. On the next page, you have the budget expenditure report consisting of active contracts and grants. Please note that this report does not include May 2022 closing entries, and also the IDC and excess is not included. Report date is as of inception to June 15th. You are unmuted. At the top, you have the legend, which is column A, the index number for row identification. Column B is your company number assigned to the contract. Column C is your contract identification number. Column D is your start date. Column E is the end date. Column F is the number of business units. Column G is the number of companies assigned. Column H is the business unit assigned in FMIS. Column I is your description of the contract. Column J is your revised budget. Column K is your expenditure. Column L is open commitments. Column M is your available balance. Column N is the percentage spent. Column O is the percentage balance. If you go to the next couple of pages on column A, row 107, reading across to column F, there are 97 business units under NDOT with 32 companies identified in column G. Column J is your revised budget. The total amount is $260,971,288.05. Total expenditures is $50,847,373.05. Open commitments amount totals $14,261,088.32. The available balance is $195,862,000. $195,862,826.68. The total amount spent as of reporting date is 25%. The available balance is 75%. Continuing on to tab G, fiscal year 2020 single audit report. There are none. This concludes OMB's report. Mr. Chair.
Katrina, thank you for that report. Office of Management and Budget refers back to Budget and Finance Committee. Any questions for OMB? Can I defer to Chairman Nez?
Yep. Doug Yellow here, Chairman.
Is this to OMB?
Yeah, to OMB. We don't have a budget.
You have the floor. You have the floor.
Chairman, this is Doug Yellow here. Before we start, we don't have a budget in the computer. There's nothing in there from part of transportation's budget.
Peggy?
Chair Kenyo, I was looking for the same thing. I haven't received anything from Janelle or any of the staff, although I've asked for it. Electronic copy of the budget forms 1 through 4 are requested by the Budget and Finance Committee. Please email it to me quickly.
Hey, Director Kevin Ness, BNF Committee does not have copies of the budget from your agent.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Chairman Henyo. Mr. Silversmith, may you send my honorable colleagues from Budget and Finance Committee all the required documents?
What's your email?
Honorable Chair Inyo, our staff sent it out at 1:31 p.m. this afternoon.
Okay, thank you.
Chairman Henyo?
Yes, Chairman Dodd.
I believe NDOT did send it.
Peggy, apparently it was sent out after 1 o'clock today.
They were sent to OMB and OMB sent them to me just now. So you have them en route to you at 6:31. I sent them. Let me know when you.
Okay, we'll look up for it. So they'll get to me on here. Let us know when you receive the email.
You should have them now because it notified me that it was sent.
Okay, well, we are waiting for the email. Chairman Nez, you have the floor to introduce the legislation.
Thank you very much, Chairman Henio. Honorable members of the Budget and Finance Committee, Hiroshi, Mr. Garrett Silversmith, his staff from NDOT will do the presentation. He will present the director's overview plus the budget presentation at this time. I would like to have the Budget and Finance Committee's approval on this resolution as well. Favorable approval. Mr. Silversmith, you have the floor, sir.
Good evening once again, honorable delegates of the Budget and Finance Committee. And then thank you, Honorable Delegate Chair Nez, for providing and assisting Navajo Division of Transportation. And going back to our 2023 budget, thank you very much, Honorable Chair Henio, Honorable Delegate Smith, Honorable Delegate Yellowhair, Honorable Delegate Crotty, Honorable Delegate Brown, and Honorable Delegate Elmer McGay. We appreciate this time as we present our budget this evening before the Budget and Finance Committee. We are prepared and we are prepared to provide our budget 2023 for this upcoming year. We appreciate your continued leadership, honorable delegates, and for your continued guidance and support throughout fiscal year 2022 with all the 24th Navajo Nation Council delegates. Their thorough participation in activities with our division allow us to be very successful as we're implementing our maintenance and construction responsibilities for our division within all the agencies across the Navajo Nation. So again, I want to commend each delegate from the 24th Navajo Nation Council providing that support, feedback, and constructive criticism as we were able to implement a number of projects throughout the entire fiscal year 2022. We're looking to replicate and duplicate that same success in 2023. And right now we're in the middle of construction season. We have 26 active projects that are going on right now. These 26 projects is a representation of projects that we recently completed or active or have been issued notice to proceed. So we're very proud of our accomplishments with these 26 projects that are currently happening or got completed within the last month or so. So this shows true partnership and communication and coordination between our division and the 24th Navajo Nation Council and the Dnr Administration. The continuation of our key services will happen in 2023. And we're looking forward to your favorable support and approval for our funds as they're applied to our maintenance responsibilities and our construction responsibilities. And we are proposing an unmet needs factor for your consideration and approval too as well. So I'll go into the numbers aspect of our budget right now. So please bear with me as I go through these numbers here. So our general fund budgets for business unit number 121001 for executive, our proposed budget for personnel expenses is $497,604. Travel expenses are $27,102. Supplies, $136,200. Lease and rental, $28,048. Communications and utilities, $26,820. Business unit 6000, repairs and maintenance, a budget of $136,930. Business unit 6500, contractual services, for a proposed budget of $83,361. Special transactions, a proposed budget of $36,808. Our total budget, proposed budget for our executive is for the amount of $972,873. Moving on, continuing with our budget here, I'm going to go over next to business unit number 118024, which is our Navajo transit system. We have our proposed budget, which is comprised of matching funds from the state of Arizona and New Mexico for an amount of $760,000 for proposed budget for fiscal year 2023. Continuing forward, business unit number 121002 for our Department of Highway Safety. And our proposed budget for 2001 personal expenses is $227,611. A travel expense budget of $47,365. Supplies for an amount of $18,752. Lease and rental for a budget of $23,400. Special transactions for a budget of $90,518. And our proposed budget for fiscal year 2023 for Department of Highway Safety is $407,646. Continuing forward with our business unit number 121002, Department of Highway Safety. We have a proposed budget of funds through our revenue sources. And with our $24,000 budget for fiscal year 2023, we plan to use supplies for an amount of $7,500. Under special transaction, an amount for $16,500, all for a total of $24,000 for the Department of Highway Safety under business unit 121002. Continuing with our Department of Airports Management 2023 proposed budget under general funds for our business unit number 121003. Under personnel expenses, we have a proposed budget of $163,829. Travel expenses, $13,216. Supplies for $25,848. Special transactions in the amount of $1,929. All totaling for an amount of $204,822 under business unit 121003 for Department of Airports Management. Our Department of Roads budget for under business unit 121004 has a budget of $1,068,973. Within that budget, we have contractual services for $183,449. Our capital outlay for $885,524, all for a total of $1,068,973 for Department of Roads within our division under business unit 121004. For our executive section within our division, for Department of Roads within under business unit 121004, we have a total budget of $2,416,813. Broken up individually, our supplies budget is $1 million even. Communications and utilities for $100,000. Repairs and maintenance for $1 million even. Contractual services for $100,000 even. And finally, capital outlay for an amount of $216,813. So for the total budget for under business unit 121004 for Department of Roads is $2,416,813. So this is our unmet needs budget that I had mentioned earlier. So, and that's the budget for fiscal year 2023. Moving now into our fuel excise tax road funds budget for fiscal year 2023 under business unit 506005. We have a budget of $3,070,003. And it's broken up individually to our capital outlay for that same amount of $3,070,003. Continuing forward under our Department of Transportation Planning, under business unit 506006. Again, this is a fuel excise tax road fund budget. For this particular budget, we have in our personal expenses $717,630. Supplies for an amount of $20,640. Contractual services for an amount of $47,106. Special transactions for an amount of $4,624. So our total budget for Department of Transportation Planning under business unit 506006 is $790,000 even. Continuing under our fuel excise tax road funds under business unit 506007, within our Department of Roads, we have a total budget of $3,200,000. Individually, we have our personal expenses for $2,212,962. Travel expenses budget of $218,278. Supplies budget of $437,006. Lease and rental budget of $4,600. Communications and utilities for an amount of $71,192. Repairs and maintenance for an amount of $154,400. Contractual services for an amount of $720. Special transactions, $100,842. So total budget for business unit 506007 for Department of Roads is $3,200,000. Continuing onward for Department of Project Management under business unit 506008 for fiscal year 2023, our budget is $676,769. Within that total budget, we have a personal expenses budget of $629,258. Travel expenses for $42,289. Supplies for an amount of $463. Special transactions for $4,759. All for a total of $676,769 for business unit 506008. For our Department of Airports Management fuel excise tax budget under business unit 506011, we have a budget of $163,228. individually for personal expenses, we have an amount for $64,644. Travel expenses for $41,329. Supplies for an amount of $55,926. Special transactions, $1,329, for a total of $163,228 within the Department of Airports Management under Business Unit 506011. So that concludes, on behalf of Navajo Division of Transportation, honorable delegates of the Budget and Finance Committee, thank you again, once again, for allowing us to present our budget. And we're looking forward with these forthcoming funds for another successful year as we continue working together between Navajo, our division, and the 24th Navajo Nation Council. Well, at that time, it'll be the 25th Navajo Nation Council. So thank you again for hearing our division, and thank you for your support. Honorable Delegate Rick Nez, I'll return it to you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Silversmith. Honorable Chairman Henyo, back to you, sir.
Thank you for that presentation. Although with this, Budget and Finance Committee, any questions, comments for Navajo Department of Transportation?
This is Delegate Yellowhair, Chairman.
Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair.
I don't hear none of us to the Chairman. I don't hear another Garrett Silversmith. But on the budget by nothing, thank you. Out of the civic management of home legislation. Got a lot of work all in on Shin Lala. She could all budget L Kagi in the computer of Yigi. Out of lead and proposed budget FY23. Most of these numbers are all blurry. It could aid the budget on the legends of budget binders out of this only on our office. The legal counsel office is on his budget binder. Data is not blurry. It is to That's my my comments on area. My concern to the Chairman here.
For your concerns,
Chair Henio, this is Peggy.
Peggy.
Members of the committee, I just barely sent out another copy that was just emailed to me just now. Try that one. I sent that out at 6:49. The budget forms.
Peggy, for sending that out again. They'll get your hair. Try to try to later. Budget and Finance Committee. Any questions for Navajo DOT? If there are no questions, I'll call for the question. That Ramona, a roll call vote.
Yes, Chairman Henyo.
Chairman, this is Delegate Yellowhair.
Okay, hold on, Ramona. Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair.
Just quickly, to the head, none of you about head, so get service in the head, Chanel. In DOT Boston, head as division director. I will say thank to you. Hard work for the Navajo Nation. And it is the banana, the head. It was so they Donanda, the she of staff. It was head only. So here in the sheet. Korea, here, thank you to the Chairman.
Delegate Yellowhair. There's no questions, further questions or comments. Then we're going to roll call vote. So Ramona, roll call vote.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
Okay, Yellowhair votes green. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Amber Knezbach Crotty, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Knezbach Crotty, how do you vote? Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote? Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes green.
Thank you. Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote?
I'll vote green.
Thank you. Honorable Elmer P. Begay votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Amber Knezbach Crotty, how do you vote?
Vice Chair votes green.
Thank you. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Amber Knezbach Crotty, how do you vote? Chairman, we have 4 members voting in the affirmative, 0 opposing, chairman not voting, and 1 member not voting. Chairman? Chairman?
Ramona, go ahead. We do 4 in favor, is it, or 5?
Yes, Chairman, 4 in the affirmative, 0 opposing, chairman not voting, and 1 member not voting. Chairman?
Kashina Kera, 4 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting. Motion legislation has a due pass. This one more legislation, Shananta. And this requires an executive session. So with this, who would be the presenter for this water rights?
Mr. Chair.
Peggy?
Peggy. Okay, we do have a Zoom link, a separate one for the executive session, and it will include the Water Rights Commission that are on the call, and I need assistance from Cecilia to invite those people on the call, and then the attorneys, Mel Rodas, Michelle Brown-Yazzie, and Dana Bobroff, and I'm not sure if Loya is still on the call, but they will be included.
Kashina, Mr. Mel Rodas, how much time would we need on the executive session?
Mr. Chair, this is Mel. I would defer to AAG Michelle Brown-Yazzie on that, as well as Cecilia Thomas. Thank you, sir.
Okay, I see Ms. Thomas on the line here. Ms. Cecilia Thomas?
Oh, yeah, Tishnant, I will actually go ahead and let Miss Michelle Brown-Yazzie speak for the DOJ, since she is on the line. Yeah.
Kashina, Ms. Yazzie?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would say that based on past discussions, that we would need 90 minutes. And I hesitated because I'm hoping that's not too long, but 60 to 90 minutes, sir.
So you're expecting 1 hour of testimony?
It's hard to to guess when it's hard to, know what kind of questions will be asked of us. But I think for each, for the water rights unit, our presentation is about 10 minutes. The Water Rights Commission, I would say about 10 minutes. And then the Water Management Branch is about 10 minutes. So, but with questions and having to answer them, I would say at least 60 to 90 minutes, sir. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I have a question. This is Peggy.
Go ahead, Peggy.
To the water rights, Michelle, we did get a box of confidential materials, and I wasn't really sure how to go about distributing them. And so I still have the box here because we're not meeting in person. So I didn't want to have them just sitting out, somewhere. So I've just kept them here. I don't know how you want me to handle that.
Okay, thank you, Peggy. I think Cecilia also sent the same information via email in a zip drive. She can correct me if I'm wrong, but Cecilia, could you address that, please?
Oh, yes, Nana. Peggy, I am happy to pick up that box from you if you just want to keep that in your possession. I did send out a revised copy of the budget presentation for the Water Rights Claim Fund as Water Management updated their budget forms this morning. So you should have the most current budget presentation that was sent to you this morning through a zip folder. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. And then Chairman, I still have one other thing on the agenda. There is reference to RDC resolution AA, that all of that should just be blank because it's not required of this water rights. Ape ilanda isle as right of water rights. And so they just present for your review in a way, so similar, but they can explain all that to you. But that area where the resolution number would go, Sha, when I read it into the record, I told you that it was just something that I made up. And so 80 geese will white out or scratch through, Dahle, please. Thank you.
Okay, yeah, Peggy. So, Ms. Brown Yancey, as far as being an open, and understand the legalities of what this going to executive session because of legal litigations and stuff, but with the amount requested, can that be disclosed to the public or not?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That is a very good question. And I did want to, for the record, state the reason for the confidentiality of the Water Rights Claim Fund. And it's actually pursuant to BFJY 38-05. That states any and all detailed information contained in budgets or expenditure reports of the Water Rights Claim Fund shall be deemed to be confidential and the subject of attorney-client privilege. So any part of the budget is deemed confidential, to answer your question.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. So, the Budget and Finance Committee, I'll need a motion second to go in executive session. And after we come back out, back on record, all we need to do is go straight to a vote. So with this, is there a motion to go in executive session?
Delegate Yell here.
Delegate Jimmy Yell here. Motion, is there a second? Is there a second to go into executive session? There's a second going once. Is there a second going twice? The motion by Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair. Is there a second? Going 3 times. There's no second. So with that, we move on. And the next item on our agenda is recess. Peggy, when do we recess to, or do we adjourn and start off brand new with a new agenda? What's your recommendation?
Mr. Chairman and members of the Budget and Finance Committee, Friday is the next day for the budget hearings. And so we've notified the NABI oversight for the executive offices and then also for legislative branch, those budgets to be presented to the Budget and Finance Committee. We've notified them and then also the speaker, and he's open to have that hearing on Friday. So I did send you a text message giving you 3 options. I can add it. You can go ahead and vote to add those resolutions, and I can send those out to you to this agenda, or make an entirely new agenda and post it for the 2 budgets, or just I think those 2 are the only options that I gave you. I'm sorry. I have so many things going on. So it's up to the committee how you want to address that, and then we can go forward on that. So based on that, if we do a new agenda, then you would have to adjourn this session. But right now, the way that Laureline was saying is just go ahead and recess and continue Friday, and you can add those legislations to the agenda.
Peggy, for that.
Yeah.
I don't think we have a quorum. I am just seeing the texts from Delegate Elmer P. Vigay. He's getting off the phone because of lightning, and Vice Chair Smith is on his motorcycle. So therefore, and I don't know if we do still have a quorum, but what we'll do is we'll move forward to recess if there are no objections till Friday morning at 8:30 in the morning, and we will still continue with the water rights. With that, because there's still on the agenda, there was a motion but no second, so it's still on our agenda. So we'll start with water rights Friday morning, and then after that I'll call for a motion to add the 2 items onto the agenda for the Navajo Committee.
Okay, you do still have 5 members on the call from what I can see. Okay.
Yes, they're on there, but they said they're I'll just call for a recess right now. It's getting late. It's 7:10. It's 7:10 p.m. So I'll call for a recess till Friday morning at 8:30 in the morning, and we'll begin with the water rights executive session. Then we'll move towards considering the Navajo executive and legislative branch. So we are in recess.
Chairman Henry, this is Vice Chair Smith. I'm still on board.
Oh, Vice Chair Smith. Okay. There was no second. Yeah. There was no second for the water rights. Therefore, we are at the end of our agenda.
Yeah, I heard that. I just want to let you know I'm still on board with the hearing. Thank
you. Thank you, Vice Chair Smith. I just seen your text, that's why. But with this, Budget and Finance Committee, we will be in recess. Thank you, Chairman Nez. One more, she Friday morning. She 8:30 slack.
Thank you, Honorable Chairman Henyo, as well as the honorable members of the Budget and Finance Committee. Yes, we will be on the call Friday morning with the Navajo Nation's Water Rights Commission and Department of Justice Water Rights Unit. Thank you very much. God bless each and every one of you.
Thank you. You too, Yes.
Kushina.
Yeah.
Thank you, Chairman Nez. Thank you, Peggy, Ramona, and everybody sitting on the line for us. Thank you. Have a good evening. Be safe.
Thank you, Rodney, for all the good work that you did with RDC. This was amazing. We did it all in one day. Everyone, thank you for your participation and your help, and we just all worked as a team. Have a good evening.